Chapter 1, The Silent Concert. The Steinway had been tuned 3 times that week, and still Elena Marsh could hear the ghost of flat note buzzing somewhere under the lid, a half step off in a place nobody else would ever notice. Nobody except her. She'd spent 19 years training her ear to catch exactly that kind of imperfection, and now, backstage at the Ashworth Grand Ballroom with her palms sweating into a borrowed black gown, she almost wished she hadn't. 5 minutes, Ms. Marsh. The stage manager's voice came to the door in the clipped, bored cadence of someone who had said the same sentence to 40 performers that year. Elena didn't answer. She was watching her own hands in the mirror, the way the tendon stood up along the back of them when she flexed her fingers, testing them the way a surgeon might test gloves before an incision. Her hands didn't shake. They never shook. Not anymore. She had trained the shaking out of them the same year she'd trained herself to sleep 4 hours a night and eat standing up over a kitchen sink, back when Sophie's diagnosis had turned into a spreadsheet of numbers that all led to the same brutal arithmetic. Too much money. Not enough time. She smoothed the front of the dress. Satin, cold under her fingers, borrowed from a costume closet 3 blocks from Juilliard because her own closet held nothing that cost more than $60, and looked past her own reflection to the small shape curled in the corner chair. Sophie sat with her white cane resting across her knees like a sleeping cat, her head tilted very slightly toward the door, the way she always oriented herself in unfamiliar rooms. By sound, by the current of air, by the particular hum of a building she'd never seen and never would. She was 19, 4 years younger than Elena, and she had not been able to see a human face in 11 months. "You're doing the thing," Sophie said, without turning her head. "What thing?" "The thing where you go quiet right before you play, like you're already somewhere else." Sophie smiled, small and lopsided, the corner of her mouth pulling up on the side nearest the window. "You've done it since you were like 12. Mom used to call it your funeral face." Comforting. "I'm just saying you don't have to be scared. It's a room full of rich people who are going to clap no matter what you play, even if you just banged on the keys with your elbows." Sophie reached out with unerring precision and found Elena's wrist, her fingers closing around it with a particular gentleness of someone who had learned to read a person through touch because she could no longer read them through a face. "You've got this." Elena didn't tell her sister that the room full of rich people didn't scare her. What scared her was a number written on a folder in her tote bag on the makeup table. The number of specialists at Mount Sinai had quoted her for an experimental procedure that they had, in 4 documented cases, restored partial vision in patients with Sophie's exact condition. What scared her was at tonight's gala. If it went well, if the silent auction closed high and the paddle raise hit its target, and some bored philanthropist decided a blind girl sister playing Chopin was worth writing a check over, might be the only chance she'd get. She had $31,000 for $100 saved. She needed $210,000. The math lived behind her sternum, like a second heartbeat. "I've got this," she echoed back to Sophie, because it was easier to say than the truth, and because saying it out loud sometimes made it slightly less of a lie. The Ashworth Grand Ballroom on a gala night was less a room than a small, gilded weather system. Chandeliers the size of Elena's studio apartment threw a warm, syrupy light down onto 300 people in tuxedos and gowns that probably cost more than Sophie's monthly medication. Outside, 22 floors below, Manhattan was doing what it always did in early November, gray and wet and indifferent, rain coming down a fine, cold mist that fogged the enormous windows lining the west wall, so that the city outside looked less like a skyline and more like a smudged watercolor, all the hard edges dissolved. Elena stood in the wings and watched the crowd through a gap in the black curtain, doing the thing she always did before a performance, which was to pick out a single face in the audience and imagine playing only for that person, because a room of 300 was an abstraction, and abstractions made her hands go cold, but one person she could do. That was when she saw him. He was near the bar at the far end of the room, half turned away, and for a moment she almost dismissed him. Just another dark suit among 200 dark suits, except that everyone around him was moving in the small, restless way people move at parties, drifting, laughing, touching each other's elbows, and he wasn't. He stood with a stillness that seemed to carry its own gravity, a stillness that made the people near him orbit slightly wider, the way water bends around a rock without anyone deciding to bend it. He held a glass of something amber that he wasn't drinking. His jaw was doing something, flexing, releasing, flexing again, the movement of a man clenching his teeth without noticing he was doing it. "That's Julian Vance," murmured a cellist standing beside her, a 50-something man named Tomas who played every charity circuit in the city for 2 decades and knew, Elena suspected, the net worth of everyone in the room down to the dollar. Vance Capital. Bought half of Midtown or something close to it. Nobody knows why he's here. He doesn't usually do these things. Which is why everyone's staring. Elena said. Which is why everyone's staring. Tomas agreed, and then the stage manager was touching her shoulder, murmuring you're on, and there wasn't time to think about a stranger's jaw anymore. The walk to the piano felt longer than it was. It always did. Elena kept her eyes on the bench, on the black lacquer catching chandelier light in a long white smear, because if she looked up at the audience too soon, her mind would start doing the thing where it counted faces and translated faces into dollar signs, and that math made her hands cold, and cold hands were stiff hands, and stiff hands played Chopin like a metronome instead of like a heartbeat. She sat, adjusted the bench half an inch, out of habit rather than necessity, set her hands in her lap for 1 full second, a ritual, a hell breath, and lifted them to the keys. She had chosen a nocturne in C-sharp minor a month ago, back when the invitation first came, because it was a piece she played at her mother's funeral 6 years earlier, and because grief she'd found translated into sound better than almost anything else she knew how to feel. It opened slow, a single line unaccompanied, aching upward before it fell back on itself. Over and over, like a question that already knew its answer was no. The room quieted the way rooms did for her. Not immediately, but in a wave, conversation dying in patches as it reached each cluster of guests, until by the 8th bar there was nothing in the Ashworth ballroom but the piano and 300 people holding very still. Elena didn't watch the audience while she played. She never did. She watched her own hands, or she watched nothing at all, her eyes half-lidded, her whole body given over to the small mechanical miracle of muscle memory, doing what 19 years of practice had built it to do without her conscious mind getting in the way. But somewhere around the second theme, where the melody climbed and broke and climbed again, some old performer's instinct, the one that always knew, without looking, when a single gaze in a dark room had fixed itself on her and wasn't moving, made her lift her eyes. She found him without meaning to. Julian Vance, near the bar, glass still full, still not moving. He was looking at her the way you look at something you're trying to solve. Elena had been looked at plenty of times in her career, appraised, admired, occasionally ogled by donors who'd had too much champagne and forgot that a woman playing piano wasn't a woman available for other kinds of attention. She knew the difference between all those looks the way she knew the difference between a major and minor key, instantly, in her body before her brain caught up. This wasn't any of them. He wasn't looking at her face or her dress or the low neckline that the gala's PR coordinator had insisted photograph well. He was looking, and it took her a full measure to understand this, a full measure during which her fingers kept moving of their own accord because they played this piece 400 times and didn't need her attention to do it right. He was looking at her hands. No, not her hands. Past her hands. Into whatever the music was doing. It unsettled her in a way she didn't have a name for. She was used to being watched and unseen, a common enough condition for a performer, a woman who made her living being the object of 200 pairs of eyes that registered technique and grace, and never once wondered what any of it cost her. But Julian Vance's stare didn't feel like watching. It felt like being heard. The way you feel heard by someone who has, at some point in his own life, sat exactly where the music currently lived, in that country made of loss with no other citizens in it. Her breath caught, just slightly, just enough that the next phrase came out a fraction slower than she'd rehearsed it, the rubato stretching half a heartbeat longer than intended. And she saw. She would have sworn later that she saw. Though it happened in under a second, his jaw tightened again, sharper this time, his throat working once like he'd swallowed something that didn't want to go down. He knows, she thought, with a strange, cold certainty that had nothing to do with logic, and everything to do with a particular arithmetic two strangers sometimes do without a single word passing between them. He knows this isn't just a nocturne. He knows there's a hole in it shaped like something I lost. She looked away first. She always told herself later that she looked away first because the piece demanded it, because a nocturne required her eyes to close to the descending run in the left hand, a technical necessity that had nothing to do with the sudden, humiliating warmth crawling up the back of her neck. She told herself that. She didn't entirely believe it. When she opened her eyes again, 3 bars later, he hadn't looked away. Nobody else in the ballroom seemed to notice any of it. Not Tomas in the wings, not the caterers moving along the back wall with trays of champagne flutes held shoulder high, not the elderly donor in the front row dabbing at her eyes with a cocktail napkin, because the nocturne always made someone cry. The whole exchange occurred in a private frequency, a channel nobody else was tuned to. 2 people having an entire conversation, using nothing but the distance between a piano bench and a bar, and the terrible, intimate accuracy of held eye contact in a room full of noise that had gone, for both of them, almost entirely silent. She finished the piece the way she always did. The final phrase dissolving into near nothing, 3 notes spaced further and further apart until the last one simply stopped being a note and became, instead, the memory of one. And the room exhaled all at once into applause, warm and generous and entirely beside the point. Elena stood, bowed, the small economical bow she perfected for exactly this context, not too long, not too showy. And when she straightened, her eyes went, before she could stop them, back to the spot by the bar. He was gone. For one absurd second, something in her chest dropped. Not disappointment, she told herself. Definitely not disappointment. Just the ordinary letdown of an unfinished thought. And then she saw him again, closer now, moving the crowd toward a small roped-off area where performers exited, cutting through clusters of guests with the unhurried, frictionless efficiency of a man who had never once in his adult life had to ask anyone to move out of his way. People simply moved. They always did, for men like that. Elena's hands, safely off the keys now, found each other in front of her and gripped hard, the reflex of someone bracing for impact without knowing yet what shape the impact would take. Up close, Julian Vance was not handsome in the soft, forgettable way of the other men in the room. The hedge fund types with their identical haircuts and their identical laughs. His face had the kind of structure that photographed like a threat. A jaw cut too sharp to be kind, dark brows set low over eyes that were, Elena registered with an unwelcome jolt, a pale, almost colorless gray, like weather rather than color, like the sky outside the ballroom windows right before a storm decided which way it wanted to break. There was a thin white scar through one eyebrow, old, faded the color of surrounding skin. The kind of scar that made you wonder about a story nobody was ever going to tell you. He didn't smile when he reached her. Most people smiled. The automatic social reflex of approaching a stranger you're about to compliment. He didn't. That wasn't performance, he said. No greeting. No introduction. Though, of course, she already knew who he was. Everyone in that room knew who he was. The way everyone in a forest knows without needing to look, which tree just cracked and started to fall. His voice was low, rough at the edges in a way that made Elena think of gravel under tires, and it carried none of the practiced warmth she'd expect from a man who spent his life closing deals. I'm sorry. People perform Chopin at these things. He gestured vaguely at the room, at the chandeliers, at the whole gilded machinery of performative philanthropy around them. A gesture that somehow managed to convey contempt without a single raised inflection. They play it pretty. Technically correct, emotionally safe. Over in 4 minutes. So everyone can get back to their drinks feeling cultured. He paused. His gray eyes moved over her face with the same unnerving precision they'd used on her hands. Cataloging something, though she couldn't have said what. You weren't playing it pretty. Elena's pulse ticked up, a small stumble in an otherwise steady rhythm, and she hated, genuinely hated, that her body reacted to him at all. That some old, animal part of her registered danger and attention in the same half-second and couldn't decide which one to listen to. I wasn't aware there was a wrong way to play Chopin, she said, keeping her voice even. The same careful evenness she used with skeptical donors and overbearing critics. Some people prefer pretty. Some people prefer being lied to. A muscle worked in his jaw again. There was that tell, the thing she'd watched from the piano bench without understanding it. And then, so briefly she almost missed it. Something crossed his face that looked almost like discomfort, like a man who'd said more than he meant to and was recalculating, fast, how to walk it back without admitting he'd slipped. I apologize. That was, he stopped, started again. I don't usually say what I'm thinking out loud. It tends to unsettle people. It didn't unsettle me, Elena lied. His eyes narrowed, just slightly, the ghost of something that might, on a different face, have been amusement. No, he said slowly, like he was testing the shape of the word before committing to it. I don't think it did. A waiter drifted past with a tray of champagne, and neither of them reached for a glass. The silence that followed wasn't empty. Elena had spent her whole life learning the difference between empty silence and silence that was doing something. Silence with weight and current to it. The kind of silence that existed in a fermata. The pause a composer writes into a piece not because nothing is happening, but because everything that needs to happen is happening underneath, invisible in the space between two notes. This was that kind of silence. It stretched 2 seconds too long to be comfortable, and neither of them moved to fill it. Both of them. She understood dimly, testing to see who would break first. He broke first. Or maybe he didn't break at all. Maybe he simply decided, the way she'd already guessed men like him decided everything, quickly and completely, that he wanted to know something, and there was no reason not to ask for it directly. Who were you playing for? He said. Not a question. Not really. His tone had none of the rising lift a question usually carried. A statement dressed as a question. The way certain men phrased things when they were used to getting answers regardless of how they asked. Because it wasn't the room. You didn't look at the room once in 4 minutes. You looked at exactly one person, right up until the last page. It wasn't me until the second theme. Elena's stomach dropped. The particular vertigo of being caught at something she hadn't realized was visible. She thought of Sophie, waiting in the green room with her cane across her knees and her ears tuned to every sound in a building she would never see, and something in her chest cracked open, not wide, just a hairline fracture, just enough that when she answered, her voice came out quieter than she meant it to, stripped of professional polish she usually wore like armor. My sister, she said. She's, the word caught. She made herself say it plainly, the way she trained herself to say it plainly to donors and doctors and insurance representatives who needed facts, not feelings, if they were going to write a check. She's blind. She's been blind for 11 months. There's a procedure, an experimental one. That's worked for a handful of people with her exact condition, and it costs more than I'll make in 5 years of playing rooms like this one. She heard herself say it and felt, immediately, the hot flush of having said too much, of having handed a stranger, a rich, unreadable, faintly dangerous stranger with storm-colored eyes, a piece of her that she usually kept locked behind a professional smile. She expected pity. She'd gotten it before. That particular soft-eyed, head-tilted expression people arranged their faces into right before they either wrote a check or found an excuse to drift toward the bar. She braced for it. Julian Vance didn't do either. He went very still, stiller than before, if that was possible, and something moved behind his gray eyes that Elena couldn't name, something that looked less like pity and more like recognition, the specific, private flinch of a man who has just heard a stranger describe, without knowing it, a shape he recognizes from the inside of his own chest. "How much?" he said. Quiet, direct, not a donor's question. Donors asked, "How can I help?" or "Tell me more about the cause." Phrasing built to make themselves feel generous before they committed a dollar. He asked it like a man doing arithmetic. 210,000, Elena said, because there didn't seem to be a version of this conversation where a line accomplished anything, and because something about the flat, unadorned way he'd asked made softening the number feel almost insulting. "I have about 31. He didn't blink, didn't reach for a checkbook, didn't make the small performative noise of sympathy she'd have gotten from anyone else in that room. He simply looked at her, that same weather-colored stare he'd used from across the ballroom, the one that made her fingers stumble half a heartbeat off tempo, and said, in a voice gone lower still, almost private, almost meant for no one but her, "Play something else for me before the night's over. Something that isn't for the room." It wasn't a request for a private concert. Elena understood that, somehow, without either of them saying aloud, understood it the way she understood the difference between a piece played pretty and a piece played true. It was something closer to a dare, or maybe a confession disguised as one. Outside, past the fog glass of the ballroom windows, the rain had picked up. She could hear it now under the murmur of 300 conversations resuming around them, a hard percussive patter against 22 floors of window, the city's own accompaniment to whatever this was that had just, without a single touch, without a single unnecessary word, begun. "I don't know your name," she said, which was a lie, a small deflection, a way of buying half a second to get her pulse back under some kind of control. "You do," he said. The corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile, more the memory of what a smile might look like on a face that didn't use expression often. Everyone in this room does. But go ahead and pretend you don't. I'd rather you ask me properly. "Fine." Elena lifted her chin. Some old defiant reflex rising up under nerves. The same reflex that had gotten her through 11 years of competitive juries, and one particularly brutal Juilliard audition panel. "What's your name?" "Julian Vance." He held out his hand, not for a handshake exactly, or not only for a handshake. There was something in the gesture, deliberate and slow, that felt like it was asking for more than her palm. "And you're going to tell me yours is Elena Marsh, because I read the program twice while you were playing, so we can skip that part." Her hand met his before she'd fully decided to offer it. His palm was warm, dry, the grip careful in a way that surprised her, not the crushing, performative handshake of a man used to intimidating boardrooms, but something almost restrained, like he was consciously metering out exactly how much pressure to use. The contact lasted 2 seconds, maybe 3. It should have meant nothing at all, the most ordinary gesture in the world, and yet Elena felt it travel up through her wrist and settle somewhere under her ribs, a small foreign heat she had absolutely no intention of examining tonight or possibly ever. "I have to get back," she said, too fast, pulling her hand back a half second before the gesture would have started to look deliberate rather than accidental. "My sister's waiting." "Go," Julian said. He didn't try to stop her, didn't reach for her again, and something about the ease with which he let her go. No protest, no charm offensive, just a simple, unhurried release. Unsettled her more than if he'd pushed. "I'll be here." She didn't ask what that meant. She was already walking, her heels loud on the parquet, her pulse loud in her own ears, and she didn't let herself look back until she'd reached the edge of the roped-off performers area. And when she did look back, just once, just for a second, she immediately regretted. He was exactly where she'd left him, watching her go with that same unnerving stillness. the rain hammering the windows behind him like something trying very hard to get in. Sophie was waiting in the green room exactly where Elena had left her, cane across her knees, head tilted toward the door at the sound of the heels she'd have recognized anywhere. "You were in there a long time," Sophie said, and there was something in her voice. Some older sister radar Sophie had developed in the 11 months since the world went dark for her, a heightened attention to breath and pause, and the small tells in a voice that sighted people missed because they were too busy looking at faces. "Your heart's going fast. I can hear it in how you're talking." "It's nothing," Elena said, sitting down hard in the chair beside her sister, pressing her cold palms flat against the satin of her borrowed dress, trying to still a rhythm in her chest that had nothing to do with the 4 minutes she'd spent at the piano and everything to do with the 4 minutes after it. Sophie smiled, small and knowing, tilting her sightless eyes toward exactly where Elena's face was, the way she always did, uncanny and precise. "Elena, I've known you 19 years. That is never what your nothing voice sounds like." Outside, the storm kept coming, throwing itself against 22 floors of glass, and somewhere on the other side of that rain-streaked window a man with storm-colored eyes was still standing exactly where she'd left him, waiting, for reasons Elena did not yet understand and was, if she was honest with herself, already far too curious to leave alone. Chapter 2. The Shadow in the Rain. By 11:40 the gala had thinned to its last hardcore stragglers, the open bar loyalists, the board members who'd stayed to be photographed shaking hands with each other, the caterers already stacking chairs 2 tables at a time along the back wall with the particular brutal efficiency of people who wanted to go home. Elena had counted the night's silent auction total off a printed sheet, the event's coordinator pressed into her hand on the way out, a gesture of thanks disguised as information, and the number sat at her chest now like a stone she couldn't decide whether to be grateful for or sick over. 41,000 raised for the Sophie Marsh Vision Fund. 41 on top of her 31 saved. 72,000 against 210. She did the subtraction the whole elevator ride down. 22 floors of mirror brass and her own tire reflection doing math she already knew the answer to, and she was still doing it when the doors opened onto the lobby and the doorman held a revolving door against a wind that was trying, audibly, to tear out of its frame. "Ms. Marsh." He had to raise his voice over the storm. "You want to call you a car? It's coming down out there like the sky's got something against Manhattan tonight." "I'm fine, thank you." She wasn't fine. She had $11 in cash in her clutch and a subway car with maybe 2 more rides on it, and the idea of paying $30 for a car when the 6th train stop was 4 blocks away felt, in that particular arithmetic she'd been doing all year, like a small betrayal of every dollar she was trying to save for Sophie. "I like to walk." The doorman gave her a look that said he did not believe a single word of that sentence, glanced once at the rain hammering the awning outside hard enough to bounce, and said nothing further, because it wasn't his job to argue with rich people's guess about their own poor decisions, even the ones who'd walked in wearing a borrowed dress and clearly weren't rich at all. Outside, the storm had teeth. It wasn't the soft gray mist that fogged the ballroom windows 2 hours earlier. Somewhere in the space between the nocturne and the last champagne toast, the weather had turned mean. The wind coming off the East River in long, cold gusts that drove the rain sideways under the useless little half-umbrella Elena fought open on the sidewalk, an umbrella that lasted exactly 1 block, before a gust turned it inside out with a sound like a bird's neck breaking, and she gave up and let it go, watching it cartwheel away down 57th Street, because there was no version of Fighting Manhattan weather November that ended in the human being winning. She was soaked to the skin within 2 blocks. The borrowed satin dress, which she was to have to explain to the costume closet manager on Monday, clung to her like a second freezing skin, and her heels, decorative, useless, chosen for how they photographed rather than how they walked, slid on the wet pavement with every step, so that by 55th Street she'd stopped and pulled them off entirely, carrying them by the straps, walking the last blocks in bare feet over sidewalk grit and puddled water that had gone the temperature of something dredged up from a glacier. She should have called Sophie's aide to say she'd be late. She should have called a car after all. Dignity or savings account be damned. She should have done a lot of things, and instead she put her head down against the wind and walked. The streetlights above her smeared into long orange bruises by the rain in her eyelashes, and it wasn't until she turned off the avenue onto the quieter cross street that led toward the subway that she heard the footsteps. 2 sets, behind her, matching her pace with precision that felt, the instant she registered it, entirely deliberate. Not the accidental rhythm of strangers walking the same direction, but the specific, patient cadence of men who had chosen their distance and intended to keep it. Elena's stomach dropped the way it had dropped exactly once before in her life. The night 2 men in cheap suits had come to her mother's apartment 8 months after her father's funeral and explained, in the flat, unapologetic language of collections agents, that the late Robert Marsh had died owing considerably more than the family had ever been told about, a debt with a name attached to it that her mother would only ever refer to afterward in a whisper, as if saying it louder might summon whoever was on the other end of it. Costa, that was the only word Elena had ever gotten out of her, before the cancer took her mother 2 years later and took the rest of the story with her. She hadn't thought about that debt in years. She'd assumed, the way you assume things you desperately need to be true, that it had died with her father, that whatever ledger he'd left behind had gone unpaid and unpursued, because there was nothing left of the Marsh family worth pursuing. She'd assumed wrong. She understood that with total, ice-cold clarity in the 4 seconds it took her to glance sideways at a darkened shop window and catch the reflection of 2 men in dark coats, 30 feet back, closing the distance with unhurried, deliberate steps. She walked faster. They walked faster. She did not run. Some animal instinct told her that running would only confirm to them that she'd noticed, would only turn a slow pursuit into a fast one, and her bare feet on wet pavement in a soaked dress were not going to outrun 2 grown men in any scenario that ended well for her. But her heart had climbed up into her throat and lodged there hard. Each beat a physical blow against the inside of her ribs, and her breath had gone shallow and quick in a way that had nothing to do with the cold. Elena Marsh. One of the men called her name. Not a shout, almost conversational, almost friendly, which was somehow so much worse than a shout would have been. We just want to talk. She didn't stop. She didn't turn. She cut left down a side street she half remembered from some other errand, some other life, hoping for foot traffic, a bodega with its lights still on, anything with witnesses, and found instead a narrower street darker, one working street lamp flickering at the far and like something out of a bad dream, the rain coming down in sheets that swallowed sound and sight both, and she understood with the particular clean terror of a person realizing a mistake has already been made and can't be unmade, that she had just walked herself into a place with no exits and no one to hear her. The footsteps behind her had stopped being patient. She heard them break into a jog. Elena ran. She got maybe 15 feet before a hand closed around her upper arm, not gently. Fingers digging in hard enough to bruise, wrenching her sideways with enough force that she stumbled, one bare foot skidding on the wet asphalt, her shoulder slamming into the brick wall of whatever building loomed up beside her. The shoes fell from her hand and scattered somewhere in the dark. Her clutch went with them. Nobody's gonna hurt you. The man said, close now. Close enough that she could smell wet wool and cigarette smoke and something sour underneath it. Cheap alcohol, maybe. And his voice had lost a friendly conversational note from the street corner, gone flatter, more businesslike. Costa just wants what's his. Your old man's debt didn't die with him. Sweetheart. Debts like that, they follow blood. I don't. Elena's voice came out cracked, thinner than she wanted it to, humiliatingly close to a sob. I don't have anything. I don't have any money. I don't know anything about my father's. That's not really our problem. The second man had come around to block her other side now, and in the flickering half-light of the one working street lamp, she could see him properly for the first time. Thick-necked, a scar through one eyebrow that was nothing like the faded, elegant scar she'd noticed on someone else's face 2 hours earlier. This one raw and recent and mean. Costa figures 120 grand is 120 grand, whether it comes from the father or the daughter. And you got a sister too, don't you? Blind girl. Be a real shame if something happened to her. All alone in that apartment. Nobody around who could. The words hit something in Elena that overrode the fear entirely. Some primal ignition switch that turned terror straight into fury, without passing through any of the stations in between, and she wrenched her arm hard enough that the first man's grip slipped, and she got exactly one syllable of some furious, useless protest out her mouth before his hand came back. Harder this time, twisting her wrist at an angle that made stars burst white across her vision, and a cry tear out her throat that the storm swallowed whole. That was the moment the world went white. Headlights, a pair of them high beams, swinging around the corner of the side street with a speed and precision that suggested the vehicle behind them had not stumbled onto the scene by accident, and both men flinched back from the sudden glare, and Elena, blinking hard against the light, made out the long black shape of a car. Not a taxi, not a rideshare. Something low and heavy and expensive, water sheeting off its hood in the downpour, sliding to a stop not 10 feet away with a smoothness that felt, somehow, more threatening than a screech of brakes would have been. The rear door opened before the car had fully stopped. Julian Vance stepped out into the rain without an umbrella, without a coat pulled up over his head, without any of the small instinctive gestures a person makes against a downpour, and stood there in the wet dark in his tuxedo jacket, getting soaked in under 3 seconds flat, looking at the two men holding Elena's arm with an expression that made both of them go very, very still. He didn't shout. He didn't reach for a weapon, didn't make any of the moves Elena's racing mind had already scripted for a rescue. No punches thrown, no dramatic confrontation. He simply stood there, rain running down the sharp planes of his face, dripping off the end of his jaw, and looked at the two men the way a man looks at an insect he is deciding whether it's worth the effort to kill. "Let go of her arm," he said. Quiet. That same low, gravel-rough voice in the ballroom, except now it had a different texture entirely. Something colder running under it. Something that made the thick-necked man's hand drop away from Elena's wrist so fast it was almost comic, an involuntary reflex, like touching a stove. "This isn't your business," the first man said, though his voice had lost most of its earlier confidence. "You're standing on a street I own the building on," Julian said, and something flat, almost bored delivery of the sentence made it land harder than a threat shouted would have, "which makes it my business by about 4 different legal definitions. You can leave now on your own, and we can all forget this happened. Or you can wait for the two men currently walking up behind you, in which case we'll have a considerably longer conversation about who Costa is and where I can find him." A pause, deliberate, giving the words room to land. "Your choice. You have about 6 seconds." Elena, breathing hard against the wall, watched something shift behind the two men's eyes. A recalculation, fast and ugly. The specific look of men who had come prepared for a frightened woman and were not prepared for whatever this was. And then, with a mutter she didn't catch, they were gone, disappearing back into the rain and dark the way they'd come, footsteps receding fast down the wet pavement until the storm swallowed them whole. Julian didn't watch them go. He'd already turned to Elena. "Are you hurt?" Not a question. Again, that same flat, direct delivery she remembered from the ballroom, a statement that happened to end with the shape of a question mark. His eyes went over her in one fast pass, cataloging the way a doctor's might, lingering half a second too long on the reddening marks already blooming on her wrist where the man's fingers had dug in. Elena's voice broke entirely this time, the adrenaline draining out her all at once and leaving something shakier behind. Her whole body starting to tremble now that the immediate danger had passed. cold and wet and barefoot on a Manhattan sidewalk at midnight. Her carefully composed performer's calm shattered into something raw and unguarded that she hated letting anyone see, let alone him. "I'm fine." "You're not." He said it without cruelty, just fact. The way he'd said, that wasn't performance 2 hours earlier, a man apparently constitutionally incapable of letting a polite lie pass unchallenged. He shrugged out of his tuxedo jacket. Soaked through now anyway, it wouldn't do much good. But he draped it over her shoulders regardless, his hands brief and careful of the collar, not lingering, not making it into more than it needed to be, though Elena felt the warmth of him in the fabric all the same, a warmth that had nothing to do with the jacket's actual temperature, and everything to do with something she didn't have a name for yet and didn't want one for. "Get in the car." "I don't need." You're standing barefoot in a flood in November, having just been threatened by 2 men working for someone who apparently thinks your dead father owes him $120,000. His eyes held hers, steady, unblinking, rain still running off his jaw in a thin, steady line. "You can argue with me about it in the car where it's dry, or you can argue with me about it here, where you're currently turning a color I don't love. Pick one." There wasn't really a decision to make, and some exhausted, frightened, freezing part of her recognized that even as some other part of her, the proud part, the part that had spent a year clawing her way through fundraising and favors, and particular humiliation of asking strangers for money, bristled at being managed, however gently, by a man she'd known for 2 hours. She let him guide her toward the car anyway, his hand hovering at the small of her back without quite touching her, close enough that she could feel the heat of his palm to the wet satin. And she was too cold and too shaken to examine why that particular non-touch made something twist low in her stomach that had absolutely nothing to do with fear. The interior of the limousine was warm, almost shockingly warm, the heater running, the leather seats already holding a residual heat that told her he'd had the car waiting, running, for some length of time before it arrived, which meant he'd known, somehow, before he'd ever pulled around that corner, that she might need rescuing. That thought sat uneasily in her chest as the door shut, and the storm outside dropped to a muffled drumbeat against the roof, and Julian settled into the seat across from her. Not beside her, she noted, a small deliberate distance he'd chosen, and she wasn't sure where to be grateful for or unsettled by, and reached without being asked for a folded blanket from a compartment beside him, handing it across the gap between them without comment. She wrapped it around her shoulders, on top of his jacket, and said nothing for a long moment, the two of them sitting in the warm dark while the driver, separated by a pane of tinted glass, silent, professionally deaf to whatever happened in the back, pulled the car smoothly away from the curb. "How did you know?" Elena said finally, her voice steadier now that the cold had started to recede, though a fine tremor still ran under the words. "You just happened to be driving down that exact street. At that exact moment?" Julian's jaw did the thing again. The small involuntary flex that she was starting, despite herself, to read like a musical phrase, a signal that meant something specific was happening under the flat surface of him. "No," he said. "I had someone watching you leave the gala." The bluntness of it landed like cold water. Elena straightened, the blanket slipping half an inch off one shoulder, something sharp and defensive rising fast in her chest. "You had someone follow me." "I had someone make sure you got home safely. Because a woman leaving a room with 120,000 people's worth of visible cash flow, alone on foot, at midnight, in a city where I happen to know exactly how many people are currently trying to collect old debts by leaning on daughters instead of dead men." He stopped himself, visibly, the sentence running further than he'd apparently intended, and something crossed his face that looked almost like frustration directed inward. A man annoyed at his own precision. "It wasn't a violation of your privacy. Elena, it was a calculation. I don't like unmanaged risk. You knew about Costa." She said the name flatly, testing it, watching his face with a flicker she was almost certain would come. It came, small, a fractional narrowing of his eyes, a stillness that went half a degree stiller. But she caught it the same way she caught the jaw clench across a crowded ballroom. Because whatever else was true about tonight, she was learning to read this particular man's silences the way she read sheet music, by the spaces between the notes rather than the notes themselves. "I know who Costa is," Julian said carefully. "I know what your father owed him. I've known for longer than tonight." Elena's whole body went cold again. A different cold in the rain, a cold that came from somewhere much further inside. "How?" "Because I bought part of that debt 11 months ago." He said it without apology, without softening, delivered flat and clean the way he seemed to deliver every uncomfortable truth, as if honesty this blunt was simply the only currency he trusted. Not all of it. Enough to have a seat at the table when Costa's people started deciding how hard to lean on your family. I've spent almost a year making sure they leaned less hard than they wanted to. Tonight was the first time they got past me. The words didn't make sense at first. They arrived too large, too strange, and Elena sat with them in the warm dark of the car, turning them over, try to find the angle that made them mean something other than what they seemed to mean. "You've been protecting us for a year, without either of us knowing." "Yes." "Why?" Julian was quiet for a moment. Outside the tinted window, the city slid past in long orange smears of streetlight and rain, the Atlantic-fed storm still hammering down over Manhattan, like it had somewhere specific it needed to be, and this was the only route through. When he finally spoke, his voice had dropped again, that low gravel register from the ballroom, and there was something almost reluctant in it. A man giving up information he'd have preferred to keep. "That's not a conversation for tonight," he said. "Tonight you need dry clothes. Your sister needs to know you're safe, and I need you to understand something before this goes any further." He leaned forward, just slightly, the small distance between them collapsing by inches, his gray eyes holding hers with an intensity that made her breath catch somewhere high in her chest. "I'm not offering you charity. Elena, I don't do that. What I'm offering is a deal." "A deal?" The word came out flat, wary. She'd spent a year being offered things by powerful men at galas. Advice, connections, occasionally something with much uglier subtext dressed up in expensive vocabulary. And every instinct she owned had learned to brace the instant a rich man's voice took on that particular careful, transactional tone. "I'll clear the remainder of your father's debt. All of it. Costa's share and whatever else surfaces once I finish tracing it. And there may be more. Your father was not, for what I found, a careful man about who he borrowed from." He said it without cruelty. Simple fact laid on the table between them like a folded contract. "And I'll cover procedure for your sister. All 210,000 of it. And whatever the follow-up care costs beyond that." Elena's heart had started pounding again, a different rhythm than the fear from the sidewalk, something that felt dangerously close to hope. And hope, she'd learned over the last year, was the most expensive thing a person in her position could afford to feel. And in exchange, "You play." Julian's eyes didn't leave hers. "Only for me. Private performances. I'll tell you when, I'll tell you where, and you won't ask why, because that's not part of the deal. 6 months. And at the end of it, whatever you and I have or haven't figured out about each other by then, the debt stays cleared and your sister keeps her surgery. No strings, no repayment, regardless of what you decide." The rain kept coming down outside, a steady, relentless percussion against the roof of the car, and Elena sat very still in the warm dark, the blanket heavy on her shoulders, Julian's jacket still holding some ghost of his warmth against her skin, and understood, with the same cold clarity she felt on the sidewalk when she first heard the footsteps behind her, that whatever this man was offering her, it wasn't charity, and it wasn't quite a rescue, and it definitely wasn't safe. It was a door, and on the other side of it was everything Sophie needed, and possibly everything Elena herself had spent a year telling herself she didn't have room to want. "Why me?" she said quietly. The question she'd been circling since the ballroom, since the moment his storm-colored eyes had found hers over 300 heads and made the whole enormous room disappear. You could hire any pianist in this city, Julian. Better ones. Ones without a dead father's debt. Following them around like a stray dog. Why me? Julian looked at her for a long moment. The car's warm interior light throwing soft shadows along the sharp lines of his face. And when he finally answered, his voice had gone quieter than she'd heard it yet. Rough at the edges in a way that sounded almost unwillingly honest. Because you play like someone who's already lost the thing they're most afraid of losing, he said. And I need to understand how a person keeps going after that happens. I need to understand it very badly. Elena, more than you know. Outside, the storm didn't let up. It came down over the city in long gray sheets, drumming against the car's roof, against 100,000 windows across Manhattan, against the black surface of the East River, pushing hard toward an ocean that didn't care what any of them had lost. And somewhere in the middle of all of it, in the warm dark of a stranger's car, Elena Marsh realized she was going to say yes before she'd even let herself finish deciding it. Chapter 3. The Code Agreement. Julian's penthouse occupied the top 4 floors of a building on 57th Street that Elena had walked past 100 times without ever once looking up. The way New Yorkers learn not to look up at anything, because looking up is how you get robbed or hit by a cyclist or simply marked as someone who doesn't belong to the fast, indifferent current of the sidewalk. She looked up now, standing in the private elevator lobby 2 mornings after the storm, and understood, with a small unpleasant lurch, that she had spent a year of her life being poor within walking distance of this. The elevator required a key card and a 6-digit code, both of which the driver, the same silent man from the limousine, introduced this time only as Reyes, had entered without comment, and the ride-up was smooth and fast, and entirely without the small mechanical shutters Elena associated with every elevator she'd ever ridden in her life, so that the whole thing felt less like ascending a building and more like being lifted out of one reality and set down gently into another. The doors opened directly onto the penthouse. No hallway, no threshold, no small domestic transition. One moment she was standing in a mirrored steel box, and the next she was standing in a room with a ceiling 3 stories high and a wall of glass running the full length of it, floor to ceiling, framing a view of Central Park so complete and so vast it looked less like a window than like a piece of sky had been cut out and mounted for private viewing. It was raining again. Not the storm from 2 nights ago, just the ordinary gray drizzle Manhattan produced in November the way other cities produce whether they had somewhere to go, and the water ran down the enormous window in long, unhurried streaks that turned the part below into something soft-focused and half-remembered. The bare November trees smeared into charcoal lines against wet green. "You're early." Julian's voice came from somewhere behind her, and Elena turned to find him standing near a black marble bar at the far end of the room. No jacket. Shirt sleeves rolled to the forearm in a way that struck her absurdly, as more unsettling than the tailored suit from the gala had been. Something about the exposed forearms, the visible tendons in his wrists as he set down a glass, felt like a piece of information she hadn't been given permission to know yet. Your driver was early. Elena kept her tote bag pulled tight against her shoulder, an old defensive habit, the same instinct that had made her wear her plainest coat and her most sensible shoes for this meeting, as if practicality might function as armor against whatever was about to happen in a room this large. I assumed that meant something. It means I don't like waiting. He crossed the room toward her, unhurried, and gestured with a small economical movement of one hand toward a pair of low chairs positioned near the window, angled toward each other rather than toward the view, a configuration that felt deliberate, a room designed for conversations that mattered more than scenery. "Sit." "I'll stand." It came out sharper than she meant it to, and she watched something flicker across his face. Not offense. More like recalibration, a man adjusting the terms of an equation he'd assumed would balance more easily. "You said this was a deal, Julian." 2 nights ago in the car. I'd like to hear the actual terms before I sit down in your apartment, like we're old friends catching up. Fair. He didn't push it. He simply turned, walked back to the bar, and poured a second glass of something amber, the same kind of drink he'd been holding untouched at the gala. She noticed, and wondered whether that was a habit or a performance, a prop he kept in his hand, because a man holding nothing in a room like this looked somehow more dangerous, and set on the low table between the 2 chairs anyway, an offer she was free to ignore. I want to start somewhere you're not going to like, he said, turning back to face her, his gray eyes steady, that same flat directness she'd learned already to associate with him, saying something true and uncomfortable rather than something kind. Because I think you deserve the real version of this before you agree to anything, and I think if I soften it, you'll find out the hard version later, and you'll never trust another word out of my mouth again. And I need you to trust me, at least enough to hold up your end of this. Elena's stomach tightened, an old instinct sharpening under her ribs, the specific bracing of someone who has learned the hard way that sentences beginning like that one rarely ends somewhere good. Say it. Your father didn't just owe Costa money, Julian said. That debt existed because 11 years ago, Robert Marsh worked for a firm that did contract engineering for Vance Capital's early trading infrastructure. And in the 18 months before he left that firm, he copied and sold a piece of proprietary code, a predictive algorithm my company had spent 3 years and $40 million developing, to a competitor for a fraction of what it was actually worth, because he needed the money fast. And Costa's people were the ones who'd fronted it to him in the first place, at an interest rate designed to make sure he never really got out from under it. The room went very quiet. Outside, the rain kept its steady percussion against the glass, and somewhere below them Central Park sat gray and dripping and utterly indifferent to what was happening on the 40th floor above it. And Elena stood very still, feeling the ground of the last 2 days, the fragile, grateful, half-formed trust she started building toward this man in the back of a warm car, tilt sideways under her feet. That's not. Her voice came out thin, disbelieving, the reflex of a daughter defending a father she spent 6 years quietly, privately, already suspecting things she'd never let herself say out loud. My father was a mechanical engineer. He fixed things. He wasn't some kind of corporate spy, Julian. He barely understood how to use a smartphone. He understood exactly what he was doing, Julian said, not unkindly, but without backing down an inch. I have the emails. I have the wire transfers. I have 11 years of paper trail that my legal team put together the year my company nearly lost a 9-figure contract because competitors suddenly had access to trading logic they had no legitimate way of developing on their own timeline. I know precisely what your father did, Elena, because I spent 2 years of my life finding out. Then why? Elena's hands had curled into fists at her sides, her nails biting half-moons into her palms, some old grief rising up hot and fast underneath the shock. Grief she thought she finished with years ago and apparently hadn't. If you know all that, if you've got the proof, why haven't you gone after us for it? Why buy pieces of Costa's debt? Why send someone to watch me leave a gala? Why any of this? If you already knew my father stole from you. Julian was quiet for a moment. When he answered, something in his voice had shifted. Not softer, exactly, but slower, more deliberate. A man choosing each word with the care of someone laying stones across a river he wasn't entirely sure will hold his weight. Because the code he sold wasn't the only thing that went missing that year, he said. My younger brother ran the trading desk that algorithm was built for. When the leak happened, when the board found out our advantage had been sold out from under us for less than a used car, they didn't blame your father. They blamed Daniel, my brother, because he was the one who'd signed off on the outside contractors, because it was easier to have one name to point at than to trace the whole rot back to its root. He lost his position. He lost the trust of every person in that company who'd have followed him into a fire a year earlier. And 8 months after that, Julian stopped. His jaw did the thing to tell, harder this time than she'd ever seen it, a muscle jumping visibly along the line of his cheek. And when he continued, his voice had gone rough in a different way than before, scraped raw at the edges. He didn't survive it. What your father did didn't just cost my company money. Elena, it cost me my brother. The confession landed in the room like something dropped from a height, and Elena stood frozen in its aftermath, the anger draining out of her all at once, and leaving something colder and more complicated behind, a grief she recognized instantly because she'd been carrying her own version of it for years. The specific, hollowing weight of losing someone to a slow accumulation of circumstances nobody single-handedly caused, and everybody, somehow, still felt responsible for. "I'm sorry," she said and meant it, though the words felt absurdly small against what he'd just told her. "I didn't know any of that. I swear to you I didn't. My father never talked about work. Not really, not the details. And after he died, my mother wouldn't even say the word dead above a whisper, like it was something contagious. I had no idea there was a person behind it. A brother. I know you didn't know." Julian's eyes met hers, steady again now, the raw edge folded back under that controlled, flat surface he seemed to live most of his life behind. "That's exactly why I'm telling you now, before you agree to anything else. Because I need you to understand that this isn't charity, and it isn't kindness, and it isn't," he paused, something almost like frustration crossing his face, a man fighting his own sentence. "It isn't only about your sister or your father's debt or any of the version of this you've been telling yourself since the car. I have my own reason for wanting you in this house. Elena, I owe you the truth about that much, at least, before you decide whether you're willing to live inside it. Live inside it." Elena repeated the phrase carefully, feeling the shape of it, the specific unease it carried. "What does that mean?" Julian set his glass down on the bar with a small, precise click, and for the first time since she'd walked in, he looked almost uncertain. Not weak. Nothing about him ever read as weak, but momentarily unmoored, like a man about to say something he rehearsed a dozen times, and still hadn't found a version of that didn't sound absurd out loud. "My company is 3 weeks from closing the largest acquisition in its history," he said. "A merger that will put roughly 60,000 jobs and $11 billion under Vance Capital's control, assuming the deal survives due diligence and board approval, and, more importantly, for our purposes, assuming the press doesn't manufacture a reason to derail it first." He crossed back toward her, slow, deliberate, stopping at a distance that still felt somehow closer than the size of the room required. "There's a financial journalist named Priya Kohli who has spent the last 4 months trying to build a story about Vance Capital's internal culture, instability, my brother's death, the acquisition structure, all of it woven together into a narrative about a company run by a man who can't be trusted with 60,000 people's livelihoods because he couldn't hold on to the one person closest to him. She doesn't have enough to publish yet, but she's close. And if she gets there before the deal closes, the board has made it very clear they'll walk. And you think, what? That I fix that?" Elena's voice had gone flat, disbelieving, some new and colder understanding starting to dawn. "By being what exactly?" "My fiancée," Julian said. The word landed in the enormous glass-walled room and seemed to hang there, absurd and enormous. And for a moment Elena genuinely thought she'd misheard him, that the rain against the window had garbled something else into that shape. "You want me to pretend to be engaged to you?" She said it slowly, testing each word for the trap. She was certain it had to be hiding somewhere inside it, in front of the press, in front of your board, as some kind of, what? Proof of stability. A prop? "A story," Julian said. "The narrative Kohli is building only works if I'm a man with nothing left to lose and no one left who matters to me. A man engaged, visibly, publicly, convincingly, to a woman with a story of her own, a sister she's fighting for, a life she's rebuilding, changes that story entirely. It gives the board a different headline to react to. It buys the deal the 3 weeks it needs to close clean. He held her gaze steady, unflinching, delivering the rest of it with the same flat honesty he'd used for everything else that afternoon. No attempt to dress it up as anything softer than it was. You'd live here, in this house, for the duration. You'd be photographed with me at the events that matter. You wear a ring that means nothing in answer to a title that means less. And at the end of it, whenever the deal closes, whenever the press moves on to whatever wreckage comes next, it ends cleanly, with no obligation on either side beyond what we agreed to. Your father's debt stays cleared. Your sister's surgery stays funded. And you go back to your own life with your name never once mentioned in whatever comes out about mine. Elena stood very still in the middle of the enormous room, rain sliding down the window in long silver ropes behind Julian's shoulder, and felt something in her chest go tight and cold in a way that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with particular, specific insult of being offered a role in someone else's performance and asked to call a favor. "You want me to lie," she said, "to everyone. Reporters, your board, probably people who actually care about you. If any exist, you want to stand next to you at galas and dinners and whatever else and let them believe I love you so that your merger closes on schedule." "Yes, that's not a deal, Julian. That's..." She searched for a word, found it, let it land with as much weight as she could put behind it. "That's using me. The same way Costa used my father. You're just dressing it up in better clothes and a nicer view." Something crossed Julian's face at that, a flinch, quick and involuntary, gone almost before she registered it. But she caught it, the way she caught every small tell he let slip when he thought his flat surface was holding, and for a moment she thought she finally landed a blow that actually cost him something. "You're not wrong to say that," he said quietly, after a moment that stretched long enough to feel like its own kind of answer. "I've turned it over a dozen times trying to find a version of this that isn't a use of you, and I haven't found one. I won't stand here and tell you it's something gentler than what it is, but I'll tell you the alternative, because you deserve to weigh both sides honestly." He drew a breath, and when he continued, his voice had dropped again, low and rough, the register she was starting to recognize as the one he used when he'd stopped performing entirely. "If this deal collapses, Vance Capital loses roughly 40% of its market value inside a week. I lose the ability to keep buying pieces of Costa's outstanding paper before he can call the rest of it due, which means whatever protection I've been quietly providing your family for the last 11 months disappears with it, and Costa's people come back for the rest of what your father owed. Except this time, there's no one standing on that street corner to stop them. That's the honest math. Elena, I'm not threatening you with it. I'm telling you because you asked me back in the car why you, and I think this is a part of the answer you actually need in order to decide." The rain kept falling outside, steady and gray and entirely uninterested in the two of them standing 6 feet apart in a room built to make everyone in it feel small, and Elena felt the full, ugly shape of the choice settle over her. Not a choice between good and bad, she understood now, but a choice between two different kinds of cost, one she paid in pride and one Sophie paid in safety, and there had never really been a version of this where she was going to choose her own pride. "I want it in writing," she said finally, her voice steadier than she felt, some old survival instinct rising up to do the negotiating her exhausted heart didn't have room for anymore. Every part of it, the debt cleared, the surgery funded, in writing with lawyers, before I move one box into this apartment. And I want a real end date, not whenever the deal closes, an actual date on a calendar. So I know exactly how long I'm required to pretend to love a man who just told me my dead father destroyed his family. "Done," Julian said, without hesitation, and something in the speed of it told her he'd expected this exact demand, had probably already drafted the paperwork before she'd walked through his door. 90 days. The acquisition closes in 3 weeks if everything goes as planned, but I want a buffer past that in case the board drags their feet, and I'd rather promise you more time than I need than less time than the situation requires. And Sophie doesn't know the real terms. Elena said it as a statement, not a question, already working out the architecture of the lies she was going to have to build and maintain in front of the one person whose trust mattered more to her than anyone else's. She thinks I met someone. She thinks it's real. I won't have her spending 3 months worrying she's the reason I sold myself into some arrangement. Something flickered across Julian's face at the phrase sold myself. Quick and sharp. Gone again before she could name it properly. But he didn't argue the point. That's your call to make. I'll follow whatever line you give her. Elena crossed the room. Finally, and picked up the glass he'd poured and sat down on the low table, not because she wanted to drink, but because her hands needed something to do besides shake, and she stood there at the enormous window with the amber liquid untouched in her grip, looking out at Central Park dissolving into gray rain 40 floors below, and felt the whole shape of her life bend sideways into something she hadn't chosen and couldn't refuse. Being my choice, it stops. One more condition, she said, without turning around, watching his reflection in the glass rather than his actual face, because it felt somehow safe to say this to a version of it made of rain and reflected light, rather than a real man standing close enough to hear her voice shake. You don't touch me, not for the cameras, not in private, not ever, unless I say it's all right first. Whatever this is, Julian, whatever you need it to look like to your board and your journalists, the second it stops being my choice, it stops. The silence that followed was long enough that she finally turned to face him, and found him watching her with an expression she hadn't seen on him yet, something that had shed the flat, controlled surface entirely, something almost raw underneath. Agreed, he said. Quiet, immediate, no hesitation, no negotiation. The fastest and most unconditional he'd been about anything since she'd walked into the apartment. You have my word on that. Elena, whatever else is true about this arrangement, whatever you decide to believe about my reasons or my company or what your father cost me, that part isn't a term. It's not up for renegotiation, and it's not conditional on anything you do or don't do for cameras. It's just true. Elena studied his face for a long moment, looking for the tell, the jaw, the flicker, whatever small betrayal usually gave him away, and found, for once, nothing but stillness, the particular stillness of a man telling the truth and knowing exactly how much weight the truth was carrying. All right, she said finally, and heard her own voice settle into something that sounded, to her own surprise, almost steady. 90 days. Send me the paperwork. I'll move my things this weekend. She set the untouched glass back down on the table between them, the amber liquid catching the gray window light, and turned toward the elevator, and it wasn't until the mirror door slid shut behind her, sealing her once more into the smooth, silent, indifferent machinery of his world, that she let herself press one shaking hand flat against the cold steel wall and breathe, finally, the breath she'd been holding since the word fiancé first left his mouth. Behind her, 40 floors up, Julian Van stood alone at the window with the rain still falling steadily against the glass, and did not move for a long time. Chapter 4. The Gates of Blackwood. The drive north took 3 hours, and Julian didn't speak for the first 2 of them. Elena had expected the penthouse. She'd spent the intervening week packing her narrow studio apartment into 6 cardboard boxes and a single suitcase, telling Sophie the carefully constructed half-truth they'd agreed on. I met someone, it's fast, I know, but he's good to me, and you want to stay with him for a while. And rehearsing in the shower, in the subway, in the small hours when sleep wouldn't come, the version of herself she'd need to be for the cameras. A fiancé. Warm. Convincing. She had not rehearsed for a black SUV pulling up outside her building instead of the sleek town car she expected, or for Reyes loading her boxes into the back with brisk, silent efficiency, or for Julian himself, waiting in the back seat in a charcoal coat with his jaw already said in a line that told her, before he'd said a single word, that whatever version of him she negotiated with across a low glass table a week ago had gone somewhere else entirely. "Where are we going?" she'd asked. Once the city had thinned out behind them to flat gray sprawl of the northern suburbs. Warehouses and box stores giving way slowly to bare trees and the first hard edges of coastline. "Blackwood," Julian said. 2 syllables, offered without elaboration, his eyes fixed on the window and the darkening tree line beyond it. And when Elena had waited a full minute for him to continue, and he hadn't, she'd understood, with a small cold drop in her stomach, exactly what kind of 3 hours this was going to be. She spent them watching the landscape change instead. The highway narrowed to 2 lanes, then to a single winding road hugging a coastline that grew wilder with every mile. The Atlantic visible now in long gray flashes between stands of wind-bent pine. The water the color of fresh brews under a sky that had been the same flat pewter since they left the city. By the time Reyes finally slowed the car, the light had gone that particular dense. Early gray in November afternoon deciding to become evening ahead of schedule, and the wind outside had picked up enough that Elena could hear it even through the car's sealed windows, a long, low howl that sounded, absurdly, almost like a voice. The gates of Blackwood Manor rose up out of the fog first. Iron, 12 feet high, flanked by stone pillars gone black and green with a century of salt air, a family crest worked into the metalwork that Elena couldn't make out clearly enough to read before Reyes had already keyed them open, and the car was moving through, gravel crunching under the tires, into ground that seemed to stretch on forever in every direction, wind-scoured and half-wild, dead gardens and skeletal hedges, and somewhere ahead through the mist, the pale, enormous shape of the house itself. Blackwood Manor sat on a headland that jutted out into the Atlantic like a clenched fist. 3 stories of gray stone with turrets at either end that gave it the silhouette of something built for defense rather than comfort, and behind it, Elena could hear this before she could see it, a deep, relentless percussion under the wind. The ocean threw itself against the cliffs and waves that sounded, even from inside the moving car, like something enormous trying repeatedly to break through a door. "This is yours," she said, not quite a question, watching the house grow larger through the windshield, its dark windows reflecting nothing but sky. "It was my mother's family's before it was mine." Julian's voice had gone flatter still, if that was possible, stripped of even the careful diplomacy he'd used in the penthouse. "Nobody's lived here full-time in 6 years. Why here?" Elena kept her own voice even, refusing to let the question sound like the nervousness actually climbing her spine. "The city has better security, better staff, better everything, from what I saw of your penthouse. The city has cameras on every corner, and a journalist 3 weeks from breaking a story about my company." Julian finally turned to look at her, and his gray eyes had none of the storm weather softness she'd caught, once or twice, in the car after the rescue. This was something harder, something with the shutters drawn all the way down. "I'm not introducing you to Manhattan as my fiancé until the paperwork's finalized, and I've had time to make sure Costa's people can't get anywhere near you again. Until then, you stay here, where I can control who sees you and who doesn't." Control. The word landed exactly the way she suspected he'd intended it to, flat, functional, entirely without warmth, and Elena felt something in her chest go cold and hard in response, some old defensive reflex closing over the small, foolish hope she'd apparently been carrying since the rain-soaked car ride 2 weeks ago. The hope that the man who draped his jacket over her shoulders and promised never to touch her without permission might have been more than a performance of decency dressed up for a frightened woman. "I see," she said, and turned to look out her own window, at the house rising gray and vast and unwelcoming out of the mist, and said nothing else for the remainder of the drive. Inside, Blackwood was worse than the outside had prepared her for. Not in disrepair. Everything was clean, maintained, the wood floors gleaming under a fine layer of dust that suggested regular cleaning rather than regular living. The furniture all draped in pale sheets in rooms nobody had opened in years. It was worse in its emptiness, a vast, echoing quality to every hallway, every high ceiling room, that made Elena's footsteps sound too loud against the stone, that made the wind outside audible everywhere, in every room, a constant low howl through old window frames that had never quite stopped fighting the Atlantic weather, feel less like background noise and more like the house's own breathing. A housekeeper met them in the entrance hall, a stout, gray-haired woman named Mrs. Alcott, who greeted Julian with the careful, formal warmth of someone who'd worked for a family long enough to have stopped expecting warmth back, and who showed Elena up to a bedroom on the second floor with brisk efficiency that discouraged questions, pointing out the adjoining bathroom, the closet already half filled with clothes Elena hadn't chosen, and hadn't been asked about, expensive things, the tags. Still on, sized, she noted with an unpleasant lurch, exactly to her measurements, which meant someone had gone through her existing wardrobe at some point without her knowledge, and leaving her, finally, alone in a room with a single enormous window looking straight out over the cliffs to the black, churning Atlantic beyond. She didn't unpack. She stood at the window instead, arms wrapped around herself against a chill that had nothing to do with the house's actual temperature, and watched the waves come in, huge, violent things, throwing spray 40 feet up the black rock face, the whole ocean moving with a restless, furious energy that felt, in some ways she didn't examine too closely, like a mirror held up to whatever had settled into Julian's face somewhere on that 3-hour drive. Dinner, when it came, was a study in exactly how cold a man could make a room feel while still technically being polite. Mrs. Alcott had set the table in a formal dining room that could have seated 20, and instead seated 2 at opposite ends of a long, dark wood table with a centerpiece of dried flowers between them that Elena suspected had been sitting there since long before this arrangement began. Julian ate with the same controlled economy of movement he did everything with, and said almost nothing, and the silence stretched so long and so absolute, broken only by the wind battering the windows and the distant, relentless crash of waves against the cliffs below, that Elena finally set down her fork with more force than she'd intended. "If we're going to spend 90 days pretending to be engaged," she said, "I'd like to know which version of you I'm supposed to be pretending to love. Because the man in the car who wrapped his jacket around me in the rain doesn't seem to be the same one sitting at this table." Something flickered across Julian's face. Not the raw, unguarded flicker she'd seen in the penthouse, but something harder, closer to irritation. A man being asked to account for a mood he had no intention of explaining. "This isn't performance right now. Elena, we're not in front of anyone. You don't need me to be anything for you at Blackwood. That's not what I asked." She kept her voice level, though her pulse had picked up the specific old anger that came from being managed rather than answered. "I asked which version of you is real, because I signed a contract with the man from the car in the ballroom, and I'm currently sitting at dinner with someone who hasn't looked at me directly since we passed the gates." Julian's jaw did the thing, the tell sharper now, more pronounced, a muscle jumping hard along his cheek. And when he finally looked up at her, his eyes had gone flat and cold in a way she hadn't seen from him yet, not even in the worst of the penthouse conversation about her father. "You want the real version," he said. "The real version is that I hate this house. I haven't slept a full night under this roof in 6 years, and the last time I did, it was because my brother was still alive, and this was still a place worth coming back to. The real version is that bringing you here instead of the city was the only decision I could make that kept both of us safe, and it cost me more than you understand to make it. And I don't particularly feel like explaining every mood I have to a woman I've known for 2 weeks, contract or no contract." His voice had gone rough, low, dangerous in a way that made the hair on Elena's arms rise, not from fear exactly, but from something adjacent to it. Some instinct that recognized she cracked open a door into a room he'd built very carefully never to let anyone into. Is that the real enough version for you? The silence that followed was so complete that Elena could hear distinctly the specific rhythm of the waves outside, a long pull of water dragging back over rock, and an enormous crash of the next one coming in, over and over, an indifferent, endless metronome to whatever was happening between them at that table. "You didn't have to bring me here at all," she said finally. Quieter now, some of her own anger draining out into something closer to hurt, though she'd have died before admitting that to him. "You could have kept me in the city under guard. You could have found a dozen ways to manage this that didn't involve dragging me to a house you clearly can't stand to be in. So don't sit there and act like I'm the reason you're miserable tonight, Julian. I didn't ask for any of this. I'm here because you offered me my sister's sight in exchange for pretending to love you. And I said yes because I didn't have a choice that didn't end with Sophie losing something I couldn't live with her losing. That's the real version of me, if you want it. So maybe extend me the same courtesy you're demanding for yourself." Julian went very still. The kind of stillness she'd noticed in him from the very first night. At the gala, the gravity well quality that made whole rooms bend slightly around him. Except now, for the first time, it looked less like power and more like a man holding something in place by sheer force of will, afraid of what would spill out if he let it move even an inch. "You're right," he said finally. Quiet. The anger had drained out of his voice, leaving something rougher and more tired behind it. Something that sounded, to Elena's surprise, almost like an apology, though he never quite got around to using the actual word. "That wasn't fair to you." He looked down at his plate, at the food he'd barely touched, and when he spoke again his voice had gone lower still, private. The register she was starting to recognize as the one he used only when the flat surface cracked. "My brother's room is at the end of the East Hall. Nobody's opened the door in 6 years. I know that because I check every time I'm forced to come back here to make sure Mrs. Alcott hasn't decided 6 years is long enough and cleaned it out without asking me. This house isn't a house to me anymore, Elena. It's a museum for the worst year of my life, and I brought you into the middle of it because it was the only place I trusted enough to keep you alive, and I didn't think, until just now, about what would cost you to be dragged into my worst place along with everything else." Elena sat with that for a long moment, the wind still howling against the windows, the ocean still throwing itself, wave after wave, against the black rock below, and felt something in her own chest shift. Not quite forgiveness, not yet. The sting of his earlier coldness still sitting sharp under her ribs, but something adjacent to understanding. The specific recognition of grief she carried herself for 6 years. The particular exhausted cruelty a person could fall into when a place forced them back inside a loss they'd spent years trying to outrun. "I lost my mother in a house too," she said quietly, offering the piece of herself carefully, testing whether this fragile new honesty between them could hold the weight of it. Not this dramatic, no cliffs, no ocean, just a 2-bedroom apartment in Queens that smelled like her lavender hand cream for a year after she died, no matter how many times I cleaned it. I couldn't play piano in that apartment for 8 months. Every time I sat down at the keys, I kept waiting to hear her in the next room, telling me to play something happier. She looked up, met his eyes across the long, dark table, the dried flower centerpiece between them like some strange, small monument to everything neither of them had said yet. "I'm not telling you that so you'll feel sorry for me. I'm telling you because I think you should know that I understand, at least a little, what it means to hate a place because of who isn't in it anymore." Something in Julian's face changed at that, not softened, exactly. He didn't seem built for anything as simple as softening, but shifted, some wall inside him settling half an inch lower, enough that Elena could see briefly. The man underneath the flat controlled surface, he wore like armor, tired and grieving and entirely unprepared for a stranger to have handed him her own grief in exchange, unasked, undemanded. "I don't know how to do this," he said abruptly. And the admission seemed to surprise him as much as it surprised her. A man clearly unused to saying sentences that began with "I don't know." This arrangement, living with someone, explaining myself. I've spent 6 years making sure nobody got close enough to require an explanation. And now I put you in the one house on earth I can't stand being in, and I don't know how to be anything other than what you saw tonight. And I'm aware that a poor foundation for 90 days, let alone whatever the press is going to expect us to perform in front of them. Then don't perform it yet, Elena said, surprised at herself with the steadiness of her own voice. We have 3 weeks before your deal closes. Nobody's watching us here. You said so yourself. That's the whole point of Blackwood. So we don't have to be engaged tonight, Julian. We just have to be two people who apparently both hate this table and this house and this dried flower arrangement that looks like it's been dead since the Clinton administration. A small, surprising thread of dry humor slipped into her voice despite everything, and she watched, with something close to fascination, the corner of Julian's mouth twitch. Not quite a smile, but the closest thing to one she'd seen from him since the gala. Mrs. Alcott's mother arranged those flowers, he said. Before I was born, nobody's had the heart to throw them out. That explains a lot about this house's general emotional state. The twitch at the corner of his mouth deepened, fractionally, into something that might, on a more generous night, have qualified as the beginning of an actual smile, and outside the wind kept howling, and the waves kept crashing against the cliffs in that long, relentless rhythm, and Elena felt, for the first time since the gates of Blackwood had swallowed the car in fog, something in the room eased by a degree that mattered more than she wanted to admit. It didn't last. 2 hours later, alone in an enormous cold bedroom with its window full of black moving water, she lay awake listening to the house settle around her, old with contracting in the cold, wind finding every gap in the century-old window frame, and somewhere, distantly, footsteps she was almost certain belonged to Julian, pacing some other hallway of a house he'd said he couldn't stand to sleep in, and understood that whatever had cracked open between them at dinner was fragile, provisional, the kind of truce that could shatter again as easily as it had formed. She thought about the contract sitting in a folder in her suitcase, 90 days counted out in black and white. She thought about Sophie, for hours south in an apartment Elena had paid the next 3 months' rent on before she left, waiting for a surgery that was now, finally, actually scheduled, a date on a calendar that felt more real than anything else in the strange gray house by the sea. She thought about Julian's face across the table, the flat, cold mass cracking just enough to let something raw and grieving show through, and the specific ache in her own chest at recognizing it, not attraction. She told herself firmly, not yet just recognition. The particular kinship of two people who both knew what it cost to keep going after the worst thing happened. Outside, the storm didn't let up. It came in off the Atlantic in long, relentless waves, throwing itself against Blackwood's black cliffs the way it had thrown itself against the city 2 weeks earlier, indifferent to the two people it had left stranded together inside a house full of grief neither of them had asked to inherit. And somewhere down the hall, Elena was almost certain Julian Vance was standing at his own window, watching the same water, carrying the same storm, and not sleeping either. She woke before dawn to the sound of something crashing below, not the ocean, something closer, something inside the house, and lay rigid in the unfamiliar bed for a long moment before her mind untangled the sound from sleep and identified it. A door slamming, somewhere on the floor below, hard enough to rattle the old window frames. She found him standing in an open doorway at the end of the hall, one hand braced against a frame, looking into a room Elena understood immediately, with a cold certainty that lifted the hair on her arms, must belong to his brother. A single bed, made and unmade in that particular careless way a room left exactly as its owner left it, a desk covered in the small clutter of an unfinished life, trophies, a jacket still hung over the back of a chair like its owner had just stepped out and meant to come back for it. Julian didn't hear her approach, or didn't acknowledge it if he did. He stood in the doorway with his shoulders set in a rigid, brittle line, staring into a room like a man standing at the edge of something he'd fall into if he let himself take one more step, and Elena stopped several feet behind him, unsure whether to speak, unsure whether her presence in this moment was an intrusion or Perhaps exactly the thing neither of them had known the other needed. "I opened the door," Julian said finally without turning around, his voice rough and low in the gray pre-dawn quiet. "First time in 6 years. I don't know why. I heard the wind, and I thought about what you said at dinner, about the apartment, about waiting to hear your mother in the next room, and I thought," he stopped, started again, quieter. "I thought maybe it was time I stopped being afraid of an empty room." Elena crossed the last few feet of hallway and stood beside him, not touching him, careful of the boundary she'd asked him to keep, but close enough that her shoulder nearly brushed his, close enough to feel the tension radiating off him like heat off a stove. "It's all right to be afraid of it," she said quietly, looking into the small, frozen museum of a room, at the jacket still hanging over a chair, at a life stopped mid-motion and never allowed to continue. "I was afraid of my mother's kitchen for a year. Some rooms don't stop being dangerous just because you decide to be brave about them." Julian didn't answer, but he didn't close the door either, and for a long moment the two of them stood together at the threshold of his brother's frozen room. The wind howling outside, the Atlantic throwing itself against the cliffs in the pale gray light of a Blackwood dawn, saying nothing at all, and somehow, Elena would think about this later, turning it over in the dark, saying more to each other in that silence than either of them had managed in every carefully worded sentence of the night before. Chapter 5. The Whispering Keys. She found the piano on her fourth night at Blackwood, in a room she hadn't been shown. Mrs. Alcott's tour, 3 days earlier, had covered the manor's public geography with brisk efficiency. The dining room, the library, the long gallery of family portraits whose eyes Elena had felt following her the whole length of the hall, the kitchen, the sitting rooms, but had steered, Elena noticed only in retrospect. Carefully around a narrow door at the end of the ground floor corridor, tucked behind the main staircase where the hallway narrowed and the electric lights gave way to old, brass sconces that Mrs. Alcott had never bothered to have wired. Elena hadn't gone looking for it. She'd simply been unable to sleep. The wind had picked up again after midnight, throwing itself against a window with a particular violence Blackwood seemed to specialize in, and after an hour lying rigid in the dark listening to the house creak and groan around her like a ship taking on water, she'd given up, pulled a robe over her nightgown, and gone downstairs in bare feet to find something, anything, that wasn't the four walls of a bedroom, that still smelled faintly of someone, Elsa's expensive linen spray. The door at the end of the corridor was unlocked. It opened onto a small, high-windowed room that must once have been a music room or a private study, judging by the built-in shelves lining one wall, empty now except for a scattered dust and a single framed photograph turned face down that Elena didn't touch. And in the corner, half shrouded under a pale dust sheet that had slipped sideways at some point in its long neglect, sat a piano. Not a grand. There wasn't room for one, the space too small, too narrow, but an old upright, dark with gone matte with decades of dust, the kind of instrument that had clearly once belonged to someone who played it often and had, at some point, simply stopped. Elena crossed the room before she'd fully decided to, some old magnetism pulling her toward it the way it always had, the specific gravity a piano exerted on her that had nothing to do with choice and everything to do with the particular shape her hands had been trained into since she was 5 years old. She pulled the dust sheet back slowly, careful of the years of grime it had collected, and stood for a long moment, simply looking at the keys in the thin moonlight coming to the tall, uncurtained window, yellowed ivory, a few of them cracked, the whole instrument bearing particular patina of something beautiful that nobody had loved in a long time. She sat, tested a single key, softly, half expecting silence, half expecting the specific dead thud of strings gone slack with disuse, and found instead a note, a little flat, a little tired, but a note real and resonant in the small, empty room, and something in her chest loosened at the sound of it in a way nothing else at Blackwood had managed in 4 days. She didn't play anything whole. That was the strange part. She'd think later. She didn't sit down and perform. didn't run to the nocturne or any of the pieces that lived, polished and complete, in the part of her mind reserved for public consumption. She played in fragments instead, the way she used it when she was very young, before competition. And Juilliard, and the specific discipline of professional career, had trained the wandering out of her. A few bars here, a phrase there, half-remembered melodies that dissolved into something else before they ever resolve. Her fingers finding their own way across the tired, out-of-tune keys with no destination in mind at all. Just the simple animal comfort of sound filling a room that had, until, an hour ago, felt entirely too silent to sleep in. She had no idea at first that she wasn't alone. Julian had heard the first note from 2 floors up. He'd been awake anyway. Sleep at Blackwood came to him in short, unreliable stretches even in the best of times. And this was not the best of times. For nights into an arrangement, he still hadn't found the shape of a woman down the hall who had cracked something open in him at dinner 3 nights ago that he'd spent every waking hour since trying, unsuccessfully, to close back up. He'd been standing at his own window, watching the same black moving water Elena had watched from hers, when the sound reached him. Faint, fractured, carried up through old floorboards and older walls. In particular ways, sound traveled through a house built before anyone cared much about insulation, and he'd known immediately, without needing to think about it, exactly what it was and exactly who was making it. He told himself he was only going to check that she was all right. That was the story he built on the way down the stairs, bare feet silent on cold stone. The same story he had told anyone who asked, though there was no one at Blackwood at that hour to ask him anything at all. He told himself the same thing again, standing in the narrow corridor outside the music room door, which he'd left ajar. Then moonlight and thinner piano notes spilling out into the dark hallway in a way that should have been enough to satisfy whatever concern had brought him downstairs and send him straight back up. He didn't leave. He stood instead just outside the doorway, in the deeper dark of the unlit hall, where the angle of the door meant he could see her, a pale shape at the piano, her back to him, her dark hair loose around her shoulders in a way he hadn't seen it before, always pinned up for performances, always controlled, without being seen himself. And he told himself this was reconnaissance, information gathering, the same instinct that made him read every room before he entered it. And he knew, even as he told himself that it was a lie. She wasn't playing anything he recognized. That surprised him. Some part of him had expected the nocturne, the piece from the gala, the one that had cracked something open in his chest across a crowded ballroom 2.5 weeks ago and hadn't fully closed since. Instead, she was playing something unfinished, fragments that started and abandoned themselves, phrases that circled back on themselves and never quite landed anywhere. And there was something in the incompleteness of it that felt, to Julian, standing frozen in the dark hallway with his shoulder against the old plaster wall, more honest than anything she played for an audience of 300 people who'd pay for the privilege of hearing her. This is what she sounds like when nobody's listening, he thought, and the thought landed with a weight he hadn't expected, some old ache in his chest that he recognized distantly as loneliness, not his own, though God knew he had plenty of that stockpiled after 6 years of empty houses and untouched rooms, but hers, audible in every unresolved phrase, every fragment that reached for something and pulled back before it arrived. She stopped abruptly, her hand stealing over the keys, and for a moment the small room held nothing but the wind outside and the distant, endless percussion of waves against the cliffs. And then she spoke, without turning around, her voice carrying clearly across the small space in a way that told him, with a small, unpleasant jolt, that she'd known he was there for longer than he'd realized. "How long have you been standing in my doorway, Julian?" He didn't answer immediately. There didn't seem to be a version of the truth that didn't sound out loud exactly as strange as it felt standing there, a grown man lurking in his own dark hallway, listening to a woman play half a song she didn't know he could hear. "Long enough," he said finally, and stepped into the doorway properly, no longer bothering to hide in the dark beyond it, though something in him still hesitated at the actual threshold, as if the room itself required an invitation he hadn't yet been given. Elena turned on the bench to face him, and in the thin moonlight through the tall window, he could see her properly for the first time that night. No makeup, hair loose, wrapped in a plain robe that had nothing to do with the borrowed elegance of the gala or the careful practicality of her interview at the penthouse, and something about the sheer ordinariness of her. Caught unguarded at midnight at a piano nobody was supposed to know existed, hit him harder than anything she'd worn in front of 300 strangers. "I couldn't sleep," she said, an explanation he hadn't asked for, offered anyway, the way people did when a silence went on too long to hold comfortably. "I found this room by accident. I didn't mean to intrude on anything." "You didn't." Julian crossed the threshold finally, a few steps into the small room, close enough now that he could smell something faint and clean under the room's dust and old wood. Soap, he thought, or shampoo, something ordinary that had no business making his chest feel as tight as it currently did. "That piano belonged to my mother." Elena's hand still fully in her lap, some new attention sharpening in her face. "I didn't know that." "Nobody comes in here." He looked at the instrument rather than at her, at the yellowed keys catching moonlight, at the dust sheet she'd folded and set aside on the floor. She used to play in the evenings before dinner. "I don't actually remember much of what she played. I was young when she died, younger than Daniel, but I remember the sound of it. I remember it was always something unfinished. She'd start a piece and wander off at halfway through, into something else, and I used to ask her why she never finished anything, and she'd tell me finishing wasn't the point. The point was just to keep the sound going." His jaw tightened the old tell, and Elena watched it happen with particular focused attention of someone reading a language she'd only recently begun to understand. "I haven't heard anyone play that piano in 22 years. The room went very quiet. Elena sat very still on the bench, her hands loose in her lap, and something in the air between them had shifted into a register neither of them seemed prepared to name out loud. Not quite comfort, not quite the raw honesty of the dinner table 3 nights ago, but something adjacent to both, a fragile, wordless current running between two people standing several feet apart in a moonlit room, close enough to feel the specific weight of each other's attention, without either of them moving an inch closer. "Play something," Julian said, finally, his voice rough, quieter than she'd heard it. "Whatever you were playing before I interrupted you. I'd like to hear the rest of it." "There isn't a rest of it." Elena's mouth curved, something small and rueful. "That's the thing about what I was playing. It doesn't go anywhere. It's not a piece, Julian. It's just noise. Wandering. The kind of thing I'd never play for anyone. You're playing it for me now." The observation landed between them with more weight than the sentence itself seemed to carry, and Elena felt something in her chest tighten, a small, involuntary catch of breath that she was fairly certain, in the quiet of the room, he could actually hear. She turned back to the keys instead of answering, because it felt safer than sitting with the observation directly, and let her hands settle back into position, and after a moment, testing the water, testing herself, she began to play again. Not the nocturne, not anything with a name. She let her fingers wander the way they had before he arrived. But there was a difference now, a small charge difference she couldn't have explained to anyone who asked. She was aware of him now, standing a few feet behind her in the dark, watching, listening, the way he'd watched her from across the ballroom on the first night. That same unnerving quality of being heard rather than merely watched, and the awareness bled into the music itself, made her phrases stretch longer, made her linger, on notes she'd normally have moved past without thinking. The same way a conversation changes shape, depending on who's in the room, even when the words stay identical. Julian didn't sit. He didn't move closer, didn't say anything else, simply stood in the small moonlit room and listened, and Elena played with her back to him. Found she could feel the exact moment his breathing changed. A small catch, audible even over the piano and the wind outside, at a phrase that circled back on itself in a way that must have reminded him. She realized with jolt, of something his mother used to play, some half-buried memory surfacing under the sound the way old grief always surfaced. Under music, unbidden and impossible control. She let the phrase repeat. Once, twice, a small, deliberate kindness she wasn't sure he'd even notice. Giving the memory room to breathe rather than pulling away from it into something else. And behind her, in the dark, she heard Julian's breath catch again, rougher this time, and understood with a certainty that had nothing to do with sight, that whatever composure he usually wore like armor had slipped in this small dusty room at 1 a.m, further than he'd have allowed in any daylight version of himself. She let the music trail off slowly instead of stopping abruptly, the way her mother had taught her to end a piece, even a piece that had no proper ending, not a hard stop, but a fade, 3 or 4 notes spaced further and further apart. The way she'd ended the Nocturne 2.5 weeks ago in front of 300 strangers. Except this time there was no applause waiting on the other side of the silence, just the wind and the waves, and Julian standing very still behind her in the dark. She turned on the bench to face him, and found him closer than she expected. He must have crossed the distance at some point during the last stretch of music, silent, unnoticed. Close enough now that if either of them reached out even slightly, their hands would meet, and something in the moonlight caught his face, an angle that stripped away every careful, controlled thing he usually wore in front of her, leaving something raw and unguarded, and entirely without its usual armor. Neither of them spoke. The silence stretched thick and charged, the specific silence of two people standing close enough to feel each other's breathing change, close enough that the air between them seemed to carry its own weight, its own gravity, pulling at something neither of them had agreed to name yet. Elena was intensely aware of her own heartbeat, loud in her ears, aware of the exact distance between her hand, still resting on the piano's edge, and his hanging loose at his side, aware of the specific, dangerous pull moment that neither of them was moving to break. Don't, she told herself, some old survival instinct rising up hard and fast, the memory of her own condition. You don't touch me. Now unless I say it's all right. Sitting between them now like a physical thing, a line she'd drawn herself and had absolutely no intention of being the one to cross first, however much some traitorous, exhausted part of her chest currently wanted her to. Julian didn't move either. His hands stayed at his sides, his eyes on her face, dark and unreadable in the low light, and Elena watched the muscle in his jaw work once, twice, the tell she learned to read like sheet music and understood with a small cold jolt that he was fighting exactly the same instinct she was, holding himself back from a line he'd promised, in a glass-walled room 40 floors above Manhattan, never to cross without her permission. That wasn't for the cameras, he said finally, his voice rough, barely above a whisper, the words landing in the small quiet room like something confessed rather than stated. Any of it. The listening. This. A small, almost imperceptible gesture between them, indicating the charged, breathless distance neither of them had closed. I want you to know that, whatever this is right now, it has nothing to do with the deal. I know, Elena said, and her own voice came out quieter than she meant it to, unsteady in a way she hated and couldn't help. That's what scares me. Something shifted in Julian's face at that. Not quite a smile, nothing that simple, but a softening around his eyes that she'd never seen from him before. Not at the gala, not in the car, not even the raw honesty of the dinner table 3 nights ago. It scares me too, he admitted. And the admission seemed to cost him something. A man visibly enthused at handing pieces of himself over without a fight. I don't know how to do this the slow way. Elena, I don't know how to want something and just wait. I've spent 6 years making sure I never had to. Then maybe that's a deal too, Elena said softly, watching his eyes, watching the muscle in his jaw finally, slowly begin to unclench. Not the paperwork. Not the 90 days. Just this. Whatever this actually is, we don't rush it. We don't perform it for anyone, not even each other. We just let it be as slow and as unfinished as whatever I was playing when you found me tonight. A small, rueful curve touched her mouth, an echo of the one from earlier. You said your mother thought finishing wasn't the point. Maybe she was right. Julian studied her for a long moment. The wind still howling outside, the ocean still throwing itself against the black cliffs in that endless, relentless rhythm, and something in his gray eyes had gone soft in a way she'd never seen before, unguarded and searching, and underneath all of it, unmistakably afraid. Not of her, she understood, but exactly how much he already wanted to close the distance neither of them was closing. "All right," he said quietly, slow, unfinished. He held her gaze a moment longer, and then deliberately, visibly, took one step back, a small physical concession to the boundary they both agreed to hold, though the effort it cost him was written plainly across every line of his face. "Play something else. I'm not ready to go back upstairs yet, and I don't think you are either." Elena turned back to piano, her pulse still loud in her ears, her whole body humming with the particular electric aftermath of a moment that had asked everything of both of them and demanded nothing at all, and let her hands find the keys again, and began, once more, to play something that went nowhere and meant everything, while behind her, in the moonlit dark of a room nobody had entered in 22 years, Julian Vance stood very still and listened, and did not move any closer, and did not look away. Chapter 6. The first public appearance. The dress arrived 2 days before the dinner, delivered in a garment bag by a woman Elena had never met who introduced herself only as from the atelier, and left again within 4 minutes, offering no name, no fitting, nothing but a card with an appointment time for alteration should the dress require them. It didn't. When Elena finally worked up the nerve to try it on, alone in her room at Blackwood with the wind hammering the windows the way it always did after dark, she stood in front of the tall mirror and understood, with a small unpleasant lurch, that someone Julian, or someone working for Julian, which amounted to the same uncomfortable thing, had measured her as precisely as they'd measured the closet full of clothes she still hadn't fully unpacked. The dress was midnight blue, nearly black, cut close through the bodice and falling in a long, clean line to the floor, and it fit her exactly, every seam, every line, as though it had been built around a specific shape of her rather than fitted to her afterward. "You look like you're about to walk into a firing squad," Sophie said over phone that evening, her voice carrying its familiar dry warmth even 400 miles and an ocean's worth of static away. Elena had described the dress in more detail than she probably needed to, mostly because talking about fabric and color felt safer than talking about anything else currently occupying her chest. Or a wedding, which I guess, given the whole engagement thing, might be the same energy for you right now. It's not a wedding, sophomore. It's a business dinner. Uh-huh. Elena could hear the smile in her sister's voice, the particular knowing note Sophie had perfected over 19 years of being able to read Elena's moods through nothing but sound. A business dinner where you're wearing a custom gown and playing fiancé in front of a room full of billionaires. Very normal. Very business. Elena didn't answer that directly. She'd spent the better part of 2 weeks constructing the story Sophie believed. I met someone, it's fast, but he's good to me. And every day the actual shape of the arrangement grew more complicated than that story could hold, until Elena sometimes lay awake at Blackwood, wondering how many more layers of half-truths she'd need to build before the whole structure collapsed under its own weight. "How's the pre-op going?" she said instead, steering them both towards safer water. "Dr. Whitfield still happy with the scans?" "Dr. Whitfield is thrilled with the scans." Dr. Whitfield used the word textbook 4 times in one appointment, which either means I'm his prize patient or he only knows one adjective. Sophie's voice softened, underneath the humor, into something Elena hadn't heard from her in months. Real, unguarded hope, fragile enough that Elena felt her own throat tighten just hearing it. 3 weeks, Elena. 3 weeks, and I might actually, she stopped herself, the way she always did lately, superstitious in a way Elena had never known her sister be before the diagnosis, as if saying hope out loud too plainly might jinx it. "Anyway," Go be somebody's beautiful fake fiancé. Knock 'em dead. Elena hung up the phone with her sister's laughter still warm in her ear and looked at herself once more in the tall mirror, at the midnight blue dress that fit her like it had been poured over her body, and thought, 3 weeks. Whatever tonight cost her, whatever she had to perform in front of a room full of strangers, it bought 3 more weeks of hope, so fragile Sophie was afraid to say it out loud. That thought steadied something in her chest that the dress alone hadn't managed. The Winter Garden Room at the top of the Ashford Tower, a different building than the Gala, though Elena noted with a small grim humor that Manhattan's rich all seemed to gather in the same handful of glass-walled rooms 40 floors above everyone else's actual lives, was already half full of guests by the time Julian's car pulled up outside, a bank of photographers stationed along the red carpet under the awning despite the thin, cold drizzle that followed them the entire drive down from Blackwood. Rules, Julian said in the back seat as the car slowed toward the curb, his voice low and businesslike in a way that Elena had learned over the last 10 days, meant he would steady himself as much as briefing her. The board thinks this is a private dinner celebrating the merger's final approval stage. It isn't. Not entirely. There are 3 journalists in that room tonight, including one from the Journal who's been sniffing around the acquisition for months. And if the coverage tomorrow doesn't include a warm, convincing photo of the 2 of us, every rumor Coley's been quietly seeding for the last month gets a lot more oxygen. I understand the assignment, Julian. Elena kept her voice even, though her pulse had already climbed, some old performer's adrenaline kicking that felt, uncomfortably, exactly like the nerves before a competition jury. The same cold hands, the same too-fast heartbeat, except tonight the stakes weren't a scholarship or a review in a trade magazine. They were Sophie's surgery and a debt that could still, even now, come looking for either of them if this deal fell through. Smile. Look adoring. Don't let anyone corner me for a real conversation about how we met. That's most of it. Julian's jaw tightened. The tell she'd learned to read across a dinner table and a dark music room alike, and something in his voice, when he continued, had gone rougher, more careful. There's one more thing. I'm going to need to touch you tonight. Nothing. He stopped, visibly searching for the right word. A man clearly uncomfortable navigating the exact language of a line they'd drawn together 2 weeks ago in his glass-walled apartment. Nothing beyond what a couple would do in public. A hand at your waist. Maybe your hand in mine. Walking in. It won't read as convincing otherwise, and I know what we agreed to. So I'm asking you now in the car, before we're in that room, and there isn't time to ask properly. Elena's stomach did something complicated at that. Not the cold dread she might have expected, but something warmer and more unsettling. A small traitorous flare of anticipation that she immediately, firmly, told herself not to examine. Waist and hands, she said, keeping her voice as businesslike as it had been. Nothing else. And you ask, every time, even if it's just with your eyes. I need to know I can say no in the moment if something feels wrong. Agreed. Julian held her gaze for a long moment. The streetlights outside sliding gold and wet across his face through the rain-streaked window, and something passed between them that had nothing to do with the terms they just negotiated, and everything to do with the memory both of them were clearly holding, unspoken, of a moonlit music room and a distance neither of them had closed. Thank you for asking me to ask. Don't thank me yet, Elena said, with a small, tight almost smile, reaching for the door handle as the car finally rolled to a stop under the hotel's awning. We haven't survived the room yet. The photographers erupted the moment the car door opened, a bright staccato burst of flashbulbs that Elena had experienced before at smaller scale, after concert performances, but never aimed quite so directly, so relentlessly, at her own face rather than at her hands on a keyboard. Julian was out first, circling the car with the easy, practiced motion of a man who'd done this 1,000 times. And when he opened her door and offered his hand to help her out, Elena took it, Not because the moment required touch yet, but because stepping out of a low car in a floor-length gown genuinely required a hand to keep from stumbling on camera, and some small, dry part of her registered the absurdity of that thought even as she executed it. His hand was warm, steadier than she expected, given the small current of tension she'd felt in the car. She rose out of the seat and found her footing on the wet pavement, and for one suspended second, before the cameras found their angle and the flashbulbs really began, she was simply standing very close to him under a hotel awning in the rain, his hand still holding hers, both of them illuminated in the gold wash of the entrance lights, and something in his gray eyes, looking down at her, had gone soft in a way she recognized from the music room and hadn't expected to see again so soon. So, publicly, with 100 camera lenses hunting for exactly this shot. "Smile," he murmured, so quietly only she could hear it, though his own mouth had already curved into something that looked, disturbingly, less like performance and more like the real thing. "They're going to print whatever expression you're wearing right now on the front page of 3 different papers tomorrow." Elena smiled. It came easier than she expected, which unsettled her more than the flashbulbs did. Dinner itself unfolded the way Elena imagined every rich person's dinner unfolded. Course after course of food too small and too elegant to actually satisfy hunger. Conversation orbiting endlessly around money and mergers and the specific. Coded language men in expensive suits used to measure each other's worth without ever saying a number out loud. Elena sat at Julian's right hand at a long table dressed in white linen and low, deliberate floral arrangements, playing the role assigned to her. Attentive, warm, occasionally laughing at jokes she found only moderately funny, because laughing was, apparently, part of the performance too, while a board member's wife across the table asked her, with a particular bright, prying curiosity of someone who'd clearly been dispatched to gather intelligence, exactly how she and Julian had met. At a charity gala, Elena said, the rehearsed answers sliding out smooth and practiced. "He came to hear me play. I didn't even know who he was at first. I just remember looking up mid-piece, and there he was, and I completely lost my place in the music." She laughed, a small self-deprecating sound she'd practiced in the mirror at Blackwood 2 nights ago, and felt Julian's hand, resting on the table beside his wine glass, shift almost imperceptibly closer to hers, close enough that his little finger brushed the edge of her own without quite closing the distance fully. It was such a small touch, barely a touch at all, and still Elena felt it travel up through her hand and settle somewhere under her ribs with a heat that had nothing to do with performance, and she understood, with a small internal jolt, that whatever she told herself about tonight being purely strategic was already, 20 minutes into dinner, beginning to fray at the edges. The board member's wife moved on to someone else eventually, satisfied or bored or both, and the conversation drifted into deal talk that Elena didn't fully follow. Jurisdictional clauses, regulatory timelines, a name Coley, that made Julian's jaw tighten every time it surfaced, until finally the plates were cleared and the room shifted into the loose, mingling rhythm of after-dinner drinks. Small clusters of guests drifting between tables with glasses of something amber or pale gold, and Julian rose from his chair, offering Elena his hand. "Time to actually work," he said, low, just for her. "Come meet the people whose good opinion I need most." They moved through the room together, and this was when it happened. A cluster of board members near the tall windows, all of them turning as Julian and Elena approached, and one of the photographers Elena hadn't quite lost track of all evening angling in for a shot, and Julian's hand, without any hesitation this time, without the careful checking glance he'd offered in the car, settled at the small of her back. It wasn't a large gesture. It wasn't even, by any objective measure, an intimate one. His palm flat against the fabric of her dress, guiding rather than gripping, the kind of touch any man might use steering any woman through a crowded room. But Elena felt it land to the silk of the dress like a current, sudden and complete, her whole spine going tight and alert under the warmth of his hand, her breath catching audibly enough that she prayed, fiercely, that the noise of the room had swallowed it before anyone else caught the sound. Julian's hand didn't move, but she felt his fingers flex once, a small involuntary tightening against the fabric. And when she glanced sideways at his face, mid-introduction to a silver-haired board member whose name she immediately forgot, she caught the same till she learned to read across every table they'd shared. His jaw, tight, working once, twice, a man holding something steady by force that had, apparently, nothing to do with negotiating billion-dollar mergers. This is fake, she told herself, smiling at the silver-haired man, shaking his offered hand, saying something appropriately warm about how proud she was of Julian's work that she'd half-rehearsed in the car. This is a business transaction, wearing a very expensive dress. Her body did not appear to have received that memo. Every place his hand touched her, the small of her back, briefly her elbow as he guided her toward the next cluster of guests, once, devastatingly, the curve of her waist as he drew her closer to make room for a passing waiter, sent the same current up through her skin, sharp and immediate and entirely divorced from the careful performance she was supposed to be executing. By the time they'd made their way through the third cluster of guests, Elena's hands had gone cold with the effort of maintaining a smile that felt, increasingly, like it was being held up by scaffolding rather than genuine muscle, and when Julian finally steered them toward an unoccupied corner of the room, ostensibly to give her a moment's break from the introductions, she rounded on him with a low, tight voice that carried none of the warmth she'd been performing for the last hour. "We need to talk about your hands," she said, keeping her voice pitched just under the noise of the room, her mouth still curved in the shape of a smile for anyone watching from a distance, the two of them performing intimacy while conducting, underneath it, something considerably closer to an argument. "My hands." Julian's own smile stayed perfectly in place, a mirror of hers, the performance holding steady even as his voice dropped into the same low, urgent register. "What about them? You keep touching me, more than we agreed to in the car." Elena kept her eyes fixed somewhere past his shoulder, on the middle distance, the same trick she used at competitions to keep from losing her composure in front of a jury, though it was proving considerably less effective tonight. "Waist and hands," you said. That was the agreement. Not every 3 minutes. Some new place, like you're testing how far the boundary actually stretches. "I'm not testing anything." Something sharp entered his voice now, low and controlled but unmistakably defensive, his own smile beginning to strain at the edges. "I'm doing exactly what I told you I'd need to do tonight. If you wanted a colder performance, you should have said so in the car, instead of agreeing to terms you apparently didn't actually want me to use. I did want you to use them." The admission came out sharper than Elena intended. Frustration and something else, something warmer and far more dangerous, bleeding into her voice despite every effort to keep it level. "That's the problem, Julian. It's not that your hands are unwelcome. It's that they're working, and I resent that they're working because none of this is supposed to be real, and my body apparently didn't get the memo along with everyone else in this room." The silence that followed lasted only a second or two, but it landed with enormous weight, both of them still smiling for the benefit of a room that had, mercifully, stopped paying them any particular attention, and Elena watched something shift behind Julian's gray eyes, surprise first, quick and unguarded, and then something else beneath it, something that looked disconcertingly like relief. "I thought it was just me," he said, quieter now, the sharp defensive edge draining out his voice into something rawer. "Every time I touch you tonight, I have to actively remind myself we're a room full of people who are watching, because for about half a second every single time, I forget entirely that it's supposed to be a performance." Elena's chest tightened, the anger she'd been holding onto for the last 20 minutes suddenly harder to locate, buried under something warmer and considerably more frightening. "That's not helpful information right now, Julian." "No," he agreed. "It's really not." A ghost of something almost like humor touched the corner of his mouth, though his eyes stayed serious. searching hers with an intensity that made her pulse climb even higher than the touching had already managed. Do you want to stop? For the rest of the night. I'll find another way to sell the story if you need me to. Elena considered it. Considered seriously for one long moment, asking him to keep his hands to himself for the remainder of the evening, to find some other performance that didn't require her body, to keep betraying every careful boundary she built around this arrangement, and found, with a small internal jolt of something between fear and honesty, that she didn't actually want that. No, she said finally, quietly, meeting his eyes directly for the first time since the argument began. Don't stop. Just warn me, the way you did in the car. A look before you do it, so I have half a second to brace myself. I can do that. Julian's voice had gone rough again, low, and something in his gaze, holding hers across the small charge distance between them, made Elena acutely aware of every place in the room where his hand had already been that evening, a map of small electric points still humming faintly under her skin. Elena, whatever he'd been about to say was cut off by the approach of the silver-haired board member from earlier, returning with a second man in tow, both of them beaming with the particular loose warmth of guest 3 drinks into an open bar, and Julian's face shifted instantly, seamlessly, back into the practiced warmth of the evening's performance, his hand finding the small of her back again. A warning glance flicked her way first, quick and deliberate, exactly as promised, before he turned to greet the two men with the easy, confident charm of a man entirely unbothered by anything happening beneath the surface of his own carefully constructed evening. Elena smiled at the 2 board members, said something appropriately gracious about the merger's prospects, and stood very still under the warm, deliberate weight of Julian's hand at her back, and thought, with a clarity that frightened her more than the touch itself, 90 days is not going to be nearly long enough to survive this, one way or another. The car ride back to Blackwood was quiet, the city thinning out behind them into darker and darker stretches of highway, rain streaking sideways across the windows in long silver lines under the passing streetlights. Elena sat with her hands folded carefully in her lap, still feeling, faintly, the ghost warmth of every place his hand had touched her that evening. And beside her, close enough now in the back seat that their shoulders nearly brushed with every turn the car took, Julian sat in a silence that felt, for once, less like the cold withdrawal of their first night at Blackwood, and more like something charged, deliberate, both of them very carefully not looking at each other. You were good tonight, he said finally, somewhere past the halfway point of the drive, his voice low in the dark of the car. Better than good. Coley's people were in that room, and I bet money whatever they file tomorrow reads exactly the way I need it to read. That's the job, Elena said, though the words came out quieter than she meant them to, some old ache surfacing under the compliment that had nothing to do with pride and performance well executed. It wasn't only a job tonight. Julian's voice had gone rough again, that private register she was learning to recognize as the sound of him choosing honesty over armor. Not for me. I don't know what it was for you, and I'm not going to ask you to answer that in a moving car at midnight, because I don't think either of us is steady enough right now to be honest about it properly. But I want you to know I felt every single one of those touches exactly the way you did. I wasn't performing every time my hand found you tonight. Elena, I was choosing to. Elena turned to look at him then, his face half lit by the passing streetlights, his gray eyes steady and unguarded in a way she'd only seen twice before. Once at the piano, once in the doorway of his brother's frozen room, and felt the careful architecture of this his only business that she'd been rebuilding all evening finally, quietly, begin come apart. Then we have a problem, she said softly, because I asked you to keep your hands to yourself unless I said otherwise, and tonight I told you not to stop, and I don't fully understand yet what that means to either of us. Neither do I, Julian admitted, and outside the rain kept coming down in long silver sheets across the highway. The Atlantic waiting somewhere ahead in the dark to throw itself against Blackwood's cliffs the way it had every night since she'd arrived, indifferent and relentless and entirely unconcerned with the fragile, dangerous thing quietly taking shape in the back seat of a car speeding north through the storm. But I'd rather figure out slowly with you than pretend tonight didn't happen at all. Elena didn't answer. She simply let her hand, resting on the seat between them, shift half an inch closer to his. Not quite touching, not yet, the boundary still holding by the thinnest possible margin, and watched, in the dim passing light. Julian's eyes dropped to the small movement and hold there, and understood that whatever 90 days had originally been built to contain, it had already quietly stopped being enough. Chapter 7. A Threat in the Mail. The letter came on a Tuesday, tucked in among a small stack of forwarded mail that Mrs. Alcott brought up to Elena's room with the tea tray. The way she started doing every few days since Elena's name had begun to appear, however carefully managed, in connection with Julian's. A scattering of things redirected from the old Queen's apartment. A renewed magazine subscription. A form letter from the conservatory asking for alumni donations Elena had no intention of making on a pianist's income. Even now, she almost missed it entirely. It sat at the bottom of the small pile, a plain white envelope with no return address, her name typed rather than handwritten. Elena Marsh, in a font that told her nothing, mailed, according to the postmark, from a processing center in Queens 2 days earlier. She almost set it aside unopened, assuming it was some piece of junk mail that had followed her forwarding order, and was only the particular weight of it in her hand, heavier than an advertisement had any right to be, that made her turn it over and slide her thumb under the flap. Inside was a single sheet of paper, no letterhead, no signature. 6 words, typed in the center of the page in a plain, unremarkable font that made the message land somehow harder than handwriting would have, stripped of any human texture that might have given her something, anything, to work with. Don't trust Julian. He killed your father. Elena read it 3 times before the words fully assembled themselves into something her mind could hold. The tea on the tray beside her went cold. Outside her window, Blackwood's gray afternoon light shifted slowly across the water, the tide beginning its long pull-out from the cliffs, and Elena sat very still on the edge of her bed with the letter in her hands, her pulse suddenly loud and fast in her own ears, and felt the careful, fragile structure of the last 3 weeks. The piano, the dinner, the hand on her back, the honesty in the dark car on the drive home, began to crack straight down the middle. He killed your father. Her father had died of a heart attack. She'd been told that, matter-of-factly, by a doctor at Mount Sinai 6 years ago, a man with kind eyes and an exhausted voice who'd used the phrase sudden cardiac event and nothing anyone could have done in the same sentence. And Elena had believed him. The way you believe doctors, the way you have to believe someone in the worst hour of your life, or the whole world stops making any sense at all. She'd never questioned it. Grief hadn't left room for questions, only for practical business of funeral arrangements and her mother's silent, whispered fear of a debt neither of them fully understood, and later, after her mother died too, the slow grinding work of simply surviving long enough to take care of Sophie. She read the 6 words a 4th time, and felt something cold and precise settle into her chest, displacing the warmth that had been building there since the car ride back from the dinner 3 nights ago. Not quite belief, not yet, but the specific, corrosive uncertainty of a question she'd never thought to ask, suddenly demanding to be asked. What if it wasn't his heart? She didn't show Julian the letter that night. She told herself this was strategy, that she needed time to think, to decide what the letter actually meant, whether it was truth or manipulation or something calculated to drive a wedge into an arrangement that had, against every rational expectation, begun to feel like something worth protecting. But underneath the strategy sat something rawer, something closer to fear. If she showed him the letter and he denied it too smoothly, too readily. She wasn't sure she'd be able to tell whether she was watching a man defend his innocence or a man performing one more convincing lie in a string of them that had started. She now understood with a sick lurch, from the very first night of the gala, when a stranger with storm-colored eyes had looked at her across a crowded room like he already knew. Something about her that she didn't know herself. She carried the letter folded into a small square in the pocket of her cardigan for 2 days, taken out at odd hours, alone in the music room at midnight, though she didn't touch the piano either of those nights, alone at the tall window in her bedroom watching the tide go out and come back in, reading it over and over until the 6 words had worn a groove into her mind, until she could see them with her eyes closed, until the careful, warm version of Julian she'd started building in her chest over the last 3 weeks had begun to warp at the edges into something she no longer fully trusted. She watched him differently now. At dinner, the second night after the letter arrived, she found herself cataloging every gesture with a new, cold attention. The way his hand moved when he reached for his glass, the particular economy of his silences, the tell in his jaw that she'd once found almost endearing, a crack in his armor she'd been quietly, foolishly proud of learning to read, and now saw instead as evidence of something else entirely, a man who'd spent 6 years building the exact kind of controlled, flat surface a person needed if they had something serious to hide. "You've been quiet," Julian said on the third evening, watching her across the same long, dark table where they'd first cracked something open between them 2.5 weeks ago. "Quieter than usual, even for you?" "I'm tired," Elena said, the lie sliding out smoother than she expected, though her hand, resting on the tablecloth, had curled slightly inward, some old defensive instinct closing around the letter she left folded in her cardigan pocket upstairs. "The dinner took more out of me than I expected." Julian studied her for a moment, something flickering behind his gray eyes that she might, 3 days ago, have read as concern and now read, with a new and unwelcome suspicion, as calculation. "You'd tell me if something was wrong." "Would I?" The words came out sharper than she intended, an edge she hadn't fully planned to let slip, and she watched him blink, surprised, the flat control of his face cracking for a half-second into something like hurt before he smoothed it back over. "I'd like to think so," he said carefully, after a moment, "considering everything we've told each other over the last few weeks. But I'm aware I don't actually get to demand that from you, Elena, not with the terms we started with." The mildness of his response, the fact that he didn't push, didn't demand, didn't do anything except absorb her sharpness with a patience that felt infuriatingly exactly like the man she'd been slowly, carefully learning to trust, made the letter's accusation sit even heavier in her chest, because she couldn't decide, watching him across the table, whether she was looking at genuine restraint or a very practiced version of it. "He killed your father." She excused herself early that night, claiming a headache, and Julian let her go without argument, though she felt his eyes follow her the entire length of the dining room. And it wasn't until she was safely back in her own bedroom with the door shut behind her that she allowed herself to sink onto the edge of bed and finally, properly fall apart. Not loudly, not with the dramatic tears she half expected of herself, but in a slow, cold trembling that started in her hands and worked its way up through her whole body. The specific grief of realizing that the one place she'd started to feel something like safety in the last 3 weeks might have been built, from the very beginning, on a foundation she'd never actually verified. She did what any daughter with a research library card and a stubborn refusal to be lied to would do. She spent the next 2 days, whenever Julian left Blackwood for meetings in the city, the merger's final approval stage, keeping him away for long stretches now. 3, sometimes 4 days out of every week, searching. The local library in the small coastal town 20 minutes from Blackwood's gates had exactly one working computer with public internet access, an old machine that took nearly a full minute to load each page, and Elena sat hunched in front of it for hours across 2 separate afternoons, working her way through public records, old news archives. Anything she could find that might corroborate or contradict 6 typed words on an unsigned letter. Her father's death certificate, when she finally located a digitized version to the county records office, said exactly what the doctor had told her 6 years ago. Cardiac arrest, no suspicious circumstances noted. No autopsy performed because none had been requested by the family at the time. A detail that landed in Elena's stomach now with a fresh, ugly weight she hadn't considered before. No autopsy. Her mother had been the one to decline it. Exhausted and grieving and eager, Elena had always assumed simply to bury her husband and be done with the paperwork. Elena had never questioned that decision. She questioned it now, sitting in a cold library with rain streaking the single window, wondering for the first time in 6 years whether her mother's refusal had come from grief alone or from something closer to fear. She found, too, an old news article from a regional business paper, dated 11 years ago, the same window Julian had described as glass-walled penthouse, reporting on a significant data breach at a firm called Holloway Systems Group, the same contract engineering firm Julian had named as her father's employer. The article was thin on details, corporate and careful in the way business journalism often was, but it mentioned in a single paragraph near the bottom that Vance Capital had declined to comment on the breach and that sources close to the matter suggested the company's response had been unusually aggressive for a firm of its size. Unusually aggressive. Elena sat with that phrase for a long time, the old computer's fan humming beside her. The rain outside picking up into kind of hard, driving downpour Blackwood specialized in, and felt the cold, careful architecture of doubt in her chest grow another floor. What did unusually aggressive mean? From a company willing to buy pieces of dead man's dead 11 years later, willing to send a car to watch a stranger leave a gala, willing to build an elaborate 90-day fake engagement, rather than simply letting the truth about a decade-old betrayal see daylight. What kind of man built that much careful architecture around a grudge, unless the grudge ran considerably deeper than a stolen algorithm and a brother's death? He killed your father. She didn't find proof of that. She found, over 2 days of increasingly frantic searching, absolutely nothing that confirmed the letter's central claim. No suspicious circumstances, no contradicting report, nothing beyond a vague, unsettling phrase in an 11-year-old business article and the cold, hollow fact that her father's body had never been examined closely enough to rule anything out. But the absence of proof didn't feel like reassurance. It felt, instead, like exactly the kind of gap a careful, powerful man might know precisely how to leave behind. She confronted him on the 4th night, in the library at Blackwood, where he'd retreated after dinner with a stack of documents related to the merger's closing paperwork. The fireplace throwing long, shifting shadows across the walls of old leather-bound books that no one, Elena suspected, had actually read in decades. "I need to ask you something," she said, standing in the doorway. The folded letter finally, after 4 days, out of her cardigan pocket and held tight in one closed fist. "And I need you to answer honestly, because I think I already know how this ends if you don't." Julian looked up from the paper spread across the desk, and something in her voice, the flatness of it, the cold edge she hadn't quite managed to soften, made him set his pen down slowly, his full attention landing on her with a particular unnerving focus she remembered from the very first night, across a crowded ballroom. "Ask," he said, "how did my father die?" She crossed the room and set the letter down on the desk in front of him, unfolded now, the 6 typed words catching the firelight in a way that made them look, somehow, even colder than they had in her own bedroom. Not the version I've been told for 6 years. The real one. "I want to know exactly what you know, Julian, and I want to know why you never once mentioned it. In 3 separate conversations about my father's debt and your brother's death, and everything else you've apparently known about my family for the last 11 months. Julian's eyes moved from her face down to the letter, and Elena watched, with the same forensic attention she'd been applied to every gesture of his for 4 days straight. The exact way his expression changed as he read it. Not the smooth, practiced blankness she'd half expected, half feared, but something rawer, faster, his jaw going tight in a way that looked less like controlled tell and more like an involuntary flinch, his face draining, visibly, of color. "Where did you get this?" he said, and his voice had gone low and rough, stripped of every careful, businesslike register she'd heard from him over the last month. "That's not an answer to my question. Elena," he stood slowly, both hands braced flat against the desk, and for the first time since she'd known him, he looked genuinely, entirely unmoored, a man who'd apparently been blindsided by something he hadn't seen coming despite every careful contingency he usually built into his life. "Your father died of a heart attack. That's the truth. That's what the medical examiner's report says. That's what I know. That's what I've always known. I have no reason to lie to you about that. None. And I need you to believe me when I tell you I have absolutely no idea who sent you this or why. You have every reason to lie to me about it." Elena's voice cracked, the careful control she'd been holding on to for 4 days finally beginning to fracture, for days of cold library computers and unanswered questions, and a fear she hadn't let herself fully name until this exact moment. Standing in a firelit room with the man she'd started, God help her, to actually care about. "You told me yourself you spent 2 years building a case against my father. You told me your brother died because of what he did. You've had a year, Julian, buying up his debt, watching me, deciding what exactly that I was worth protecting or worth using, and I don't know anymore which one it actually is, and now I have a letter telling me the man I've been falling for might have—" She stopped herself, too late, the words already out, hanging in the firelit room between them, and watched something shift in Julian's face at the phrase she hadn't meant to say. Falling for. Something that looked, even to the shock and fear currently occupying every other part of his expression, unmistakably like pain. "I did not kill your father," he said, quietly. Each word deliberate, weighted, delivered with raw directness that felt, despite everything, entirely unlike a lie. "I didn't order it. I didn't arrange it. I didn't have anything to do with the day he died. I found out about the theft 2 years after his death, going through old contracts during due diligence on an unrelated deal. Whatever grief I've carried about my brother, whatever anger I've carried about the algorithm, none of it, Elena, none of it extends to wanting your father dead. I wanted him to face what he'd done. I wanted accountability. I have never, in 11 years, wanted him in a grave. Then who sent this?" Elena's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper, the anger draining out of her into something more exhausted, more frightened, the fire crackling low in the grate between them. "Who would even know to send to Julian? Who else knows about my father, about your brother, about any of this?" Julian was quiet for a long moment, staring down at a letter on the desk, and when he finally looked up, something new had entered his expression. Not the raw shock from a moment ago, but something colder, more calculating, a man's mind visibly working through a problem with real stakes attached. "Costa," he said slowly, "or someone working for him. He's the only other party who knows the full shape of your father's debt, and he's the only one with a motive I can see clearly. If he can convince you I'm the enemy instead of your protection, he pulls you away from the one thing standing between him and the rest of what your father owed." He paused, his jaw working, the tell she once found endearing now simply a window into how hard he was working to keep his voice steady. "Or it's Coley. If she's found even a fragment of the connection between your father and my company, planting doubt in you is exactly the kind of move that could blow the whole story open before the merger closes. Discredit the fiancé, and the story writes itself." "Or," Elena said quietly, watching his face with the same forensic attention she'd been applying for days, "it's true, and you're the best liar I've ever met." The words landed between them like something physical, and Julian didn't flinch away from them, didn't get angry, simply stood very still on the other side of the desk and let them land, absorbing the accusation with a stillness that Elena, despite every ounce of suspicion she'd been carrying for 4 days, found herself reading against her own better judgment as something closer to grief than guilt. "I know I can't prove a negative to you tonight," he said finally. "I know the only thing I actually have to offer you is my word. And I know my word is worth exactly as much as you decide to let it be worth, given everything I've already asked you to trust me about. But I'm going to find out who sent this. Elena, tonight, I'm going to call in every resource I have, and I'm going to find the person who put those 6 words in an envelope and mailed it to you, and I'm going to bring you whatever proof exists one way or the other, even if that proof ends up being about me." Elena studied him for a long moment, the fire burning low between them, the rain still hammering the tall library windows, the Atlantic still throwing itself against Blackwood's cliffs in that same relentless rhythm that had, somewhere over the last 3 weeks, become the sound she associated with this house, with this arrangement, with whatever fragile and complicated thing had been building between them before 6 typed words arrived to poison it. "I want to believe you," she said finally, quietly, the anger fully drained out of her now, leaving only something exhausted and raw behind it. "That's the problem, Julian. For days ago, I would have believed you without a second thought, and now I don't know if that's because you're telling the truth or because I want you to be telling the truth badly enough that I can't tell the difference anymore." "Then don't decide tonight," Julian said. "Give me time to find you an answer that doesn't depend on how badly either of us wants to believe it." He held her gaze across the firelit room, not moving toward her, careful, even now, even in the middle of this, to honor the distance she'd need him to keep. "I'm not going to ask you to trust me blind. Elena, I'm going to earn it back, or I'm going to find out I don't deserve to, and either way, you'll have the truth. I promise you that much." Elena picked the letter back up off the desk, folding it once more along its worn crease, and looked at him for a long moment, at the raw, unguarded fear still sitting behind his gray eyes, at the tension in his jaw, at every small tell she spent a month learning to read, and felt, underneath the cold, careful suspicion the letter had planted in her chest 4 days ago, something else stubbornly persisting, something that refused, despite every rational argument she could construct against it, to fully believe he was capable of what 6 typed words had accused him of. "Find out who sent it," she said finally, turning toward the door, the letter clutched once more in her closed fist. "And Julian, until you do, I think it's better if we keep some distance. Not because I've decided anything, because I can't trust my own judgment about you right now, and that scares me more than the letter did." She left him standing alone in the firelit library, the rain still hammering the windows, the ocean still churning somewhere out in the dark beyond the cliffs, and climbed the stairs back to her own room with the letter's 6 words still burning behind her eyes, unable to shake the cold, unsettling certainty that whatever was coming next at Blackwood Manor, it was only the first thread of something far larger beginning, quietly and deliberately, to unravel. Chapter 8. The Storm Outside. The hurricane had a name. Elena had heard on the small battery radio in the kitchen 2 days earlier. Some meteorologist flat, practiced voice reading out coordinates, and wind speeds with particular calm of a person paid to sound calm regardless of what was actually coming. But nobody at Blackwood used it. It was simply the storm, spoken in the kitchen and the hallways with a specific dread of people who lived close enough to the Atlantic to know exactly what a storm surge could do to a headland like this one. And by the 3rd day, when the sky over the water had gone the color of fresh bruise and stayed that way from dawn straight through what should have been noon, even Mrs. Alcott's usual brisk composure had thinned into something quieter, more watchful. "We've weathered worse," she told Elena that afternoon, taping a final X of masking tape across the kitchen's tall windows with hands that weren't quite as steady as her voice. "This house has stood through 6 hurricanes since it was built. It'll stand through a 7th. Elena wasn't sure whether Mrs. Alcott meant that as reassurance for herself or for the house, and didn't ask. She'd spent the 4 days since the letter and the confrontation in the library in a strange, suspended distance from Julian. Not cold exactly, not the brittle silence of their first night at Blackwood, but careful, both of them circling each other with new caution, meals eaten mostly in silence. Conversations kept deliberately shallow, Elena's own suspicions sitting in her chest like a stone. She couldn't quite decide whether to keep carrying or finally set down. Julian had been in the city for 2 of those 4 days, chasing whatever leads he had on the letter, and had returned the previous evening with nothing conclusive. No confirmed sender, no proof one way or the other. Only a growing certainty. He'd told her at dinner, in a voice gone tight with frustration, that Costa's people had accessed her forwarding address through channels that shouldn't have been possible, which meant either someone inside his own security team had been compromised or Costa had resources considerably more sophisticated than Julian had previously credited him with. "I don't have an answer for you yet," he'd said, not quite meeting her eyes across the table. "I know that's not what you need to hear." "No," Elena had agreed quietly. "It isn't." They hadn't spoken much since. And now, with the storm bearing down on Blackwood's headland with violence that made the whole house groan audibly around them, timber and stone both straining against a wind that had climbed, over the course of the afternoon, from ordinary howling into something with real teeth, Elena found herself standing at her bedroom window watching the Atlantic throw itself against the cliffs and waves, so enormous they seemed less like water and more like something alive, something furious, trying with. Everything had to climb up out of the sea and take the house down with it. The power went out at 6:47 in the evening. There was no warning, no flicker or gradual dimming. One moment a lamp beside her bed was casting its warm, ordinary glow across the room, and the next the entire house had gone black and silent all at once. The electric hum she hadn't even noticed until its absence suddenly gone from the walls, leaving nothing behind but the enormous, relentless roar of the storm outside, louder now in the dark, as if the house's own light had been holding some small part of the wind at bay, and its absence let the full force of the thing come pouring in. Elena stood frozen in her own darkened room for a long moment, her heart hammering, some old animal instinct rising up hard and fast in response to the sudden absolute black, and then a crack of lightning split the sky outside her window, closer than any of the flashes before it, illuminating the whole churning black expanse of ocean for one white-hot second before plunging the world back into darkness. And the thunder that followed it came so fast, so loud that the whole house shuddered audibly around her, a deep structural groan that sounded, for one terrifying second, like something about to give way. She found her way to the door by memory and touch, one hand trailing along the cold stone wall, and stepped out into a hallway gone as black as her own room, disoriented. The storm's roar somehow even louder out here, where the old windows rattled violently in their frames with every fresh gust. "Julian?" Her voice came out thinner than she intended, swallowed almost immediately by the wind. A beam of light appeared at the far end of the hallway, a flashlight, unsteady, the particular wavering quality of someone moving fast in the dark, and Julian's voice reached her a half-second before the light did, rough and urgent in a way she hadn't heard from him before. "Elena, stay where you are. I'm coming to you." He reached her within seconds, the flashlight beam throwing strange, sharp shadows up the stone walls, and in its light, she could see his face properly for the first time since the power had failed, tight with something that looked unmistakably like real fear, an expression she hadn't yet seen on him even at his coldest, even in the raw grief of Daniel's room. "The east wing's flooding," he said, without preamble, already reaching for her arm, though he stopped himself a half-inch short of actually touching her, some old careful instinct holding even now, in the middle of an emergency. Storm surge is coming up over the seawall faster than the forecast said it would. Mrs. Alcott's getting the staff down to the cellar, but the cellar floods first in weather like this. And I'm not putting you anywhere below ground level with water already coming up the east stairs. His jaw was working hard, the tell more pronounced than she'd ever seen it. Genuine alarm bleeding through every careful control he usually maintained. There's a room on this floor west side, away from the flooding. Storm shutters already down. It's the safest place in the house right now. I need you to come with me. Now! The urgency in his voice cut straight through the careful distance they'd been maintaining for 4 days. And Elena didn't argue, didn't hesitate. Simply followed him down the dark hallway at a near run, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly ahead of them, the house groaning and shuddering around them with every fresh gust of wind, until he pulled open a heavy wooden door and drew her into a small, windowless room she recognized, after a disorienting second, as a study she glimpsed once before. On Mrs. Alcott's original tour, thick stone walls, no exterior windows at all, shelves of old ledgers and account books lining every side, the kind of room built generations ago to survive exactly this kind of weather. Julian pulled the door shut behind them, and the sound of the storm dropped instantly, dramatically, from an overwhelming roar to something muffled and distant, the thick stone walls doing exactly what they'd been built to do. And for a moment the two of them simply stood there in the flashlight's narrow beam, breathing hard, the adrenaline of the last several minutes still coursing visibly through both of them. Is everyone else safe? Elena asked, once her breath had steadied enough to speak. Mrs. Alcott and the 2 staff who came up from the village are in the wine cellar under the kitchen. Different structure, higher ground in the east wing. They'll be fine. Julian set the flashlight down on an old wooden desk, angling it upward so its beam threw soft, indirect light across the ceiling rather than glaring directly at either of them, and Elena watched him do it and understood, with a small ache, that even in the middle of an emergency, some careful part of him was still thinking about her comfort. Reyes checked in by radio before the lines went down entirely. We're the only ones on this floor. We'll be here until the surge recedes, which the forecast says could be anywhere from 3 hours to most of the night, depending on how the storm tracks. All night. Elena wrapped her arms around herself. The room's stone walls holding a deep bone-level chill that the muffled storm outside did nothing to dispel, and felt, now that the immediate adrenaline had begun to ebb, the cold finally reached her properly. She'd left her room in nothing but a thin sweater, no coat, no proper shoes, and the old stone floor beneath her bare feet had particular relentless cold of something that had never once, in its long history, been properly heated. Julian noticed almost immediately. Of course he did, she thought, with a small tired flicker of something that wasn't quite fondness but sat somewhere near it. He noticed everything. That was half the problem. And without a word, he shrugged out his own jacket, the same charcoal he'd worn on the drive up from the city over a month ago, and crossed a small distance between them to settle it over her shoulders, his hands brief and careful at the collar, exactly the way they'd been. That first rain-soaked night, not lingering, not making it into more than it needed to be. The jacket was warm from his body, and it smelled faintly of him. Something clean and cedar-adjacent underneath the wool, an ordinary human smell that landed in the enclosed dark of the little stone room, with a weight that Elena hadn't expected, and immediately, firmly, told herself not to examine. "Thank you," she said quietly, pulling the jacket tighter around herself, and heard in her own voice the first real warmth she let slip toward him in 4 days. Thunder cracked somewhere close overhead, muffled through the thick stone but still loud enough to make her flinch, her whole body going rigid, and Julian, without thinking, without asking, took a half-step closer, close enough that if she reached out even slightly, her hand would find his arm, and then caught himself visibly and stopped, holding the careful distance she'd asked for weeks ago, even now, even with genuine fear written plainly across her face. "You can sit closer," Elena said, before she fully decided to say it, surprising herself with the offer. I I don't think I want to be far away from anyone right now. Not with the house, sounding like it's about to come apart. Something in Julian's face eased fractionally at the permission, and he lowered himself down beside her on the narrow bench along the study's far wall. Close, but not touching the careful half-inch of space he seemed constitutionally unable to close without explicit invitation. And for a long moment neither of them spoke, listening to the storm's muffled fury working itself out somewhere beyond the thick stone walls, the flashlight throwing its soft, indirect glow across the ceiling above. Them, a small pocket of stillness carved out an enormous, violent night. "I've been thinking about what you said," Julian said finally, his voice low, careful, pitched to carry no further than the small space between them. "In the library, that you can't trust your own judgment about me right now." He turned to look at her, his face half-shadowed in the low light, gray eyes steady and unguarded in a way she hadn't seen from him in 4 days. "I understand why. I do. I've spent a month asking you to trust things about me that I've given you very little actual proof of, and then a letter arrives accusing me of the worst possible thing, and all I can offer you in response is my word, which I'm aware is worth very much against 6 anonymous words on a page." "Julian, let me finish." His voice stayed gentle, but there was something urgent underneath it now. A man who'd clearly been carrying this for 4 days and had finally found a room, in the strange suspended privacy of a stone-walled emergency shelter, to actually say it. "I don't know who sent that letter. I don't know if it's Costa or Coley or someone else entirely that I haven't considered yet. But I know that whoever sent it understood something true about this arrangement, which is that the fastest way to destroy it wasn't to threaten you, or to threaten me. It was to make you doubt whether anything between us was real. And that's worked, hasn't it? Better than any threat could have." Elena was quiet for a long moment, the storm rumbling distantly overhead, the jacket's borrowed warmth settling deeper into her skin, and when she finally spoke, her voice came out smaller than she intended, some careful defense finally cracking under the weight of 4 exhausting days. "It's not that I think you did it," she admitted quietly. "Not really. Not when I actually sit and think it through logically. It's that I don't know how to hold both things at once. The version of you I've been slowly, stupidly starting to trust, and the version of you that's capable of everything I know is true. The debt, the buying up of my father's paper, without telling me for a year. The way you can look at 2 men threatening me on a dark street and calculate, out loud, exactly how many seconds they have before you stop being polite about it. You're not a safe person, Julian. I knew that the first night in the ballroom, before you'd said a single word to me. And somewhere over the last month, I let myself forget that because you were kind to me and warm in the specific ways I needed someone to be kind and warm. And I think that letter scared me less because I believed it and more because it reminded me how much I'd let myself forget what you actually are. Julian absorbed this in silence, his jaw working, the tell she knew so well by now. And when he finally answered, his voice had gone rougher, lower, stripped of every careful diplomatic instinct he usually wrapped around difficult truths. You're right that I'm not safe, he said. I built my entire life around not being safe, because 6 years ago I watched safety fail my brother completely, and I decided I would never again be a person who couldn't protect what mattered to him. That's not an excuse for anything I've done that's hurt you, Elena. It's just the truth of why I'm the way I am. He turned to face her more fully, the flashlight's soft glow catching the sharp planes of his face, and something in his eyes had gone raw in a way she recognized now, the specific unguarded honesty that only seemed to surface in him at night, in small enclosed rooms, away from every camera and every board member and every careful performance the daylight world demanded of him. But I want you to know something, and I need you to actually hear it, not just file it away as one more thing I've said that might or might not be true. Every calculation I've made about you, the debt, the deal, the watching, all of it, every single one of those calculations stopped being about strategy weeks ago. I don't know exactly when it happened. Maybe the music room. Maybe before that, watching you from across a ballroom, understanding for reasons I still can't fully explain that whatever grief was living in the way you played that night, I recognized it, and I wanted badly, immediately, in a way that frightened me, to know the person carrying it. The room had gone very quiet, the storm's distant thunder the only sound beneath his voice, and Elena felt something in her chest that had been held tight and cold for 4 days finally, slowly, begin to loosen, though a careful, wary part of her still held back, unwilling to fully surrender the caution she built up around the letter's 6 typed words. "That's a beautiful thing to say," she said quietly, "and I want to believe it. But I need more than beautiful things right now, Julian. I need you to actually find out who sent that letter. I need proof, or as close to proof as either of us can get, because I can't keep doing this slow, careful thing between us, while a piece of paper sits in my drawer telling me you might have killed my father. I need the not knowing to end. I know." Julian's voice had gone quiet, resolute. "I'm going to end it. I promise you that. The second this storm clears and the roads open again, I'm putting every resource I have into finding whoever sent it, and I'm not going to stop until you have an actual answer, whatever that answer turns out to be." He held her gaze steadily, unflinching, and something in his voice cracked, just slightly, at the next words. "Even if it's an answer that costs me, I'd rather you know the truth and hate me for it than keep living inside a doubt I put there by not being honest with you from the very beginning about what I knew and when I knew it." Another crack of thunder rolled overhead, quieter now, the storm's fury beginning, almost imperceptibly, to soften, and Elena sat in the small stone room with Julian's jacket warm around her shoulders and his gray eyes steady on her face, and felt something in her own chest finally, cautiously, begin to unclench. Not full trust, not yet. The careful architecture of doubt still standing somewhere behind her ribs. But something softer than the suspicion she'd carried for 4 days. Something that looked, if she was honest with herself, uncomfortably close to hope. "You're shivering," Julian said after a moment, his voice dropping into something gentler, and Elena realized, with a small start, that she was a fine, persistent tremor running through her whole body that started, she thought, as fear and cold and had somehow, sometime in the last several minutes, become something else entirely, something that had far more to do with the man sitting close beside her than with the storm outside. "I'm all right," she said, though her voice shook slightly on the words, betraying her. Julian studied her for a long moment, and then, slowly, carefully, giving her every opportunity to pull away, he closed the last small distance between them and put his arm around her shoulders over the jacket, drawing her carefully, gently against his side. Not a demand, not an assumption. The whole motion executed with a particular deliberate slowness of a man asking permission with his body, because he'd promised, weeks ago, never to take it any other way. Elena let him. She let herself lean into the warmth of him, into the solid, steady presence of his side against hers, and felt the fine tremor in her body slowly begin to ease, replaced by something warmer, something that had nothing to do with fear at all. "I'm still angry with you," she murmured into the quiet, muffled dark of the little stone room, her head resting, almost without her deciding it, against his shoulder. "I know," Julian said, and she felt the low rumble of his voice as much as heard it, his chin resting lightly against the top of her head, careful, still, of every boundary she'd drawn. "You're allowed to be. I'm not asking you to stop being angry. I'm just asking you to let me sit here with you until it passes, or until the storm does, whichever takes longer." Elena closed her eyes, the storm rumbling on somewhere beyond the thick stone walls, softer now, the worst of its fury beginning at last to spend itself against the cliffs outside and let herself, for the first time in 4 days, simply rest, the anger still there, banked low under her ribs, the doubt still unresolved, the letter still waiting in a drawer upstairs. But for this one suspended hour, in a windowless room lit only by a flashlight's soft indirect glow, she let herself set all, of it down, just for a while, and simply breathe in the quiet, cedar-scented warmth of a man she didn't fully trust and couldn't, however hard she tried, stop wanting to. They stayed like that a long time, neither of them speaking. The storm slowly working its way out over the Atlantic to the deep hours of the night, and it wasn't until well past midnight, when the wind outside had finally softened into something almost gentle and the first thin gray edge of the power's return flickered, briefly, under the study door, that either of them moved at all, and even then slowly, reluctantly, both of them lingering a moment longer than strictly necessary before. Finally, carefully, letting the small stone room's fragile peace give way to whatever the returning light would bring with it. Chapter 9, The Hidden Safe. 10 days after the storm, the letter still sat in Elena's drawer, unanswered. Julian had made calls. She knew that much, had heard him on the phone in the library some nights, his voice low and clipped in particular controlled register he used for business, words like forensic accountant and chain of custody drifting occasionally through a door he hadn't quite managed to close all the way. But 10 days had produced nothing conclusive, no name, no confession, only Julian's increasingly frustrated assurance, delivered at dinner each night with diminishing conviction, that he was close to something, though he could never quite say what. Elena had started to wonder, somewhere around day 7, whether close to something was simply what a careful man said when he didn't want to say nothing at all. The night she finally stopped waiting began the way most of her nights at Blackwood had begun over the last month. Sleepless, restless, the wind picking up outside her window in the low, familiar howl that no longer frightened her the way it had her first week in the house, though it still kept her from anything resembling proper rest. She lay in the dark for nearly 2 hours, running the same tired circuit question she'd been running for 10 days. Who sent the letter? What does Julian actually know? Why hasn't he found an answer yet? Is it because there isn't one to find, or because the answer is something he doesn't want to have? Until finally, somewhere past 1 in the morning, she gave up on sleep entirely and made a decision she'd been circling, without quite admitting it to herself, for days. If Julian wasn't going to bring her proof, she'd find her own. His office sat on the ground floor of the West Wing, a room she'd been in exactly twice before. Once for a brief, business-like conversation about the merger's closing timeline, once to borrow a book from the shelves that lined one wall. And both times she'd noticed, without dwelling on it, the heavy oak desk with its locked lower drawer, and behind it, half concealed by a tall bookcase that didn't quite sit flush against the wall the way the others did, the unmistakable edge of a safe. She told herself, walking down the dark hallway in bare feet, a single small flashlight cupped in her palm to keep the beam narrow and low, that she wasn't doing anything wrong, that a woman entitled to answers about her own father's death had every right to look for them, even if the person withholding those answers happened to be the man she'd fallen asleep more nights than she wanted to admit thinking about. She told herself this with a particular fierce conviction of someone who knows, somewhere underneath the justification, that what she's about to do would look very different in the cold light of morning, and push the office door open anyway. The room was dark, empty, exactly as she'd expected. Julian had left for the city that afternoon, another round of closing meetings that would keep him away until at least the following evening, and Reyes had driven him, which meant the house tonight held only Elena and Mrs. Alcott, asleep 2 floors up in the staff quarters, and the storm-scarred silence of a house that had weathered a hurricane and gone back, in the 10 days since, to its ordinary watchful stillness. Elena crossed to the bookcase first, running her flashlight beam along the shelves until she found the gap she remembered, a section of leather-bound ledgers that didn't quite sit true against the wall behind them, and pulled the bookcase, carefully, on a hinge she'd half suspected and found, with a small quiet click, exactly where she'd guessed it would be. The safe behind it was smaller than she'd expected, black steel with a digital keypad rather than the old-fashioned dial she'd half imagined, and Elena stood in front of it for a long moment, her heart hammering, understanding fully, For the first time since she'd left her bedroom, the actual weight of what she was about to attempt. She had no code. She had no training, no skill, nothing beyond a vague and probably useless idea, gleaned from some half-remembered thriller novel, that people often use dates that matter to them. She tried Daniel's birthday first. She'd learned the date weeks ago, in a quiet conversation about his room, a detail Julian had mentioned once and never again. Nothing. She tried the date of the merger's original announcement, pulled from a news article she'd read during her library research. Nothing. She stood in the dark office with her flashlight's narrow beam trembling slightly against the keypad, feeling increasingly foolish, increasingly certain this whole venture had been a mistake born of exhaustion and 10 days of unanswered doubt, and was on the verge of giving up entirely when, almost as an afterthought, she tried the date of the gala. The night they'd met, the date printed on the program she still, absurdly, had folded into a book upstairs. The safe clicked open. Elena stood frozen for a full 3 seconds, staring at the small green light now glowing steadily above the keypad, feeling something cold and strange settle into her chest that had nothing to do with triumph. The date of their first meeting, secure behind a code only he would think to use, sitting in a safe that held whatever secrets he decided were too important to leave anywhere else in the house. She didn't let herself examine what that meant. She pulled the heavy door open instead, and shone her flashlight into the dark interior. There wasn't much. A stack of documents bound with rubber band, a small velvet box she didn't touch, a manila folder with her own name, Marsh, typed on the tab in the same flat, unremarkable font as the anonymous letter still sitting in her drawer, a coincidence that made her stomach drop even before she'd opened it. She pulled the folder out with hands that had begun, despite herself, to shake, and open it under the narrow beam of her flashlight. Inside was everything Julian had described to her weeks ago in his glass-walled penthouse. Copies of old emails, wire transfer records, a contract bearing her father's signature, but also things he hadn't described. Things that made Elena's breath go shallow and fast as she scanned them by flashlight, kneeling on the office floor in her bare feet and nightgown at nearly 2 a.m. A private investigator's report, dated 11 months earlier, detailing her own daily movements, her subway route, her teaching schedule at the small studio in Queens where she gave lessons between performances, the pharmacy where she filled Sophie's prescriptions, all of it cataloged with precision that made her skin crawl even though she understood, rationally, that this was exactly the surveillance Julian had already admitted to arranging. And beneath that, near the bottom of the folder, a single page that made her blood run cold in a way none of the rest had managed. A photocopy of her father's death certificate, and clipped to it, a handwritten note in Julian's own hand, the same careful, controlled script she'd seen on a signed contract weeks ago. Confirm cause of death independently. Do not tell E until certain. Elena knelt on the cold office floor with the page shaking in her hands, the flashlight beam trembling across the words, and felt every careful, fragile piece of trust she rebuilt over the last 10 days come apart at once, replaced by something colder and considerably more frightening. Not the wild accusation of the anonymous letter, not he killed your father, but something almost worse in its precision, its deliberateness. Confirm cause of death independently. He'd had doubts, and he'd hidden them from her, filed away in a safe secured with the date of their first meeting. And he hadn't said a single word. What are you doing in here? Julian's voice cut across the dark office like a blade, and Elena's whole body jerked, the flashlight nearly slipping from her hand, her heart lurching so hard against her ribs that for a moment she couldn't find her own voice at all. He stood in the doorway, still in the dark travel coat he must have worn from the city, his face unreadable in the low light, and something about the fact that he'd returned at all, hours earlier than expected, silent enough that she hadn't heard the car, the door, anything, sent a fresh wave of cold suspicion through her even as her mind scrambled to catch up with the fact that she'd just been caught. "I could ask you the same question," she said, her voice unsteady. the folder still open in her lap, the note in his own handwriting still trembling in her grip. Except I already know the answer, don't I? You've had this the whole time. Confirm cause of death independently. You had doubts about my father's death 11 months ago, Julian, and you buried them in a safe instead of telling me. Julian crossed the room in 3 long strides, and Elena scrambled to her feet, the folder clutched against her chest. Some old instinct rising up fast and defensive even as he closed the distance between them with an urgency that had nothing. She registered with a jolt, to do with anger at being caught snooping, and everything to do with something raw, something that looked, in the low flashlight glow, disturbingly close to fear. "Give me the folder," he said, his voice low, tight, controlled in particular way she now recognized as the sound of him holding something enormous in check. No. Elena backed a step, her spine finding the cold, hard edge of the bookcase behind her, the safe still standing open beside them with its small green light glowing steadily in the dark. "Not until you tell me what this means. You wrote this note, Julian, in your own hand. You had someone investigating whether my father's death was actually what everyone told me it was, and you never said a single word, not in the penthouse, not at that dinner table, not even the night you swore to me in the library that you'd tell me everything you found. You lied to me, actively, deliberately, for 11 months. I didn't lie to you." He closed the last of the distance now, close enough that Elena could feel the residual cold of the storm night off his coat, close enough that his breath, when he spoke, stirred the loose strands of hair at her temple. "I withheld something I wasn't certain of, because certainty mattered, because I wasn't going to hand you a half-formed theory about your father's death without proof. The same way I told you in the library, I wouldn't hand you an answer that only depended on how badly either of us wanted it to be true. That's not your decision to make." Elena's voice had risen, sharp and raw. The folder still clutched hard against her chest, and something in her own anger, standing this close to him in the dark, had begun to tangle itself with something else entirely, something she recognized with a small internal lurch of horror even as it took hold. The particular electric charge of his nearness, the low urgent register of his voice, the way his gray eyes, even furious, even frightened, hadn't once looked away from her face. "It's my father, my grief, my 6 years of believing a story that might have been a lie, and you decided, all on your own, that I couldn't be trusted with my own truth until you'd verified it to your satisfaction." "I decided," Julian said, his voice dropping lower, still rougher, "because the last time I let someone I loved walk blind into a truth I hadn't verified, I lost him. I watched my brother destroy himself over a half-formed story the board never bothered to confirm before they let it ruin him. And I swore I would never again hand anyone I care about an unverified truth capable of doing that kind of damage. That's not me deciding you're too fragile for the truth, Elena. That's me terrified of becoming the exact kind of careless I've spent 6 years hating." His hand came up, not toward her, but braced flat against the bookcase beside her head, caging her in without ever actually touching her, close enough now that Elena could feel the heat radiating off him to the thin fabric of her nightgown, close enough that the anger in her chest and the wild, traitorous current running underneath it had become nearly indistinguishable from each other. Both of them breathing hard in the dark, closer than they'd ever stood before, the safe small. Green light, the only illumination in the room, besides her dropped, forgotten flashlight, rolling slowly across the floor. "You should have told me," Elena said, her voice barely above a whisper now, the anger still there but threaded through with something else, something dangerous, her eyes locked on his in the dark. "I know." Julian's voice had gone rough, low, his own control visibly fraying at the edges, his gray eyes moving over her face with an intensity that made her breath catch audibly in her throat. "I should have. I'm sorry. I'll show you everything, tonight, right now, every page in that folder, every note I've made, everything I know and everything I don't. But Elena, I need you to understand something before we go any further, because I can feel exactly what's happening right now between us, and I don't think either of us is steady enough to pretend it isn't. What's happening? Elena breathed, though she already knew, could feel in the electric charge of the air between them, in the way her own pulse had climbed to match the low, urgent rasp of his breathing, in the 6 inches of space separating them that felt, suddenly, like the most dangerous distance either of them had ever tried to hold. This. Julian's voice had gone almost inaudible, his eyes dropping briefly, helplessly, to her mouth before dragging themselves back up to her eyes, a small involuntary betrayal that landed in Elena's chest like a struck match. I'm angry with you for going through my things. You're angry with me for lying to you. And somehow none of that seems to matter right now nearly as much as how badly I want to close the last of this distance. And I promised you, weeks ago, that I would never do that without your permission, and I am fighting that promise right now harder than I have ever fought anything in my life. Elena stood frozen against the bookcase, the folder still clutched between them like a fragile, forgotten barrier, her whole body alive with a tension that stopped somewhere in the last 30 seconds, being purely about anger at all, and felt the truth of his admission land inside her with the same dangerous weight, the same traitorous pull. She wanted it too, wanted the distance closed, wanted it with ferocity that frightened her more than the folder in her hands, more than the note, in his own handwriting, more than anything the anonymous letter had accused him of. Julian. Her voice cracked, barely a whisper, and she watched his whole body go rigid at the sound of his own name, his jaw working hard, his hand against the bookcase beside her head curling, briefly, into a fist before deliberately, visibly, uncurling again. Don't, he said, roughly, though whether he meant it for her or for himself, Elena couldn't tell. Don't say my name like that right now. Elena, please. Because I am one more second away from breaking every promise I've made you, and I need you to help me not do that. Because if I cross this line tonight, in the middle of an argument, with a folder full of half-truths still sitting between us, I don't think either of us will ever be able to trust that it happened for the right reasons. Elena felt the words land, felt the truth in them cut cleanly through the electric haze that had built up between them in the dark, and forced herself, with an effort that cost her more than she wanted to admit, to take a small step sideways, out from under the cage of his braced arm, putting real distance between them for the first time since he crossed the room. Julian let her go instantly, stepping back himself, his chest rising and falling hard, his hands dropping to his sides, and for a long moment the two of them simply stood there in the dark office, several feet apart now, both of them breathing like they'd run a considerable distance, the folder still clutched in Elena's hands, the safe small green light still glowing steadily in the dark between them. Show me everything, Elena said finally, once her voice had steadied enough to trust it. Right now, every page. I don't want to find out anything else by breaking into your things in the middle of the night, Julian. I want you to choose every single time to give it to me freely, or I don't think I can keep doing whatever this is between us, however badly some part of me apparently wants to. All right. Julian's voice had gone quiet, steadier now, though something raw still lingered underneath it. The ghost of the moment neither of them had let happen still sitting heavy in the room. Sit down. I'll get the light. He crossed to the desk lamp and switched it on, flooding the small office in warm, ordinary light that felt, after the charged intimacy of the dark, almost jarring in its normalcy, and Elena sank in the chair across from his desk, the folder still clutched in her lap, and watched him settle into his own seat, his hands visibly unsteady as he reached for the papers she'd already found, and understood, with a small, tired ache, that whatever had almost happened against that bookcase had changed. Something between them that neither of them was going to be able to fully undo. Whatever truths the folder still had left to give her. Outside, the wind picked up again, low and steady against the old windows, The Atlantic somewhere beyond the dark ground still churning restlessly against Blackwood's cliffs, and Elena sat across the desk from a man she no longer knew whether to trust or to want more than she'd ever wanted anything, and waited, with her heart still hammering, for whatever truth he was finally, at last, willing to give her. Chapter 10, The Half-Truth. Julian spread the contents of the folder across the desk with the careful, deliberate precision of a man laying out evidence for a jury. And for a long moment Elena simply stared at the scattered pages without touching any of them, the warm desk lamp throwing everything into sharp, ordinary light after the charged darkness of a few minutes ago. Both of them still breathing like the argument by the bookcase hadn't fully finished with either of them. "I want to start with what I actually know," Julian said, his voice steadier now, though a rough edge still lingered underneath it, "rather than what I've been afraid of for the last 11 months. Because I think I owe you the difference between those two things, and I think I've been letting them blur together in a way that wasn't fair to either of us." Elena said nothing, waiting, her hands folded tightly in her lap to keep them from shaking, and Julian pulled a single page from the scattered pile, not the death certificate, not the note that had made her blood run cold 20 minutes ago, but something else, a printed email chain, dated and time-stamped, that she'd never seen before. "This is what I actually know," he said, sliding across the desk toward her. "Your father didn't steal the algorithm." The sentence landed in the quiet office with a weight that took Elena a full second to absorb, her mind stumbling over the shape of it. The sheer inversion of everything she believed since the night in his glass-walled penthouse. "What?" He was set up. Julian's jaw tightened. The old tell. But there was something different in it now. Something that looked less like guarded control and more like genuine anger, banked low and old. "I found this 3 weeks ago, going through the same records I'd already combed through a dozen times before, except this time I was looking for something specific, because your letter made me go back and question everything I thought I understood about how the breach actually happened. This email chain is between your father and a man named Marcus Knight, dated 4 months before the code was sold to our competitor." Elena pulled the page closer, scanning it with rising, disoriented sense of vertigo, her father's name, Robert Marsh, appearing throughout the correspondence in a context she'd never imagined, a man being courted, gradually, patiently, by someone offering him consulting work, small favors, the kind of careful, incremental trust building that read, in retrospect, exactly like what it was. "Marcus Knight," she said slowly, testing the name. "Who is he?" 11 years ago, he ran a boutique investment firm that specialized in exactly one thing, buying up struggling companies, stripping them for parts, and moving on before anyone noticed the wreckage he'd left behind. Julian's voice had gone flat, controlled, the particular careful register she now recognized as the sound of him containing something enormous. He'd tried twice to acquire Vance Capital's early trading division before my father died, and I took over. Both times he was outmaneuvered, and both times, according to people who worked with him back then, he took it personally. When my company developed a predictive algorithm your father eventually got blamed for stealing, Knight saw an opportunity to do two things at once: cripple us competitively and manufacture a scandal ugly enough to tank our valuation right before a funding round he was quietly trying to sabotage from the outside. So what recruited my father? Convinced him to hand over the code? Elena's voice had gone thin, disbelieving, though underneath the disbelief something colder and more furious was beginning to take shape. No. Julian pulled another page from the pile, a bank statement, several account numbers highlighted in yellow. He didn't need your father to hand anything over willingly. He needed someone inside the firm with legitimate access, someone with enough financial pressure on him that a large, quiet payment would look, on paper, exactly like a bribe for stolen work. And your father, drowning under Costa's debt, desperate enough that when a consulting contract appeared offering to clear a significant portion of what he owed in exchange for what Knight described as routine technical documentation, He had every reason in the world to say yes without ever fully understanding what he was actually copying or who it was actually going to. Elena sat with that for a long moment, the office quiet except for the low, steady hum of the desk lamp and the wind outside, working its way through the implications with slow, sick, unraveling sensation. 6 years of grief and shame reorganizing itself in real time into something entirely different. He didn't know, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. He thought he was doing routine consulting work. He thought he was paying off a debt honestly, and instead he was. She stopped, the anger finally catching up to the shock, hot and sudden, and entirely unlike the cold suspicion she'd carried for the last 2 weeks. Knight used him. Used a desperate, exhausted man who was drowning in debt he never should have taken on in the first place, and let him die 6 years later still believing he betrayed the people he worked for, still carrying that shame into his own grave. And my mother spent the rest of her life whispering about a debt she thought had ruined us because of something my father actually did, when the whole time it was... Her voice cracked, the full weight of it landing all at once. 6 years of quiet inherited shame collapsing into something that looked, instead, like a theft far larger than the one she'd been told about. It was theft. Knight stole my father's name. He stole his reputation and mine and Sophie's, everything we believed about who our own family was, and he got away with it clean, and my father died believing he was a villain in his own story. Julian was quiet, let her sit with it. And when he finally spoke, his voice had gone low and rough with something that sounded unmistakably like shared grief. I know, he said, because Knight did the same thing to my company and to my brother from a different angle. Daniel didn't approve the outside contractors carelessly. Knight's people had spent months cultivating a relationship with him too, feeding him information he believed was legitimate market intelligence, positioning him to make exactly the kind of decision that would look, after the fact, like negligence. When the breach became public and the board went looking for someone to blame, Knight made sure the story that reached them painted Daniel as reckless rather than deceived. I spent 2 years chasing your father's ghost because that was the story I was handed. The same way you spent 6 years grieving a father you thought had betrayed you, because that was the story you were handed. We were both looking at the wrong man the entire time. Elena, Knight built this. All of it. Your father's debt, my brother's disgrace. The two of us circling each other for a month with half a story neither of us fully understood. The full shape of it settled over Elena slowly, layer by layer, and underneath the fresh grief for her father. Sharper now, more complicated. A shame she'd carried for 6 years suddenly proven unearned and somehow, perversely, harder to sit with because of it. Something else began to surface. Cold and clear and entirely new. The specific, focused fury of understanding exactly who deserved to be hated after weeks of misdirecting that hatred at the wrong man entirely. Where is he now? She said. Knight, is he still doing this? To other people? He's still active. Julian pulled one final document from the folder, a recent printout of a business registry. Marcus Knight's name listed as a principal in a holding company Elena didn't recognize. Smaller operation now, less visible, but he's never stopped. And 3 weeks ago, when I started digging into your father's actual involvement, I found something else that I think matters more than any of this history. He held her gaze steadily, the desk lamp throwing warm light across the sharp planes of his face, and something in his voice tightened, urgent and careful at once. Knight's company shows up in a shell entity that's been quietly buying up remaining pieces of Costa's outstanding debt portfolio over the last 4 months. The same debt I've been trying to buy up myself. To protect you. He's not finished with your family. Elena, and I think there's a real chance he's the one who sent that letter. The room went very still. Elena felt the cold, precise shape of it settle into place. Not Costa acting alone, not Coley fishing for a story, but a man who'd already destroyed her father once. Circling back 11 years later, patient and careful, to finish whatever he'd started. "Why?" she said. "Why come back now, after all this time? What does he actually want?" "I don't know yet." Julian's jaw tightened, the old tale returning, sharper now, edged with something that looked like real fear. "But I know Knight doesn't do anything without a purpose behind it. If he's circling both of us at exactly the moment I'm 3 weeks from closing the largest acquisition in my company's history, that's not a coincidence. He tried to sabotage my father's funding round 11 years ago through your father. I think he's trying something similar now. Through you, destabilize the story the press is watching, plant out exactly where it would do the most damage. And if that means digging up an old grave and reopening a wound neither of us had finished healing from, he'll do it without a second thought." Elena sat back in her chair, the weight of everything she'd learned in the last 20 minutes pressing down on her chest. Her father's innocence, the shape of the man who truly ruined him, the fresh, urgent danger still circling both of them even now, and felt something shift inside her, cold anger settling into something harder and more purposeful, the particular clarity that comes only after grief finally finds the right target for itself. "Then we go after him," she said, her voice steadier than she expected, some old stubborn resolve rising up under the shock. "Together, not you protecting me from a distance while I sit at Blackwood, not knowing what's actually happening. If Knight is the real threat, I want to understand exactly what he did, and I want to be part of stopping him from doing it again." Julian studied her for a long moment, something shifting in his gray eyes. Surprise first, and then something that looked almost like relief. A man who'd spent weeks trying to protect her from a distance, discovering, apparently, that she had no intention of being protected passively. "All right," he said quietly, and something in his voice had settled. Some of the frantic urgency from earlier folding into a steadier, more determined register. "Together." "But Elena," he hesitated, and for a moment the careful control slipped, something raw showing underneath. "I need you to know that finding out your father was innocent doesn't undo what I did. I built a year of surveillance and suspicion around a man who never betrayed anyone. I let that suspicion shape how I approached you at the beginning, even after I started to care about you. I owe you an apology for that. I don't think I can ever fully pay off whatever we managed to do about Knight." Elena looked at him across the lamp-lit desk, at the folder's scattered pages between them, at the man who had spent a year hunting a ghost that had never actually existed and had, somewhere along the way, without either of them quite choosing it, become someone she trusted more than she trusted anyone since her mother died. "You were wrong about my father," she said slowly, choosing her words with care. "But you weren't wrong to protect Sophie. You weren't wrong to stand between us and Costa's men on that street corner. And you weren't wrong 3 weeks ago in the library when you promised to find me the truth even if it cost you something." A small, tired, unsteady smile touched her mouth, the first real one she let herself offer him in nearly 2 weeks. "I'm angry, Julian. I think I'm going to be angry about this for a while, about all of it. My father, the year you spent not telling me, tonight, everything. But I don't think that anger is actually pointed at you anymore. Not really. Not the way it was an hour ago." Julian reached across the desk, slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, and set his hand near hers on the scattered papers, not touching, not quite, the careful half-inch he always seemed to leave until she closed it herself. And Elena, after a long moment, let her fingers drift a last small distance and rest against his. "We're going to need proof," she said quietly, looking down at their hands, at the folders evidence spread across the desk between them, at the whole complicated architecture of grief and deception that had brought them to this exact moment. "Real proof. The kind that could actually expose Knight, not just tell us what happened. And we're going to need it before he finishes whatever he's planning." "Then that's what we'll build," Julian said, his hand turning slowly under hers, fingers closing carefully around her own. Starting tomorrow. Tonight, I think we both had enough truth for one night. Outside, the wind had finally begun to ease. The storm from 10 days earlier long since spent. The ordinary steady hush of the Atlantic against Blackwood's cliffs, the only sound left in the dark beyond the office windows. And Elena sat across the desk from Julian with her hand in his. The folder's revelation settling slowly into the new shape of everything she believed about her father, her family, and the man who'd spent a year protecting her for reasons that had started, she understood now, with a quiet, unguarded certainty, as something far more complicated than guilt. They stayed like that a long while, neither of them speaking, the desk lamp burning low and warm between them, and for the first time since the letter had arrived 2 weeks earlier, Elena felt the cold architecture of doubt she'd been carrying finally, fully, begin come down. Not because every question had been answered, not because the danger had passed, but because she finally, at last, knew exactly who the enemy actually was and knew with a certainty that steadied something deep in her. Chess, that she wasn't going to have to face him alone. Chapter 11, The Alliance of Enemies. The War Room, as Julian started calling it after the third day, had once been Blackwood's formal drawing room. High ceilings, a fireplace large enough to stand inside, tall windows facing the Atlantic that Mrs. Alcott had, without being asked, begun keeping the curtains drawn across each evening once the light started to fail, as if the house itself understood that whatever was being planned in that room preferred not to be seen from the water. It had taken 4 days to transform the space from something formal and unused into something that looked, Elena thought, standing in the doorway on the 5th morning with a mug of coffee cooling in her hands, more like the incident room of a police procedural than any drawing room she'd ever set foot in. Corkboards leaned against 2 of the walls, printouts pinned to them and loose, overlapping constellations, bank records, shell company registrations, photographs of a silver-haired man in his 60s whom Elena had come to recognize instantly by the particular cold, patient quality of his eyes, even in a grainy long-lens photograph taken outside a restaurant in Midtown. A long folding table, requisitioned from somewhere in the house's cavernous storage, dominated the center of the room, buried under enough paper to make Elena's chest tighten every time she looked at it properly. 11 years of Marcus Knight's careful, patient sabotage, laid out in black and white for the first time in either of their lives. "You're up early," Julian said, without turning from the corkboard he was studying, a red marker in one hand, connecting 2 names with a line that hadn't been there the night before. He'd been awake before her every morning that week. Something Elena had noticed with small, worried ache. The shadows under his eyes deepening by the day. A man running on particular reckless fuel of purpose, finally aimed at something worth chasing. Couldn't sleep. Elena crossed the room and set her coffee down on a corner of the table that wasn't currently buried in paper. Careful of the careful, obsessive architecture Julian had been building all week. What's the line for? Knight's Holding Company, the one that bought up Costa's remaining debt 4 months ago, shares a registered agent with a real estate show that closed on a warehouse in Red Hook 8 weeks ago. Julian tapped the second name with the cap of his marker, his voice already sliding into the low, focused register she'd come to recognize over the last 5 days, the sound of a man who'd found, after years of grief dressed up as vengeance, something concrete enough to actually hold on to. I don't know yet why he wants a warehouse in Red Hook, but I don't think Marcus Knight does anything without a reason, and I don't like not knowing what that reason is. Elena studied the board for a long moment, the accumulated weight of it. 11 years of man's quiet, deliberate cruelty, condensed into red string and grainy photographs, and felt something she'd been feeling with increasing frequency over the last 5 days, a strange, uncomfortable mixture of grief and purpose that didn't quite have a name yet. Her father's ruin sat pinned to that board alongside Daniel Vance's disgrace. 2 lives destroyed by the same patient hand, and looking at it laid out so plainly made the old 6-year shame she'd carried feel at last like something that had never belonged to her family at all. "Show me what you found yesterday," she said, pulling a chair up to the table, and Julian turned from the board with something that looked, despite the exhaustion carved into his face, almost like relief. The relief Elena had come to understand, of a man who'd spent 6 years hunting ghosts alone and had finally, however strange the circumstances, found someone willing to hunt beside him. They fell into a rhythm over the following 2 weeks that neither of them had planned, and neither of them, Elena suspected, would have predicted a month earlier, standing on opposite sides of a firelit library trading accusations neither of them had wanted to be true. Mornings began in the war room, coffee going cold beside stacks of financial records that Elena, to her own surprise, found she had a genuine aptitude for reading. Years of parsing sheet music, she realized after the second day, had trained an eye for pattern and irregularity that translated more usefully than she'd expected into spotting the small inconsistencies in Knight's shell company filings that a less patient reader might have skimmed past. Julian noticed on the third morning, watching her flip back and forth between 2 registration documents with a small frown of concentration, the particular focused stillness she usually reserved for sight-reading a difficult score. "You're good at this," he said, something like surprise in his voice, and Elena had looked up to find him watching her with an expression she was beginning to recognize. Not quite the raw, unguarded look from the music room, but something adjacent to it, warmer than his usual controlled attention. The specific quality of man discovering something new and unexpected about a person he'd already started, quietly, to admire. "It's the same skill," she said, feeling a small, unfamiliar warmth climb up the back of her neck at the compliment. "Just applied to numbers instead of notes. You're looking for the thing that doesn't quite fit the pattern. A wrong note stands out if you spend enough years listening for it. Apparently a wrong filing date works the same way." Julian had smiled at that. A real smile, rare enough from him that Elena had felt her own breath catch slightly at the sight of it, the way it changed the whole architecture of his face, softened the sharp jaw and the storm-colored eyes into something that looked, for just a moment, almost boyish. "I've hired forensic accountants who took 3 times as long to find what you just found in an afternoon." "Don't tell them that," Elena said dryly. "I don't think my rate is competitive." "I could make it competitive," Julian said, and something in his voice, low and warm and threaded through with something that wasn't entirely a joke, made Elena's pulse pick up in a way that had nothing to do with the shell company registration spread across the table between them. She looked away first, back down at the papers, her cheeks warm, and Julian had let the moment pass without pushing it further, and this, too, had become part of the rhythm they were building. Small, charged exchanges that neither of them fully acted on, both of them circling the same unspoken thing with particular patient caution of 2 people who'd already been burned once by moving too fast, both of them apparently determined, without ever quite saying so out loud, to let whatever was, growing between them build slowly enough to trust it. Afternoons belonged to calls. Julian on the phone for hours some days, tracking down old contacts, calling favors from people who owed him things Elena suspected went back years, sometimes decades, his voice sliding between registers depending on who he was speaking to, warm and familiar, with an old college friend now working in financial regulation, cold and precise with a lawyer reviewing the shell company filings for anything actionable, careful and searching with a retired journalist who had apparently covered Knight's early career and remembered, even now, details that hadn't made it into any archived article Elena had found on her own. She sat in on most of these calls, cross-legged in the deep window seat of the war room with a legal pad balanced on her knee, taking notes in the small, precise handwriting she developed years ago for annotating sheet music, and found, over the course of those long afternoons, that she was learning things about Julian that had nothing to do with Knight at all. The particular gentleness that entered his voice when he spoke to Mrs. Alcott, checking in on her sister in Portland whose health had been failing. The dry, Unexpected humor that surfaced when he thought no one important was listening. A joke slipped into an otherwise businesslike call that made a retired journalist on the other end of the line laugh so hard Elena could hear it clearly through phone. The careful, methodical way he built trust with people who had every reason to be suspicious of the billionaire suddenly calling out of the blue, never rushing, never pushing, letting silence do half the work of every difficult conversation the same way Elena had learned years ago that a well-placed rest in a piece of music could carry more weight than any note surrounding it. "You're staring," Julian said late on the 8th afternoon, setting down the phone after a particularly long call with a former night employee who'd agreed, cautiously, to a second conversation, and Elena realized with a small jolt that she had been watching him across the war room's cluttered table in the tension that had drifted at some point in the last hour from professional interest into something considerably less businesslike. "I'm thinking," she said, which was true if incomplete, "about night, about how you talk to people." Elena set her legal pad aside, some old caution loosening under the accumulated warmth of 8 days spent in close, constant proximity to a man she'd once believed capable of murder. "You're different on the phone than you are in a boardroom. Warmer. You let people talk longer than they need before you ask for anything. And I don't think that strategy. Exactly. I think you actually care whether that man's sister recovers from her surgery." Something crossed Julian's face at that. Surprise first, and then something quieter, more exposed, a man being seen in a way he clearly wasn't used to and didn't quite know what to do with. "I do care," he admitted, after a moment. "I spent a long time convincing myself that caring about people slowed me down. Turns out it's actually the fastest way to get anyone to trust you with the truth. You didn't used to believe that." Elena watched his jaw work, the old familiar tell, though it had softened over the last few days, into something less guarded, less like armor and more like simple habit. "When we met, you were the kind of man who calculated everything. 6 seconds to leave, or my legal team gets involved. That's not a man who leads with warmth." "No," Julian agreed quietly. That was a man who'd spent 6 years making sure nothing could get close enough to hurt him again. He held her gaze across the cluttered table, the afternoon light slanting long and gold to the tall windows, catching dust motes in the air between them, and something in his voice, when he continued, had dropped into the low, private register she'd learned to associate with his rare, unguarded honesty. "I don't think I'm that man anymore, Elena. I'm not entirely sure when that changed, but I think you already know roughly when it started." The war room had gone very quiet. The only sound the distant murmur of the Atlantic against Blackwood's cliffs, a sound so constant by now that Elena barely registered it, except in moments like this one, when the silence between two sentences suddenly demanded to be filled with something, and neither of them seemed willing to be the one who filled it first. "We should get back to the Red Hook lead," Elena said finally, breaking the moment with a small, unsteady exhale, though her pulse hadn't fully settled by the time she'd pulled the relevant folder back toward herself. "We should," Julian agreed, and there was warmth in his voice even in the retreat, a kind of patient understanding that told her, without either of them needing to say it, that whatever this was building toward, he was content to let it arrive on its own schedule. It was the 12th night, deep into the investigation, when the rhythm they built finally cracked open into something neither of them could talk their way around. They'd spent the evening working through a stack of financial statements Julian's forensic accountant had finally managed to extract from a shell company Knight had used to route payments through 3 years before the theft that had ruined Elena's father and the pattern they'd uncovered. A slow, deliberate transfer of funds from Knight's operation into an account that, cross-reference against an old employee list Julian had tracked down that afternoon, appeared to belong to someone still, working quietly inside Vance Capital's own security division, had left both of them shaken in a way that made the war room's usual working silence feel considerably heavier than usual. "Someone on my own team," Julian said, staring at the printout with an expression Elena hadn't seen from him before. Something closer to genuine fear than she'd expected a man of his composure to show. Someone Knight's been paying to feed him information about my company, about the merger, possibly about... He stopped, his jaw tightening hard, and Elena watched a specific, cold realization land across his face. About you, about Blackwood. Someone inside my own organization may have told him exactly where you were the night those two men followed you from the gala. Julian. Elena reached across the cluttered table, an old instinct now rather than a hesitant one, and closed her hand over his where it curled, tight and white-knuckled, around the edge of the printout. We don't know that yet. It's a lead, not a confirmation. It's enough of a lead that I should have caught it 11 months ago. His voice had gone rough, self-directed anger bleeding into every syllable, and Elena felt his hand turn under hers, fingers lacing through her own with a grip that had nothing performative about it. Nothing calculated for cameras or boards or anyone else's benefit. Just a man reaching for the one steady thing in a room that had suddenly gotten considerably more frightening. I've spent a year congratulating myself on protecting you, and the entire time there may have been someone inside my own walls handing Knight everything he needed to hurt you whenever he decided the moment was right. You didn't know. Elena kept her voice steady, her hand tight around his, watching the fear in his face with an ache that had nothing to do with her own safety and everything to do with particular, unfamiliar tenderness of watching a man who prided himself on controlling every variable finally confront one he couldn't. You're finding it now. That's not failure, Julian. That's exactly what we spent 12 days building this room to do. Julian was quiet for a long moment, his eyes moving from their joined hands up to her face, something in his expression shifting slowly from fear into something else, something that carried the same raw, unguarded quality she'd seen twice before, once at the piano, once in the doorway of his brother's frozen room, except this time there was no grief underneath it, only a kind of exhausted, overwhelming gratitude that seemed to catch him as much by surprise as it caught her. I don't know how I will be doing any of this without you, he said quietly, the words coming out rougher than he probably intended. A confession he looked almost startled to have made out loud. 12 days ago, I was hunting a ghost alone in a house I couldn't stand to sleep in. I don't think I even realized how alone I'd made myself until you were sitting across this table every morning, finding things I had taken weeks to find on my own, and I keep waiting for that to start feeling like strategy again, like it's just useful that you're good at this, and it hasn't. Not once. Every single day it's felt like something else entirely. Elena's breath had gone shallow, her pulse loud in her own ears, the war room's cluttered table and its damning evidence and its whole grim architecture of man's 11-year cruelty fading, for one suspended moment, into something distant and unimportant against the immediate, overwhelming fact of Julian's hand in hers, his eyes steady and searching on her face, the low golden lamplight throwing warm shadows across a room that had somehow, over the last 12 days, stopped feeling like a war, room at all, and started feeling like something closer to a shared life. I feel it too, she admitted, the words costing her something. Some old careful defense finally giving way on the way to 12 days spent close enough to watch every unguarded thing he did. The gentleness with strangers on the phone, the dry humor that slipped out when he thought it didn't matter, the fierce, protective fear currently written plainly across his face. I keep telling myself it's the adrenaline, the danger, the case, all of it, that it would feel different somewhere ordinary, somewhere without a hurricane or a locked office or a man trying to destroy both our families. But I don't actually believe that anymore, Julian. I think I'd feel exactly like this even if none of it were happening at all. Something in Julian's face broke open at that. The careful control he wore like armor finally, visibly, giving way, and he rose slowly from his chair, coming around the cluttered table with a deliberateness that gave her every opportunity to stop him, the same careful permission-seeking he'd practiced since the very first night in the rain, and knelt instead of standing over her, bringing himself level with her eyes, his hand still wrapped around hers, his gaze holding hers with an intensity that made the whole room feel suddenly very small and very warm. "I'm not going to touch you beyond this," he said quietly, his thumb moving slowly, deliberately across the back of her hand, the smallest possible gesture, and still enough to send a current up through her whole arm. "Because I promised you I'd wait for you to close whatever distance you want to close, and I meant that, and I'm going to keep meaning it for as long as it takes. But I need you to know that I'm not confused anymore about what this is. Elena, it stopped being a deal a long time ago. I don't fully know when. I just know that somewhere between a moonlit piano and a hurricane and 12 days of finding out you're better at reading Knight's lies than any accountant I've ever hired, I fell in love with you, and I don't think I'm capable of pretending otherwise for one more day. Deal or no deal." The words landed in the quiet room like something physical, and Elena sat very still for a long moment, Julian kneeling in front of her with his hand around hers and his whole guarded, careful heart laid bare across his face, and felt every careful defense she'd built over 6 weeks of suspicion and grief and slow, reluctant trust finally, completely, come undone. "Julian," her voice shook, and she didn't try to steady it this time, didn't reach for the careful composure she usually wore like her own kind of armor. "I don't know how to do this the safe way either. I don't know how to want someone the way I want you and still keep every wall standing the way I've been trying to." "Then don't," Julian said, his voice barely above a whisper now, his eyes never leaving hers, close enough that she could feel his breath against her cheek, close enough that the last small distance between them had narrowed to almost nothing at all. "Tell me what you want, Elena, right now. I'll follow whatever you say, exactly the way I promised. But I need you to say it, because I don't think I could be the one to close this distance first, not after everything I've already asked you to trust me through." Elena looked at him for a long moment, at the sharp jaw gone soft with something unguarded, at the storm-colored eyes it had, somewhere over the last 6 weeks, stopped looking like weather and started looking like the single steadiest thing in her entire upended life, at the man who had lied to her and protected her and grieved beside her and hunted, patiently, tirelessly, for the truth she needed even when it cost him something, and felt the last of her careful distance finally give way. "Kiss me," she said, quietly, her own voice unsteady with the weight of the permission she was finally, deliberately offering. Slowly, the way you play something you never wanted to finish. Something in Julian's face broke open entirely at that, a raw, unguarded relief that looked, for one unguarded second, almost like disbelief, and his free hand came up, slow and careful, to rest against the curve of her jaw, and Elena felt her whole body go still and electric at the contact, every nerve suddenly, achingly aware of the warmth of his palm, the careful, reverent slowness of his movement. And when he finally closed the last small distance between them, it was exactly as slow. As she'd asked, a kiss built the way she built the ends of her performances. Not a hard stop, but a long, unhurried arrival, both of them breathing unsteadily into the small warm space between them, the war room's cluttered table and its damning evidence and Marcus Knight's whole patient architecture of cruelty forgotten for one long suspended moment entirely. When they finally parted, Julian's forehead resting lightly against hers, both of them breathing hard, neither of them in any particular hurry to move, Elena felt something settle into place in her chest that had been unsteady for 6 weeks. Not the end of the danger, not the end of the grief, but the beginning, finally, of something she trusted enough to hold on to through whatever came next. "We still have a shell company to trace," she murmured against his mouth, a small, unsteady laugh threading through the words. "It'll still be there in the morning," Julian said, his thumb still tracing slow, careful circles against her jaw, his own voice rough with something that sounded, unmistakably, like happiness. "I've waited 6 weeks for that. I think Marcus Knight can wait until after breakfast." Outside, the Atlantic kept its steady, endless rhythm against Blackwood's cliffs, And somewhere far out past the headland, the first thin gray edge of dawn had already begun to touch the horizon, and in the warm lamplight of a room that had, over 12 long, careful days, stopped being a war room and become, instead, the place where two people finally stopped fighting the one thing neither of them had ever actually wanted to fight. Elena Marsh sat with her hands still wrapped in Julian Vance's, and let herself, for the first time in 6 weeks, simply feel something that wasn't fear. Chapter 12. The Gala of Deception. The invitation arrived by messenger on a Tuesday, cream cardstock embossed with gold lettering, addressed not to Julian Vance, but to Mr. Julian Vance and Ms. Elena Marsh, and Elena stood in Blackwood's entrance hall, turning it over in her hands with a specific, cold unease she couldn't quite name, because there was something obscene about the ordinary elegance of it. The careful calligraphy, the tasteful weight of the paper, arriving from a man who had, 11 years ago, quietly engineered the ruin of both their families and hadn't stopped since. The Knight Foundation cordially invites you to celebrate a decade of philanthropic impact. He knows we're looking at him, Julian said, reading the invitation over her shoulder, close enough that Elena could feel the warmth of him at her back, a warmth she'd stopped flinching away from over the last week and a half, though the strangeness of it, being invited to their enemy's own party, under his own roof, by his own hand, hadn't fully worn off. This isn't hospitality. It's a message. He wants us to know he's not worried. Or he wants a closer look at us, Elena said, turning the card over once more, studying the elegant gold script for anything that might tell her more than it was offering. Either way, I think we should go. Julian went very still behind her, the particular stillness she'd learned to read over 6 weeks as the sound of him containing something large and unpleasant. Absolutely not. Julian. Elena turned to face him, the invitation still in her hand, and found his jaw already set in a hard, immovable line she'd seen only a handful of times before. The two men on the street corner, the letter in the firelit library. We spent 2.5 weeks building a case against a man who's very good at covering his tracks. Every lead we've found so far has been paper. Shell companies, old bank records, second-hand accounts from people who were afraid to talk 11 years ago and are still afraid now. We need something current. Something that puts him directly in contact with Costa's operation, or with whoever's feeding him information from inside your own company. And the only place a man like Marcus Knight keeps that kind of information current is on servers he controls personally, in a building he owns, on a night when he's distracted enough by 300 guests to not be watching every single door. You're describing exactly the kind of operation I'd never let you anywhere near, Julian said, his voice low and tight, the fear underneath audible even to the careful control he was trying to hold on to. Elena, this isn't a fundraiser where the worst thing that can happen is a bad photograph. This is a man who's already sent Costa's people after you once. If he suspects for even a second that either of us is doing anything other than eating his canapes and admiring his foundation's decade of impact, I don't know what he's capable of doing, and I am not willing to find out with you standing in the middle of it. I'm not asking your permission. Elena kept her voice steady, though her pulse had picked up, some old stubborn resolve rising to meet his fear with equal and opposite conviction. I'm telling you what I've decided. My father spent 6 years dead and disgraced because of what this man did, Julian. Your brother is buried because of it. I am not going to sit at Blackwood embroidering while you walk into that building alone, hoping you find what we need without anyone to run interference if something goes wrong. Julian's hands came up, not to touch her, but brace at his sides, fists curling and uncurling with the effort of holding himself in place, and Elena watched the fear war visibly with something else on his face. Respect, she realized, watching him fight it, the specific, reluctant respect of a man who'd spent 6 years protecting people from a distance and was being asked now to accept a partner who refused to be protected passively. If you go, he said finally, each word deliberate, costing him something. You go exactly the way I tell you to go. No improvising. No wandering off on your own instinct because you think you've spotted something. You stay in contact with me at every moment. And the second anything feels wrong, you leave, you don't investigate, you don't push, you leave the building and you get in the car and you let Reyes get you back to Blackwood, and I will deal with whatever's happening on my own. Agreed, Elena said and meant it, though some quiet part of her already suspected, even as she said the word, that a promise made in the safety of Blackwood's entrance hall might not survive the actual pressure of the night it was meant for. The Knight Foundation's gala occupied the entire top floor of a converted warehouse in Tribeca that had once, Julian told her in the car on the way down, been part of the same shipping empire Knight's grandfather built before Knight himself inherited it, and spent 3 decades turning family wealth into something considerably colder and more surgical. The space had been renovated into the kind of exposed brick, soaring ceiling elegance favored by people who wanted their money to look effortless. String lights strung in careful asymmetric patterns overhead. A jazz quartet playing something low and unobtrusive near the bar. 300 guests in black ties circulating through a room that smelled, faintly, of expensive florals and old brick. Elena had chosen her own dress this time. Not something from Julian's atelier, but a deep emerald gown she bought herself with the first check from the private performances she'd started giving quietly at smaller venues around the city over the last 2 weeks. A small act of independence that had mattered to her more than she expected when she finally slid the garment bag open in her own hands rather than someone else's. Julian had looked at her when she came down Blackwood staircase in it 2 hours earlier, with an expression that had made her breath catch and her cheeks go warm despite 6 weeks of increasingly frequent proximity to exactly that look. "You look like you're about to walk into a war," he'd said, low, his eyes not quite hiding the fear underneath the admiration. And Elena had smiled, small and steady, and said nothing, because there wasn't really a version of the truth that would have made either of them feel better about the night ahead. Now, standing just inside the warehouse's soaring entrance, the small earpiece Julian had given her tucked discreetly beneath her hair, Elena scanned the room for the man they'd spent 2.5 weeks assembling a portrait from photographs and financial records, and found within 30 seconds, silver-haired, tall, standing near the center of the room in a small cluster of guests with the particular easy, magnetic authority of a man who'd spent decades ensuring every room he entered reorganized itself around him. "He's by the bar," she murmured, low, angling her mouth slightly away from the nearest cluster of guests, talking to a woman in red. "He hasn't seen us yet. I've got him." Julian's voice came back through the earpiece, steady despite the tension she could hear coiled underneath it. "I'm heading for the service corridor now. Give me 10 minutes before you approach him directly. I need enough of a head start that his attention's fully occupied before I'm anywhere near his private office." "Understood." Elena took a slow breath, watching Julian's tall figure move smoothly toward a discreet side door near the kitchen, dressed in a plain dark suit rather than his usual tailored elegance, deliberately unremarkable, the kind of man a room like this simply absorbed without registering, and felt her heart climb into her throat at the sight of him disappearing through the door, alone, into whatever waited on the other side of it. She gave herself a moment to steady her breathing, running through the small mental checklist she and Julian had built together over 3 careful rehearsals at Blackwood. Warm, curious, flattering, never pushing. Let him lead the conversation, watch his hands, watch his eyes, get him talking about himself and keep him talking, and cross the room toward the bar with the same measured, unhurried grace she'd once used walking toward a piano bench in front of 300 strangers. "Ms. Marsh." Marcus Knight turned toward her before she'd even fully reached the bar, his voice smooth and warm, entirely too warm for a man whose name had, until 2.5 weeks ago, meant nothing to her at all. "I was hoping you'd come tonight. Julian doesn't often bring the people he cares about into rooms full of his competitors." "I didn't realize we were competitors, Mr. Knight." Elena kept her own voice light, curious. Exactly the register she and Julian had practiced, though her pulse had climbed sharply at the way he'd said the people he cares about, a small, deliberate needle designed. She understood immediately to see how she'd react to it. Everyone in this city is a competitor to everyone else. Eventually, Knight smiled, and Elena studied the expression with the same careful forensic attention she'd learned to apply to Julian's every gesture over 6 weeks, and found nothing there she could read easily. No tell, no flicker. Just a smooth, practiced warmth that had clearly been perfected over decades of exactly this kind of room. But I didn't mean to unsettle you. I've heard remarkable things about your playing. I understand you performed at the Ashworth Gala some weeks ago, the one for your sister's condition. A beautiful cause. The mention of Sophie landed in Elena's chest like a small, cold stone, deliberate and precise, and she understood, with a fresh wave of the specific fury she'd been carrying since the night in Julian's office, that this man knew far more about her family than a casual acquaintance ever should, and wanted her to know that he knew it. You keep good track of charitable causes, she said, keeping her voice carefully light, though every word cost her something now. I keep good track of everything, Ms. Marsh. Something in his eyes shifted, briefly, cold and assessing beneath the warm surface, and then it was gone again, folded back under the easy social mask, and he gestured toward the bar with an old-fashioned courtliness that made Elena's skin crawl. Can I get you something to drink? I find these evenings go easy with a decent glass of wine in hand. She let him. She stayed at the bar with Marcus Knight for the next 20 minutes, laughing at his stories about the Foundation's early years, asking careful, curious questions about his philanthropic work that let him talk at length about himself. A strategy that worked. She found with small, unsettled satisfaction, exactly the way she and Julian had predicted it would. Men like Knight rarely able to resist an audience genuinely interested in the shape of their own accomplishments. And the entire time, some cold, watchful part of her mind stayed fixed on the small earpiece tucked beneath her hair, waiting, with an anxiety she worked hard to keep off her face, for Julian's voice to check back in. It didn't come for 11 minutes. I'm in. Julian's voice finally murmured, low and tight, when it did come, and Elena felt something in her chest ease fractionally, though the relief lasted only as long as it took him to continue. His office is exactly where the building plan said it would be. Give me another 5 minutes on the servers. Keep him talking. Tell me about the Red Hook property, Elena said tonight, watching his face carefully as she said it, testing the waters with specificity that pushed slightly past the careful, curious small talk they'd been trading for the last 20 minutes. I read something about the Foundation, expanding its footprint there. It sounds like an interesting project. Something in Knight's face changed, subtle, almost imperceptible, but Elena caught it. The same way she'd learned to catch every small tell in Julian's face over 6 weeks, a flicker of genuine attention replacing the smooth social warmth, his eyes sharpening on her with focus that made the hair on her arms rise. You've done your research, he said slowly, and there was nothing warm in his voice now, nothing performed, just cold, careful assessment. That's not public information yet. Ms. Marsh, I wonder where you might have come across it. Elena's heart lurched hard against her ribs, the mistake landing in her stomach like a physical blow, and she scrambled fast for the recovery she and Julian had rehearsed for exactly this scenario. Julian mentioned it actually, something about a mutual interest in warehouse redevelopment. I probably misunderstood the details. I'm not much of a real estate person. No, Knight said, his voice quiet now, dangerous in a way that hadn't been present a moment ago. I don't think you did misunderstand. He set his wine glass down on the bar with a small, precise click, his eyes never leaving her face. Julian's been asking a great deal of questions lately, hasn't he? About old business dealings, about people who worked for me a long time ago. I find it interesting that his new fiancée happens to know the details of a property acquisition that hasn't been announced yet. Elena, Julian's voice sharp and urgent in her ear now, cut through the sudden roar of her own pulse. Get out of there. Right now. Something's wrong. His security team is moving. I can see two men heading toward the bar on the floor plan. Get out. Get to the elevator. Don't wait for me. Elena's whole body had gone cold. The careful social mask she'd been wearing all evening threatening to crack entirely, and she forced herself, with everything she had, to hold Knight's gaze steadily rather than let the fear currently spiking through her show on her face. I think you're reading a lot into a passing comment, Mr. Knight, she said, her voice remarkably steady despite the roar in her own ears, and began, carefully, casually, to angle herself away from the bar, toward the crowd, toward the elevators on the far side of the room. I should find Julian. He gets anxious in rooms full of his competitors, as you said yourself. I don't think you should, Knight said, and his hand closed around her wrist. Not violently, not yet, but firm enough, sudden enough, that Elena felt the full weight of exactly how much danger she walked into land in her chest all at once. I think we should keep talking, Ms. Marsh. I think you know a great deal more than you're letting on, and I find that far more interesting than anything else happening at this party tonight. Elena, talk to me. Are you all right? Julian's voice had gone raw with fear now, no longer careful or controlled, and Elena, her wrist held firm in Marcus Knight's grip, her heart hammering hard enough that she could feel in her own throat, understood with total clarity that the promise she'd made in Blackwood's entrance hall 3 hours earlier was about to become considerably harder to keep. Let go of my arm, she said, keeping her voice low level, refusing to let the fear currently coursing through her body show in anything except the steady, cold authority she'd learned, somewhere over the last 6 weeks, to borrow from Julian himself. You're making a scene, Mr. Knight, in front of 300 of your own donors. Knight's eyes flickered briefly to the crowd around them. A few heads had begun to turn, the low murmur of nearby conversation dipping with particular instinctive attention people paid to any hint of confrontation in an otherwise pleasant room. And Elena watched, with small flare of relief, the calculation cross his face, the recognition that his own careful public image mattered more, in this exact moment, than whatever he'd hoped to extract from her. His grip loosened. Not fully released, but loose enough that Elena pulled her wrist free with a sharp, decisive motion and stepped back, her whole body trembling now with the aftermath of adrenaline she'd been holding at bay for the better part of a minute. You should be more careful who you send to ask questions on your behalf. Knight said quietly, his voice gone flat and cold, all pretense of warmth abandoned now. This city isn't kind to people who dig where they haven't been invited. Ms. Marsh, I'd hate for something to happen to that lovely sister of yours before her surgery. The threat landed in Elena's chest like ice water, every ounce of composure she'd been holding on to threatening to shatter entirely, and it was only the small, urgent sound of Julian's voice in her ear. I'm coming to you. 30 seconds, hold on. That kept her upright, kept her moving, one careful step and then another, away from Marcus Knight and toward the elevators, her heels loud against the polished concrete floor, her whole body screaming with the need to run, and her mind, cold and disciplined, refusing to let her give him the satisfaction of seeing it. Julian reached her at the elevator bank, moving fast, his face white with a fear Elena had never seen on him before, not even the night of the storm surge, not even standing over his brother's frozen room. And the moment the elevator doors slid shut behind them, sealing them into privacy for the first time in 20 minutes, he pulled her against his chest with a fierceness that had nothing careful or performed about it, his arms closing around her hard enough that Elena felt, for the first time all night, something in her own chest finally break open into real, unguarded fear. I heard him, Julian said, his voice rough and shaking against her hair, his hand cradling the back of her head with a desperate gentleness that told her exactly how close to the edge his own composure had come. I heard every word, Elena. I heard him touch you, and I heard him threaten your sister, and I was 3 floors up doing nothing. And I have never in my life felt as helpless as I felt in that server room, listening to you handle him alone. Elena pressed her face against his chest, breathing hard. Her whole body finally allowed, in the elevator's small private silence, to shake with everything she'd been holding back for the last 20 minutes. "I'm all right," she said, though her voice betrayed her, unsteady and thin. "I'm all right, Julian." He let go. "I got out." "You shouldn't have had to handle him at all." Julian's arms tightened around her, and Elena felt him pressing his lips briefly, fiercely, against the top of her head, an unplanned, unrehearsed gesture that had nothing to do with any performance either of them had built. "I promise you I'd protect you. I've spent this whole night 3 floors away, hacking into his servers instead of standing next to you, and the one time it actually mattered, I wasn't close enough to stop him from putting his hands on you at all." "You got what we needed," Elena said, pulling back just enough to look up at his face, at the raw, unguarded fear still written across every line of it, and felt something in her own chest steady at the sight of it. The specific, overwhelming tenderness of being cared for this fiercely by a man who'd spent 6 years teaching himself not to care about anything at all. "Did you get it?" Before the security team moved. Julian's jaw tightened, and for a moment Elena thought he might deflect, might insist on tending to her fear before answering the question. But instead, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a small drive, no larger than her thumb, holding it up between them with a hand that wasn't entirely steady. "Everything," he said. "Every transfer, every shell company, every piece of correspondence between Knight and whoever's feeding him information inside my own company. It's all here. Enough to bring this whole thing down if we build the case correctly." His eyes searched her face, something raw and urgent still sitting behind them. "But Elena, I need you to hear me. I don't care about any of it half as much as I care about the fact that he had his hand around your wrist tonight. If it comes down to a choice between exposing Knight and keeping you safe, I will choose you every single time, and I need you to understand that now, before we go any further with this." The elevator door slid open onto the ground floor, the warehouse's grand entrance still visible through the glass, 300 oblivious guests still circulating under their careful string lights, and Elena stood in the small enclosed space with Julian's hand cradling her face, his eyes searching hers with fear that had nothing performed about it, and felt the last of her own carefully maintained composure finally, completely give way. "I choose both," she said, quietly, fiercely, reaching up to close her own hand over his where it rested against her cheek. "I want him exposed, Julian. I want my father's name cleared and your brother's name cleared, and I want that man to lose everything he's built on other people's ruin. But I also want to be alive to see it happen, next to you, not protected from a distance the way you've been trying to protect me since the very first night. We do this together, or we don't do it at all." Julian held her gaze for a long moment, the elevator doors beginning to slide shut again on their own timer, and then, slowly, deliberately, he leaned down and kissed her. Not the slow, careful arrival of the war room 2 weeks earlier, but something rougher, more urgent, threaded through with the fear and relief of the last 20 minutes, and Elena kissed him back with the same fierce, unguarded intensity, both of them holding on hard enough to steady the shaking that still hadn't quite left either of their hands. Outside the warehouse, the city moved on in its ordinary indifferent rhythm. Taxis and rain, and 300 guests still laughing under string lights over a decade of philanthropic impact built, all of it on other people's ruin. And inside a small private elevator, descending slowly toward the street, Elena Marsh held on to Julian Vance with everything she had, and understood with a clarity that steadied something deep and frightened in her chest, that whatever came next in the fight against Marcus Knight, they would face it exactly the way she'd insisted on from the very beginning. Together. Chapter 13, The Melting Ice. The drive back to Blackwood passed in a different kind of silence than the one Elena had grown used over the last 2 months. Not the brittle, careful quiet of two strangers negotiating a contract, not the charge, unresolved silence of two people fighting the same current and losing, but something softer, looser, the particular easy quiet of two people who'd survived something together and didn't need words yet to prove it. Julian drove himself, having sent Reyes home for the night once they'd cleared the city, and Elena sat beside him in the passenger seat with her shoes off, her feet tucked up under her in a way that would have felt, 3 weeks earlier, far too unguarded to risk in front of him, and watched the highway unspool north through the dark, the last of the adrenaline from the gala slowly draining out of her body and leaving behind something loose-limbed and exhausted and, underneath all of it, quietly, unmistakably happy. "You're smiling," Julian said, glancing sideways at her at a red light somewhere past the last of the city's outer sprawl, and Elena realized, with a small, startled laugh, that she was. "So are you," she said, and watched him catch himself, his hand coming up briefly to touch his own mouth as though checking the shape of it, as though the expression currently sitting there was unfamiliar enough to require verification. It was, she understood, studying his profile in the passing gold-washed streetlights. In 2 months of knowing this man, she had watched him smile perhaps 4 times, and every one of those smiles had been careful, contained, the small control curve of a man, and used to letting an expression run further than he'd planned it to. This smile was different, loose, unguarded, the particular helpless smile of a man who'd walked into a burning building and come out the other side with something worth smiling about, and hadn't yet remembered to build the careful architecture back up around his own face. "I got everything we needed tonight," he said, as if explaining the smile to himself as much as to her, though the words came out warmer than the sentence's content alone would have justified. 2.5 months, Elena. 2.5 months of dead ends and half answers, and a man I couldn't touch no matter how carefully I built the case. And tonight, in 11 minutes, we got enough to actually bring him down. "We," Elena said quietly, and watched something in his face soften further at the word, the shared weight of it settling somewhere she suspected he hadn't expected to feel it land. Blackwood, when they finally passed through its iron gates a little past 1 in the morning, looked different than at every other night Elena had returned to it. Not the gray, forbidding fortress from her first arrival, wind-scoured and vast with grief, but something gentler. The security light along the drive throwing warm gold pools across gravel gone silver with light frost, the house itself dark and quiet and, for the first time since she'd arrived, entirely unthreatening. The Atlantic had gone quiet too. Elena noticed at the moment she stepped out of the car, the particular stillness in the air that told her, before she'd even walked to the edge of the headland to check, that the water below the cliffs had settled into something calm, something almost gentle. The relentless crash and pull that had accompanied every single night of her stay finally, inexplicably at rest. "It's never this quiet," she said, standing at the top of the stone steps that led down toward the cliff path, looking out at a sky gone suddenly, startlingly clear, more stars visible over the black water than she'd seen since she was a child, before the light pollution of Manhattan had swallowed every constellation she'd once known by name. "No," Julian agreed, coming to stand beside her, close enough now that their shoulders brushed without either of them flinching from the contact, a closeness that had become, over the last 2 months, so ordinary between them that Elena barely registered it as significant anymore, except in moments like this one, when she let herself notice how far they'd traveled from the careful, wary distance of their first weeks. "It's not usually. I've spent 6 years hearing this ocean throw itself against those rocks every single night. I was forced to be here, loud enough that I used to think the house itself was angry at me for coming back." He was quiet for a moment, looking out at the calm black water, the stars scattered thick and bright above it. "I don't think I've ever seen it like this. Not once in my whole life. Maybe it knows something changed tonight," Elena said, and meant it only half seriously, though something in Julian's face, when she glanced sideways at him, suggested he'd taken the thought more to heart than the offhand tone she'd used to offer it. "Come sit with me," he said, gesturing toward a low stone bench set into the headland's edge. weather paled by decades of salt wind, positioned to look straight out over the water. I don't think I'm ready to go inside yet. I don't think I want a night to be over. Elena sat, pulling her coat tighter around herself against the cold, and Julian settled beside her, close enough that their legs pressed together along the bench's narrow length. And for a long moment neither of them spoke, simply looking out at the black stillness of the Atlantic under a sky more full of stars than either of them had any right to see this close to a major city. "Tell me something true," Elena said finally into the quiet, her breath fogging faintly in the cold night air. "Something you've never told anyone. I think we've earned that tonight, both of us." Julian was quiet for a long moment, and Elena watched his jaw work once, the old familiar tell, though it had softened over 2 months into something that no longer read as guardedness so much as simple habit, the way anyone might pause before handing over something they kept carefully private for a long time. "I used to play the piano," he said finally, and the admission seemed to surprise even him, his voice catching slightly on the words. "Not well, not the way you do. But my mother taught me on that piano in the music room before she died. I was 6. I remember almost nothing else about her clearly. Her voice has gotten fuzzy over the years, her face. Even if I'm honest, some mornings I have to look at old photographs to remember exactly what she looked like. But I remember her hands on mine at that piano, showing me where middle C sat. And I remember she used to say the same thing every single lesson, that music wasn't about getting the notes right. It was about finding the thing you were actually trying to say and letting the notes carry it for you." He paused, his eyes still fixed on the dark water, something raw moving beneath the careful surface of his voice. "I haven't touched a piano since she died. Not once in 22 years. Not even that one. Sitting 20 feet from my own bedroom, until the night I found you playing it and stood in the doorway too afraid to go any closer." Elena's chest tightened, the weight of what he was offering her landing with the particular gravity of something genuinely rare, and she reached for his hand without quite deciding to, lacing her fingers through the way she started doing over the last 2 weeks, an easy, wordless gesture that no longer required permission between them, though Julian's hand still tightened around hers with the same grateful surprise it always seemed to carry, as if some part of him hadn't fully believed, even now, that he was allowed this. "Why didn't you tell me that the first night," she asked quietly, "in the music room, you could have?" "Because I didn't fully understand it myself that night." Julian's thumb moved slowly across the back of her hand, an absent, unconscious gesture. "I think I only understood it tonight. Actually, watching you handle night better than most of the security professionals I employ. Watching you choose to stay in that building even after I told you to run. I think I've spent 22 years avoiding that piano because touching it meant admitting how much I missed her. And I spent 6 years avoiding this whole house for the same reason. And somewhere in the last 2 months, without ever quite deciding to, I let you back into both of those places. And it didn't destroy me the way I always assumed it would. It did something else instead." "What else?" Elena asked, softly, watching his profile in the starlight, the sharp planes of his face gentled by something she'd never seen sit there so openly before. "It felt like healing," Julian said, simply, and the plainness of the admission landed harder than any elaborate confession could have. Not fixed, not finished, just moving finally instead of frozen, like something that had been stuck in one place for a very long time had finally started to thaw. Elena sat with that for a long moment, the cold air sharp against her face, the black water below them utterly still, and felt her own chest fill with something warm and aching that she recognized, with a small internal jolt, as the specific tenderness of loving someone carefully, slowly, the way you'd handle something you understood to be fragile even as it grew stronger in your hands. "My turn," she said finally, her voice quiet in the vast, starlit stillness. "Something true. Something I've never told anyone." Julian turned to look at her fully now, his gray eyes steady and attentive in the dim light, giving her his complete, unguarded attention the way he'd learned to give it to the retired journalists and frightened former employees over the last 2.5 weeks. And Elena felt, for the first time, the particular safety of being listened to that completely, that carefully, by someone who genuinely wanted to understand, rather than simply wait for his turn to speak. "I used to blame my father," she said, the words coming slowly, carefully, a confession she'd never let herself voice fully even to Sophie. "Not just for the debt, for dying. I know that's an unfair thing to feel about a heart attack. I know he didn't choose it, but for 6 years, actually right up until the night in your office when I found out he'd been innocent all along, some small, ugly part of me was angry at him. For leaving us with a debt we didn't understand. For dying before he could explain any of it. For making my mother whisper his name in fear for the rest of her own short life. And for making me the one who had to hold everything together afterward. Work myself half to death giving lessons and playing every gala that would have me. Because there wasn't anyone else left to do it." Her voice caught, the old grief surfacing with a rawness she hadn't expected. Even now, even with the truth finally uncovered. "And now I know he didn't do any of it. He was a victim too, the same as your brother. And I spent 6 years quietly, secretly resenting a man who never deserved a single second of it. And I don't know how to forgive myself for that, Julian. I don't know how to hold both things at once. The relief that he was innocent, and the shame that I doubted him at all." Julian was quiet for a long moment, his hand tightening around hers, and when he finally spoke, his voice had gone low and careful, the particular gentle honesty he seemed to reserve only for the darkest hours of the night. "I don't think that's something you need to forgive yourself for," he said. "I think it's something that happens to anyone who's been left holding grief they don't fully understand. I spent 2 years hating a dead man I'd never met, building an entire case against him in my head because it was easier than sitting with the fact that my brother's death didn't have a clean villain, that it happened because of a slow accumulation of manipulation and pressure I couldn't undo no matter how much blame I assigned to someone convenient. You were angry at your father because you needed someone to put 6 years of grief you had nowhere else to set down. That's not a betrayal of him, Elena. That's just what surviving looks like. Sometimes, when nobody hands you the whole truth in time to grieve it properly." Elena felt something in her chest loosen at that. An old knot she hadn't fully realized she was still carrying finally beginning, slowly, to give way, and she leaned into Julian's side, resting her head against his shoulder, and felt his arm come around her, easy and certain now, no hesitation left in the gesture at all. "I think I'm going to tell Sophie everything," she said, after a long, quiet moment, watching the stars above the black water. "The real deal, not the version I've been telling her. I think she deserves to know the truth about Dad, and I think—" She hesitated, some old fear resurfacing briefly before she pushed past it. "I think I want her to know the truth about us too, not the fake fiancé story. The real one. Whatever this actually is." "What is it?" Julian asked quietly, and Elena felt him go very still beside her, the question carrying a weight that had nothing to do with idle curiosity. "I don't know exactly what to call it yet," Elena admitted, honestly, tilting her head up to look at him in the starlight. "I know it stopped being a deal a while ago. I know I trust you more than I've trusted anyone since my mother died, and I know that scares me almost as much as it steadies me. I know I want to keep finding out what it is, slowly, the way we said we would back in the music room, before any of this got complicated." A small smile touched her mouth, unguarded, warm. "I know your mother was right, by the way, about finishing not being the point. I think that's the only thing that's kept me sane through any of this. The idea that we don't have to have an answer yet. We just have to keep the sound going." Julian looked at her for a long moment, something moving behind his gray eyes that Elena recognized now as clearly as she recognized any note in any piece she'd ever played. Not the careful, guarded weather their first weeks together, but something warmer, steadier, the particular clear calm of storm finally, fully past. "I love you," he said quietly, the words landing simple and unadorned in the vast, starlit stillness of the headland. I told you that in the war room, and I meant it, but I don't think I said it clearly enough without any of the fear or the danger attached to it. I love you, Elena, not the fiancée, not the woman who's brilliant at reading night shell companies, though God knows I love that about you too. Just you, sitting on a cold bench at 1 a.m. with your shoes off, telling me the truth about your father, because you trust me enough to hand me something that fragile. Elena felt her eyes sting, the cold night air sharp against her face, and reached up to press her palm gently against his jaw, feeling the last small tension there finally, completely, dissolve under her touch. I love you too, she said, and the words came easier than she expected, simple and true and entirely unguarded. The particular relief of finally saying out loud something she'd been carrying quietly for weeks. I think I have for longer than I've let myself admit. Somewhere around the storm, maybe, or the piano, before that, I keep trying to find the exact moment it happened, and I don't think there is one Julian. I think it just built slowly, the way everything true does. He kissed her then, slow and unhurried. The particular quality she'd asked for weeks ago in the war room. No fear or danger threaded through it this time. Just a simple, steady certainty of two people who'd finally stopped fighting the current between them and let it carry them wherever wanted to go. And when they finally parted, foreheads resting together, both of them breathing slow and easy in the cold, clear air, Elena felt something in her chest settle fully into place for the first time since the night of the gala. 3 months earlier, when a stranger with storm-colored eyes had looked at her across a crowded room and made the whole world briefly disappear. "Play something for me?" Julian said after a while, his voice low and warm against the quiet. "Not for the cameras. Not even for me, really. Just because you want to. I'd like to hear what that sounds like now." Elena smiled and rose from the bench and led him by the hand back toward the house, through the quiet, dark hallways, toward the small room behind the staircase where an old upright piano had sat gathering dust for 22 years before she'd found it, and settled onto a bench with Julian standing close behind her, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder, and began, finally, to play something whole, not a fragment, not a wandering half-finished thought, but a real piece, the Nocturne she'd played the night they met, except different now, warmer. The grief in it softened by everything that had grown up around in the months since. And Julian stood behind her in the dark, warm room, listening to the sound of something finally, fully thawed, and did not move away, not once, for the whole length of the piece. Outside, the Atlantic stayed calm through the rest of the night, the stars bright and steady over Blackwood's cliffs. The storm that had followed them from the very first night finally, at last, entirely passed. Chapter 14. The Leak. The headline broke at 6:14 in the morning, and Elena was still asleep when it happened. Curled warm and unguarded in the bed she'd shared with Julian for the first time 3 nights earlier, his arm loose around her waist. The calm they'd found on the headland still settled over both of them like something they'd earned the right to keep. She woke to the sound of his phone buzzing against the nightstand once, twice, a third time in rapid succession, and by the fourth buzz Julian had already sat up beside her, his body going rigid in a way that pulled her instantly, fully, out of sleep. "What is it?" she asked, watching his face in the gray pre-dawn light filtering to the tall bedroom window, watching something drain out of it as he scrolled, his jaw tightening with each passing second in a way she recognized now as something considerably worse than his ordinary careful wariness. "The journal," he said, his voice flat, stripped of every warm, unguarded thing it had carried on the headland 3 nights ago. "Coley's piece. It's live." He turned the phone toward her, and Elena felt her own stomach drop, reading the headline scrolling across the small bright screen. Vance Capital's billion-dollar secret. Internal documents reveal predictive trading algorithm built on stolen foundation. Sources say, Julian, Elena sat up fully now, the warm ease of 3 nights of shared sleep evaporating instantly, replaced by a cold, sick understanding of exactly what this meant. This is the algorithm, the one my father... I know what it is. His voice had gone tight, controlled, the particular flat register she remembered from their very first weeks together, before any of the warmth had built up between them, and Elena felt a fresh chill settle into her chest at hearing it return so suddenly, so completely. He was already reading further, his thumb scrolling fast, his eyes moving across the screen with a speed that told her he was absorbing something considerably worse than the headline alone. There's internal documentation in here. Board minutes. Emails between me and my legal team about the acquisition timeline. Details about the merger structure that nobody outside 4 people should have had access to. His jaw worked hard, a muscle jumping visibly along his cheek. Someone leaked directly from inside my own files. Elena, recent files. Not old records from 11 years ago. Documents I generated over the last 2.5 weeks. Working the night case. The cold understanding in Elena's chest sharpened into something closer to dread. Watching Julian's eyes lift slowly from the phone to her face. Something shifting behind his gray eyes that she recognized, with a lurch of real fear, as the earliest edge of suspicion. Julian. She kept her voice steady, though her heart had begun to hammer hard against her ribs. You don't think. I don't know what I think yet. He was already out of bed, pulling on yesterday's clothes with fast, jerky movements entirely unlike his usual controlled economy, and Elena watched him cross to the small desk near the window, opening his laptop with hands that weren't quite steady, and felt something in her own chest begin to tighten with fear that had nothing to do with the leaked story and everything to do with the growing, awful distance opening up in a room between them. The only people with access to those specific documents are me, my head of legal, my 2 senior analysts on the deal team, and he stopped himself, his eyes lifting to hers again, and this time suspicion in them was no longer earliest edge, but something fuller, something that made Elena's stomach drop straight through the floor. And me, she finished quietly, the words landing in the cold morning air like something physical. You gave me access to the war room files 2 weeks ago. You showed me everything. Every document, every shell company registration, every piece of the night case, and some of it she stopped, understanding suddenly, with total clarity, exactly what he was thinking, exactly what the leak's timing must look like from where he was standing. Some of it overlapped with the merger paperwork, because night shell companies routed through the same accounts you were using for due diligence. Yes, Julian said, and his voice had gone very quiet now, very careful, the particular controlled stillness she remembered from the first cold dinner at the same table 2.5 months ago, the wall she'd thought, after the headland, after 3 nights of sleeping tangled together in the same bed, had come down for good. You think I did this? Elena's voice cracked on the words, disbelief and hurt tangling together so fast, she could barely separate one from the other. You think I leaked your company's private documents to a journalist who's been trying to sabotage your merger for months. I don't know what to think. Julian's hands had gone still on the laptop's keyboard, his eyes fixed on the screen rather than on her, and Elena watched him retreat in real time, behind the same flat control he'd worn the very first night at Blackwood, the wall going back up brick by brick with a speed that felt, after 3 nights of tenderness, like a physical wound. I know that 6 people had access to those files. I know 4 of them have worked for me for over a decade and have no discernible motive. I know Coley's been circling the story for months, and suddenly, 2.5 weeks after I brought a new person into my most private files, she has exactly the documentation she needed to break it wide open. Say it, Elena said, her voice shaking now, hurt curdling fast into something sharper, something that felt disturbingly like the anger from the library, from the night of the letter, resurfacing after weeks of careful, hard-won trust. Say what you're actually thinking, Julian, instead of dancing around it with your careful lawyer's language. You think I'm working with Costa, or with Knight. You think everything over the last 2.5 months, the war room, the piano, the headland 3 nights ago, all of it, was some kind of long con, and I was feeding information to your enemies the entire time I was pretending to fall in love with you. Julian's jaw tightened hard, and for a long moment he didn't answer, his silence stretching out across the cold room like something with real weight, and that silence, more than any accusation he could have spoken aloud, told Elena everything she needed to know. I need time to think, he said finally, his voice low, controlled, stripped of every warmth it had carried 3 nights earlier. I need to go through the access logs properly. I need to talk to my security team. You need to decide whether you trust me. Elena's voice had gone very quiet now, very still, an old cold arm of her own rising up fast to meet his. That's what you actually need, Julian. And I think the fact that you're standing there in yesterday's clothes, unable to look at me while you say it, already tells me your answer. That's not fair. His eyes finally lifted to hers, something raw and torn moving behind the careful control, and for one brief moment Elena caught a glimpse of the same fear she'd seen in the elevator after the gala, the same desperate, unguarded love from the headland 3 nights ago. And then it was gone again, folded back in the flat, businesslike mask he'd apparently decided, in the space of 10 minutes, was safer to wear than any of it. You're asking me to just dismiss a genuine security breach because we slept together 3 nights ago. I have 60,000 jobs riding on this merger. Elena, I have a board that's going to want an explanation within the hour, and I don't want to give them yet. And I am not going to pretend that the person with the most recent access to those files is a legitimate question just because it's inconvenient for how I feel about you. Then ask the question properly. Elena's own voice had risen now, sharp and hurt and furious all at once. The careful trust she'd built with this man over 2.5 months feeling, in this exact moment, like something she built entirely alone. Ask me directly. Look me in the eye and ask me if I leaked those documents, and I'll tell you the truth, and you can decide for yourself whether you believe me, instead of standing there deciding my guilt in your own head while I'm still sitting in your bed. Julian was quiet for a long moment, and when he finally spoke, his voice had gone rough, low, the question costing him something visible even as he asked it. Did you leak the files, Elena? No. She held his gaze steadily, refusing to let the hurt in her chest shake the certainty in her voice. I would never do that to you. Not for Costa, not for Knight, not for any amount of money or leverage anyone could offer me. I love you, Julian. I told you that on the headland 3 nights ago, and I meant every word of it. And if you can stand there right now and genuinely believe I betray you like this after everything we built, then I don't think you ever actually believe me at all. Something in his face flickered at that. Pain, unmistakable, real. But the flat control didn't fully crack, and Elena watched with a growing sick certainty that whatever fear currently gripped him about the merger, about the board, about 60,000 jobs and a decade of careful work suddenly under threat, had apparently overridden every hard-won piece of trust they'd built between them. I believe you're telling me the truth as you understand it, Julian said finally, each word careful, measured, and somehow that careful phrasing cut deeper than an outright accusation would have. But I also know that Knight is a man who spent 11 years manipulating people close to their targets without those people ever realizing they were being used. I watched him do it to your father. I watched him do it to my own brother. I am not willing to rule out the possibility that he's done something similar with you, whether you're aware of it or not. The room went very quiet. The accusation, soft and careful, dressed up in a language of concern rather than outright suspicion, but an accusation all the same, landing between them with a weight that made Elena's whole chest ache. You think I'm being used, she said slowly, the words tasting bitter in her mouth. Not a traitor, just naive. A useful idiot Knight's been quietly manipulating this whole time, without my knowledge. A short, humorless laugh escaped her, sharp and unsteady. That's somehow worse, Julian. Do you understand that? You're telling me you don't trust my judgment, my loyalty, or my own mind, all in the same breath, and dressing it up as concern instead of just saying it plainly. I don't know what else to tell you right now. Julian's voice had gone rougher, the careful control finally beginning to strain at its edges. Though whether from guilt or genuine fear, Elena could no longer tell. I have a board meeting in 3 hours. I have a merger that's about to collapse because of a leak that traces back to files you had access to. I have a journalist who spent months trying to destroy everything my family built. And I have you, standing in front of me, telling me it wasn't you. And I want to believe that with everything I have, Elena, but I cannot afford to be wrong about this. Not this time. Not with this much at stake. So what are you saying? Elena's voice had gone very quiet, very still. Some old defensive armor closing hard around her chest as she watched the man from the headland 3 nights ago disappear entirely, replaced by someone she recognized, with a fresh wave of grief as the cold, guarded stranger from her very first weeks at Blackwood. Say it plainly, Julian. What exactly are you asking of me right now? Julian was quiet for a long moment, his eyes moving away from her face toward the window, toward the gray dawn light spreading slowly over a sea that had, 3 nights ago, been calm enough to hold every star in the sky. And when he finally spoke, his voice had gone flat and final, a way that made Elena's whole body go cold before she'd even fully absorbed the words. I need you to leave Blackwood, he said. Today, until my security team clears the access logs, and we know exactly how this happened, I can't have you here. I can't risk the deal, and I can't risk. He stopped himself, his jaw working hard, and for one brief moment something raw and torn crossed his face again before he folded it back on a flat, controlled mask. I need you gone. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to do. The words landed in Elena's chest like a physical blow. Worse somehow than the accusation itself. Worse than the suspicion. The particular devastating finality of being asked to leave a place that had, over 2.5 months, become something dangerously close to home by a man who 3 nights earlier had told her, on a cold headland under a sky full of stars, that he loved her. Fine, she said, and her voice came out steadier than she felt. Some old, exhausted survival instinct rising up to carry her through the next several minutes the way it had carried her through 6 years of grief and debt and desperate, quiet fear for her sister's future. I'll pack. Reyes can drive me back to the city, or I'll call a car myself if that's easier for your board's optics. She stood, pulling her robe tight around herself, her whole body trembling now with the effort of holding herself together in front of a man who just told her, without quite saying the words, that he stopped trusting her the moment his own empire was threatened. I hope you find whoever actually did this, Julian. I hope it costs you exactly as much as it's costing me right now to walk out of this room. Elena, don't. She turned in the doorway, her hand tight on the frame, and looked back at him one final time. At the man who'd knelt in front of her in a war room and told her he loved her, at the man who'd wrapped his jacket around her shoulders in the rain and promised never to touch her without permission, and had kept that promise every single day since, at the man who was, apparently, still capable of choosing suspicion over trust the moment the stakes got high enough. Don't say my name like that right now. You don't get to sound like you're grieving this while you're the one ending it. She left the room without waiting for his answer, and packed her single suitcase with hands that shook the entire time, folding the emerald dress she bought herself with her own money on top of the pile, a small, bitter reminder of the one piece of independence she'd managed to claim over 2.5 months of increasingly tangled dependence on a man who had, in the space of 20 minutes, decided her love for him was worth less than his own fear. Sophie's surgery was 8 days away. Elena thought about that, standing in the cold bedroom folding clothes into a suitcase for the second time in 2.5 months. The contract's terms surfacing in her mind with clarity that made her stomach turn. The debt cleared, the surgery funded, no strings attached, regardless of what either of them decided. At least there was that, she told herself, zipping the suitcase closed with hands that had finally, mercifully, stopped shaking. Whatever Julian believed about her right now, whatever suspicion had apparently been sitting dormant beneath 2.5 months of careful trust building, at least Sophie would still have her surgery. At least that much of the deal, cold and transactional as it had once been, would hold. She found Mrs. Alcott waiting in the entrance hall. When she came downstairs, the older woman's face carrying an expression Elena couldn't quite read. Something between sympathy and a careful, professional discretion that told Elena, without either of them needing to say it, that word of the morning's events had already traveled through the house. "Reyes is bringing the car around," Mrs. Alcott said quietly, and then, after a small hesitation, added something that hadn't been part of her usual brisk formality. "For whatever it's worth, Ms. Marsh, I've worked in this house a long time. I've watched Mr. Vance avoid it for 6 years, because he couldn't bear to be here without his mother, without his brother, without anyone at all. I watched him bring you here 2.5 months ago and open a door down the East Hall that hadn't been opened in 6 years. She paused, her hands folding carefully in front of her. "I don't know what happened this morning, and it's not my place to ask. But I know that man doesn't come apart easily, and I've watched him come apart twice in the last hour. Whatever's happening between the two of you, I don't think it's as finished as he's currently telling himself it is." Elena felt her throat tighten, the older woman's careful kindness landing harder than she'd expected. And she managed only a small, unsteady nod before the sound of a car's engine reached them to the tall entrance hall windows, and there was nothing left to do but pick up her single suitcase and walk out through Blackwood's heavy front doors into a cold, gray morning that carried none of the calm stillness of the night before, the Atlantic beyond the cliffs already beginning to churn. Again, restless, the sky darkening with the promise of whether Elena no longer had the strength to watch build. She didn't look back at the house as the car pulled away down the long gravel drive, past the dead gardens and the skeletal hedges, out through the iron gates she'd first passed through in fog 2.5 months ago, believing herself, then, to be entering nothing more than a 90-day arrangement with a cold, unreadable stranger. She'd been wrong about so much of what waited on the other side of those gates. The man's grief, his loyalty, the fragile, hard-won trust she'd thought, 3 nights ago on a starlit headland, had finally settled into something permanent. She hadn't been wrong about the danger, though, somewhere behind her, in a house full of secrets and a company under siege and a man who'd apparently decided, when it mattered most, to believe the worst of her rather than the best, Marcus Knight's long, patient campaign of ruin was still unfolding exactly as he planned it, and Elena understood, sitting alone in the back of Reyes' silent car as Blackwood disappeared behind her into the gathering gray, that whoever had actually leaked those documents had accomplished something far more precise and far more devastating than any headline in the journal. They'd found the one thing capable of tearing her and Julian apart without ever laying a single hand on either of them. Chapter 15, The Lonely Winter. It began snowing over Queens on the 3rd night. The kind of heavy, silent snowfall that turned the city's usual gray sprawl into something briefly, deceptively soft. And Elena stood at the window of Sophie's small apartment, watching it come down in slow, thick flakes under the sodium glow of the streetlight outside, and felt none of the wonder she remembered feeling as a child, watching snow fall over the same neighborhood with her mother's hand warm around hers. She felt only the particular hollow ache of watching something beautiful happen to a world that no longer seemed to have any bearing on the one she was actually living in. "You're doing it again," Sophie said, from the couch behind her, her voice carrying the same dry, gentle concern it carried every evening for the last 3 days. "The staring at nothing thing. I can hear you not moving. I'm watching the snow." "You're watching the driveway of a building 400 miles away," Sophie said, and Elena felt her own throat tighten at how precisely her sister had read her, blind eyes fixed unerringly in Elena's direction from across the small living room. I know you, Elena. You've been doing that same specific brand of silence since you got back, and it's not about snow. Elena didn't answer immediately. She crossed the small room instead, sinking onto the couch beside Sophie, close enough to feel familiar, grounding warmth of her sister's presence, and pulled her knees up to her chest in a posture she hadn't used since she was a teenager, curled small and defensive against the couch cushion, waiting for a grief too large to name properly all at once. I don't know how to talk about it, she admitted finally, quietly. Every time I try, I get about 2 sentences in, and I can't figure out how to explain the rest of it without sounding either completely delusional or like I let myself fall in love with a man who ultimately decided I wasn't worth trusting the first time it actually cost him something. Try me anyway, Sophie said, reaching out with the same unerring precision she always used, finding Elena's hand and closing her fingers around it. I've got nowhere to be. Surgery's not for 5 more days, and frankly, I could use someone to think about that isn't my own eyeballs. Elena laughed, small and unsteady. The particular gallows humor Sophie had always used to defuse the worst moments of the last 2 years, and found, in the safety of her sister's blind, steady attention, that the whole story finally came pouring out. Not the careful, edited version she'd been feeding Sophie for 2.5 months, but the real one, start to finish, the debt and the deal and Marcus night, and the letter and the hurricane, and the war room, and the headland under a sky full of stars, and finally, the cold gray morning 3 days ago when Julian had asked her to leave. Sophie listened to all of it without interrupting, her sightless eyes fixed steadily in Elena's direction, her hand tightening around Elena's own at the parts that clearly cost the most to say aloud. And when Elena finally finished, the small apartment had gone entirely quiet except for the soft, muffled hush of snow still falling steadily outside the window. He sounds like an idiot, Sophie said finally, and there was no humor in it this time, just a flat, protective certainty that made Elena's chest ache with gratitude. A grieving, terrified, extremely rich idiot who spent his whole life protecting himself by assuming the worst about people before they can hurt him first, and who apparently forgot the one time it actually mattered, that you'd already proven yourself to him 12 times over. He was scared, Elena said, and hated herself slightly for the reflexive defense, though she couldn't quite stop it from surfacing. His whole company was about to collapse. His board was demanding answers he didn't have. That's not an excuse, Elena, that's a reason, and there's a difference. Sophie's voice had gone sharper now. The particular protective fierceness she'd carried since childhood. The younger sister who'd nonetheless always seemed, somehow, to arrive at the harder truths faster than Elena did. You don't get to treat someone you love like a suspect the second things get difficult, and then call it fear instead of a choice. He chose suspicion. He could have chosen you. He didn't. And now you're sitting on my couch watching snow fall over a building you can't see anymore. And I don't think he was scared there's going to be enough of an answer for either of us if he doesn't come find some better one soon. Elena didn't have an answer for that. She sat with her sister's hand in hers, watching the snow continue its slow, silent accumulation outside the window, and let the ache in her chest simply exist for a while, unexamined, unresolved. The particular hollow weight of missing someone she wasn't sure she was even allowed to miss anymore. For 100 miles north, the same storm system moved in off the Atlantic and settled over Blackwood's headland in a form considerably less gentle than the soft snowfall drifting over Queens, sleet mixed with driving rain, the temperature hovering just at the edge of freezing, turning the gravel drive and the dead gardens into something slick and treacherous. The Atlantic below the cliffs churning gray and violent, under a sky the exact color of old bruises. Julian stood at the tall window of his office, the same room where Elena had once knelt on the floor at 2 a.m. with a folder full of half-truths shaking in her hands, and watched the storm build over the water with an attention that had nothing to do with the weather at all. 3 days of silence sitting heavy and unresolved in his chest. His security team had cleared her within 18 hours. He'd known it would happen that fast, and he was honest with himself. Elena's laptop, examined by his own forensic analyst, showed no trace of the leaked documents ever being downloaded, copied, or transmitted from her access credentials. The actual breach, once his team finally traced it properly, had come from an internal account belonging to a junior analyst on the deal team who'd been quietly selling information to a shell company connected, unmistakably, to Marcus Knight for the better part of 4 months. The same analyst, Julian's security chief, had informed him with grim, apologetic precision, who had access to the exact combination of merger paperwork and Knight-related shell company records that made the leak look for 18 frantic, catastrophic hours, exactly like something Elena could have done. He'd known within 18 hours that he'd been wrong. He had not, in the 3 days since, found the courage to call her. Julian stood at the window with a glass of untouched scotch in one hand, the storm building steadily over the water below, and thought about the particular, precise cruelty of what he'd done, not the accusation itself, which he could almost forgive himself for, given the genuine chaos of that morning, the board breathing down his neck, 60,000 jobs suddenly hanging by a thread. But the way he dressed the accusation up as concern, telling her he believed she might have been, used rather than simply admitting the uglier, more honest fear underneath it, that some old, cold part of him, some 6 years buried instinct built entirely out of loss and betrayal, had simply reached for the worst possible explanation the moment his own empire felt threatened, because reaching for the worst possible explanation had, for 6 years, been the only thing that kept him from being blindsided again. He'd promised her weeks ago, in a glass-walled apartment 40 floors above Manhattan, that he'd never touch her without permission. He'd kept that promise faithfully, carefully, for 2.5 months. And then, the one morning it actually mattered, he'd broken a different promise entirely. The unspoken one. The one that had grown up slowly between them over a piano and a hurricane and 100 small, patient exchanges of trust. The promise that he would choose her every time. The way he'd sworn to her in an elevator after the gala. He'd chosen fear instead. He'd chosen the same cold, guarded reflex that had kept him safe and entirely alone for 6 years. And in doing so, he understood now, standing at the same window 3 days later with an untouched drink going warm in his hand. He'd proven every single thing Elena had ever been afraid to believe about him in the very beginning. "You're not a safe person, Julian." She'd said that to him once, in this very house, in the strange suspended aftermath of a hurricane, and he'd told himself, in the months since, that he'd been working to prove her wrong. He understood now that he'd only proven her right. The house had gone quiet again in her absence, not the ordinary quiet Julian had lived inside for 6 years before she arrived. The specific dead, echoing silence of a place holding on to its grief. But something worse, a quiet that had a shape to it now. The precise negative space of a woman who'd filled every room she walked into, a warmth he hadn't realized he'd started depending on until it was gone. He found himself standing outside the music room some nights, hand on the doorframe, unable to make himself go in and sit at the piano his mother had taught him on, because the room still smelled, faintly, of Elena's perfume, and the silence of it without her fingers moving across the keys felt like something he wasn't ready to survive. Mrs. Alcott had stopped setting 2 places at dinner on the second night, a small, quiet acknowledgement that Julian had found, somehow, more devastating than anything else in the entire house. He tried to work. That was the thing he'd always been best at, the thing that carried him through his brother's death and every grief before and since. Burying himself so completely in the mechanics of the problem that the feeling underneath it went temporarily numb, and he threw himself, over those 3 lonely days, into the case against Marcus Knight with ferocity that surprised even his own team, working 18-hour days building the legal architecture that would, once fully assembled, expose 11 years of quiet, patient cruelty and bring the whole rotten structure of it down. It didn't help the way it usually did. He'd sit at the war room's cluttered table late into the night, surrounded by the same corkboards and red string that had once felt like purpose, and find his eyes drifting again and again to the empty chair across from his own. The chair where Elena had sat every morning for 2.5 weeks, cross-legged in the window seat some afternoons with a legal pad balanced on her knee. Her small, precise handwriting filling page after page with the same forensic patience she'd once applied to. Sight reading difficult music. He picked up his phone more times than he wanted to admit. Her contact information sitting right there. 3 days of unsent text drafted and deleted in the cold hours after midnight. Each attempt collapsing under the weight of everything he didn't know how to say properly. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I cleared you within 18 hours, and I still didn't call, because I didn't know how to explain the version of myself that reached for suspicion instead of you. And I'm afraid that if I try to explain it, you'll finally understand exactly how unsafe I really am, and you'll be right to walk away from it permanently this time. He never sent any of them. On the 4th night, the storm still churning steadily over the Atlantic outside, Julian found himself standing in the doorway of the music room after all, unable to stay away any longer despite the ache of Elena's absence still hanging heavy in the air, and crossed, slowly, to the old upright piano his mother had taught him on, the same instrument he hadn't touched in 22 years before Elena found it gathering dust in a room nobody else came into. He sat down on the bench, rested his hands, tentative, uncertain, on the yellowed ivory keys, and found, after 22 years of silence, that his fingers still remembered, distantly, clumsily, where Middle C sat. He didn't play anything whole. He played fragments, the way his mother used to, the way Elena had that very first night. Half-remembered phrases that started and dissolved before they ever resolved into anything complete. And somewhere in the middle of the 3rd or 4th attempt, his hands stumbling over notes he hadn't touched in over 2 decades, Julian Vance sat alone in the dark, empty room and finally, quietly, let himself grieve. Not just his brother, not just his mother, but the specific, devastating loss of a woman he'd sent away because some old, frightened part of him had never fully believed he deserved to keep her. In Queens, the snow kept falling to the 4th night. Softer now, the storm system finally beginning to spread itself over the city the same way it churned itself out over Blackwood's cliffs 400 miles north, and Elena sat awake in a narrow bed of her old childhood room. Sophie had insisted she take it over Elena's protests, citing some vague nonsense about needing the couch's specific lumbar support for her pre-op physical therapy that both of them knew was a kind fiction. Staring up at a ceiling she'd stared up at as a teenager, in the years before her father's death, before any of the grief that had come after it, and thought about the particular strange geography of heartbreak, the way it made even the most familiar rooms feel foreign, temporary, like she was only passing through a life that no longer quite fit. She'd played piano exactly once in the 4 days since coming home, at the small studio in Queens where she still taught lessons between performances, sitting alone at the battered upright after her last student left for the evening, and had found, with a small, aching surprise, that her hands wanted to play the same wandering, unfinished fragments she played that first midnight at Blackwood, phrases that started and dissolved and never quite resolved, and she'd stopped after only a few minutes, unable to bear the specific ache of playing something unfinished when the person who'd once stood in the doorway listening wasn't there to hear the rest of it. She missed them in ways that surprised her with their specificity. Not the grand, sweeping loss of a whole relationship, though that ached too, constant and low, but the small particular things, the exact weight of his hand at the small of her back, the low rasp of his voice reading through legal documents late at night, the way his jaw worked when he was fighting some large feeling he hadn't yet decided how to let himself express, the specific quality of quiet that used to settle over. Blackwood's war room in the late afternoons, both of them working in companionable silence with nothing to prove to each other anymore. She missed the man from the headland, the man who told her, under a sky full of stars, that he loved her, Not the fiancée, not the woman who could read night shell companies, just her, sitting on a cold bench with her shoes off. She understood, lying awake in her childhood bed while snow fell soft and silent outside, that the man who'd sent her away 3 days later wasn't a different person entirely. She'd known, from the very first night, exactly how unsafe he could be when frightened enough. But she also understood, with a grief that had nothing simple about it, that knowing a thing and being able to forgive it once it actually happened to you were two entirely different exercises altogether. Sophie's surgery was in 4 days. Elena thought about that, staring at the ceiling, the whole architecture of the deal that had brought her and Julian together in the first place, still holding, still promising, regardless of everything that had fallen apart between them personally, that her sister would walk into an operating room in 4 days with every cost covered, every debt cleared, exactly as promised. That was worth something, she told herself. That was worth all of it, even the heartbreak, even particular hollow loneliness of a New York winter without a man she let herself fall in love with slowly, carefully, over 2.5 months of storms and pianos and half-truths finally, painfully, made whole. It didn't make the missing him any easier. She lay awake long into night listening to the snow fall silent over Queens, and somewhere 400 miles north, in a house full of grief, he'd only just begun learning how to survive. Julian Vance sat alone at a piano his mother had taught him to play 22 years ago, picking out fragments of a song neither of them had ever finished, and both of them, in their separate distant rooms, ached with the same specific, unbearable loneliness of two people who had found, briefly, something worth keeping, and had let fear take it from them before either had learned how to hold on to it properly. Outside both their windows, the same storm system moved slowly out to sea, leaving behind a hush that felt, in Queens and at Blackwood alike, less like peace than like the particular held breath of a world waiting to see whether either of them would find the courage to reach for what they'd lost. Chapter 16. The Real Traitor. The full truth came apart the way most careful lies eventually did. Not in one clean break, but in a slow unraveling of small inconsistencies that Julian's security chief, a methodical, unglamorous man named Farrow who'd spent 30 years in corporate forensics before Vance Capital hired him away from a federal contractor, kept finding and reporting with the flat, apologetic thoroughness of someone who understood exactly how much each new detail was going to cost his employer personally. It began with the junior analyst. His name was Peter Ostrowski, 26 years old, 3 years out of Wharton, the kind of unremarkable, competent employee who'd never once given Julian's security team a reason to flag him before 4 months ago, when a payment of $11,000 appeared in an account traced, after considerable effort, back to a shell company connected to Marcus Knight's holding entity. Ostrowski had confessed within an hour of being confronted, tearful and terrified, insisting, correctly, as it turned out, that he'd never actually accessed the merger's most sensitive documentation himself, that his clearance level had never extended that far, that whatever information he'd sold Knight over preceding months had been limited to low-level scheduling details and internal gossip, valuable to Knight mostly as texture, as color, as small confirming pieces of a much larger picture Julian's own team had assumed wrongly, that Ostrowski alone was responsible for painting. "He's telling the truth," Farrow said, sitting across from Julian in the war room 4 days after Elena had left Blackwood, a stack of access logs spread between them on the same cluttered table where Julian and Elena had built their case against Knight together. Ostrowski's access simply doesn't cover the board minutes that ended up in Coley's story. Someone else pulled those. Someone with a much higher clearance level than a junior analyst 3 years into his career. Julian felt something cold settle into his stomach, a specific, familiar dread that he recognized distantly as the same feeling he carried into his own office 2.5 weeks earlier, the night he caught Elena kneeling on the floor with a folder that had, in the end, told her only half the truth. "Show me the access list for those specific files. Everyone with clearance." Pharaoh pulled up the list on his laptop, turned the screen toward Julian, and read the names aloud with a careful, deliberate pacing of a man delivering news he already knew would land badly. Yourself, head of legal, the two senior analysts on the deal team, clear for the transaction structure, but not the Knight-related shell company cross-references. That overlap only existed in one other place. He paused, and Julian watched him steel himself before continuing. Vivian Cross. The name landed in the quiet war room like a physical blow, and for a long moment Julian simply sat with it, unable at first to fully process what he was hearing. Vivian had been his executive assistant for 6 years, longer than almost anyone else currently on his payroll, longer than the house at Blackwood had sat empty, hired in the terrible months right after Daniel's death when Julian had needed someone who could manage a grieving, furious man's calendar without flinching from either the grief or the fury. She'd been in the room more times than he could count, for conversations he'd never repeated to anyone else. She'd known about Elena before the board did. She'd booked the car that had rescued Elena from Costa's men on that rain-soaked street corner, had arranged the flowers for the gala where Elena had first played, had sat in on the very meeting months ago where Julian first laid out the fake engagement to his legal team and asked them to draft a 90-day contract. "That's not possible," Julian said, his voice coming out rougher than he intended. "Vivian's worked for me for 6 years. She was in the room when my brother's estate was settled. She knew things about that year that I never told anyone else, and she never once—" "I know this is difficult," Pharaoh said, with the careful, practiced gentleness of a man who delivered exactly this kind of news to exactly this kind of employer more times than he probably wanted to remember. "But the access logs are unambiguous. Ms. Cross pulled the board minutes 41 hours before the story broke. She pulled the merger structure documents 38 hours before. And she pulled a separate file, one that has nothing to do with the merger at all, that I think you're going to want to see before we go any further." Julian's chest had gone tight, some old instinct rising up cold and certain in the pit of his stomach even before Pharaoh turned the laptop screen fully toward him. "What file?" "Your personal correspondence archive," Pharaoh said. "Specifically, everything related to your due diligence on Robert Marsh, the theft investigation, the debt purchase, every note you made about Elena Marsh over the last 11 months, going all the way back to before you ever met her in person." The room seemed to tilt slightly around Julian, a cold, sick vertigo settling into his chest as the full shape of it began, slowly, horribly, to assemble itself. "She's been feeding Knight everything," he said quietly, the words tasting like ash. "Not just the merger. Elena, her father, all of it, from the very beginning." "I believe so, yes." Pharaoh's voice had gone gentler still, and Julian understood, distantly, that a security chief was watching him absorb a betrayal considerably more personal than a corporate espionage case, the specific, private violation of discovering that someone who'd sat in a room for his darkest year had been quietly, patiently selling pieces of that grief to the man responsible for causing it. "There's more. I pulled Ms. Cross's personal financial records this morning, once the pattern became clear enough to justify it. She's received regular payments from Knight's holding company for the last 4 years, Mr. Vance. Not 4 months. For years." Julian sat very still, the war room's cluttered table and its scattered evidence of 11 years of Knight's cruelty suddenly reorganizing itself, in his mind, into something considerably more intimate and more devastating than he'd allowed himself to understand until this exact moment. For years, Vivian had been in his employ, in his confidence, in the room for his brother's funeral arrangements, for 4 years while quietly, patiently, feeding information to the man who'd orchestrated his brother's disgrace and Robert Marsh's ruin in the first place. "Why?" he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "What could Knight possibly be paying her enough to make 4 years of this worth it?" Farrell hesitated, and something in the hesitation told Julian, before the answer even came, that this was the piece that was going to hurt the most. Her brother, Farrell said quietly. David Cross. He was convicted of securities fraud 8 years ago, running a small operation that collapsed spectacularly enough to draw federal attention. He's been serving a sentence at a facility upstate. Knight's Foundation, the same one that hosted the gala, the same philanthropic front he's used for years, funded an appeal that got David Cross's sentence reduced by nearly a decade. Quietly, through channels that would have been almost impossible for Vivian to trace back to Knight unless she already knew exactly who to look for. He closed the laptop slowly, giving Julie a moment before continuing. I think Knight found her the same way he found your father-in-law, in a manner of speaking, desperate, grieving, willing to trade almost anything for someone she loved. He spent 11 years perfecting exactly this particular kind of cruelty, Mr. Vance, finding the people closest to his targets who happened to be carrying an unbearable weight, and offering to lift it quietly in exchange for whatever access they happen to have. Julian sat with that for a long moment. The full architecture of Marcus Knight's patience finally, completely, laid bare not one betrayal, but 3, spanning 11 years and 2 families, and now, apparently, his own most trusted employee, all of it built on the same terrible, effective formula of finding people who love someone enough to trade everything else away for their safety. And in the middle of understanding all of it, sitting alone in a war room he'd built with a woman he'd accused, without proof of the exact crime someone else had actually committed, Julian felt something in his chest finally, completely break open. I did this, he said, quietly, more to himself than the Pharaoh. I had the actual traitor sitting 8 feet from my desk for 6 years, and the moment something went wrong, I looked past her entirely and accused the one person who'd never once given me a real reason to doubt her. You didn't know, Pharaoh said carefully. I didn't want to know. Julian's voice had gone rough, raw, with a self-recrimination that had nothing careful or controlled left in it. It was easier to suspect Elena. She was new. She was unfamiliar. Some old, cowardly part of me reached for the newest person in the room, instead of considering that someone I'd trusted for 6 years might be capable of this. Because trusting Vivian that completely for that long meant I'd have to actually sit with the possibility that I'd been wrong about someone close to me before, and I think some part of me would rather have believed the worst about the person I loved than face that particular fear again. Pharaoh didn't have an answer for that, and didn't try to offer one, simply gathering his laptop and the printed access logs, and rising from the table with the quiet, professional discretion of a man who understood exactly when his employer needed to be left alone with the wreckage of his own choices. Julian sat in the empty war room for a long time after Pharaoh left, the late afternoon light slanting gold and merciless through the tall windows, the corkboard still covered in 11 years of Marcus Knight's careful cruelty, and understood, with a clarity that felt considerably more painful than any relief should have, that he'd spent 4 days grieving a woman he'd wronged instead of one single hour finding the courage to actually go and tell her so. He confronted Vivian himself, an hour later, in the small private office off the main workspace at Vance Capital's Manhattan headquarters, and found her already waiting for him, her desk cleared, her resignation letter sitting typed and signed on the polished surface between them, and something in a resigned, exhausted set of her shoulders told him, before either of them said a word, that she'd known this reckoning was coming for longer than the 4 days since the leak had actually broken. I'm not going to pretend I have an excuse that makes this all right, she said, before he could speak, her voice steady despite the tears already standing in her eyes. David's been in that facility for 6 years, Julian. 6 years, and I watched him lose more of himself every single visit, and Knight offered me something I couldn't get anywhere else, and I told myself every single time that it was the last time, that whatever I gave him next would be small enough not to actually hurt anyone. Her voice cracked, finally, the careful composure giving way. I told myself that for 4 years. I don't expect you to forgive it. I just need you to know that I never wanted it to be this. I never wanted Elena to be the one who paid for it. Julian stood in the doorway of an office he'd walked past 1,000 times over 6 years, looking at a woman who'd sat beside him through his brother's funeral, through the darkest year of his life, and felt something complicated and exhausted settle into his chest. Not forgiveness, not yet. The wound too fresh and too personal for that, but something adjacent to understanding the same terrible, familiar shape of a person doing something unforgivable for a reason that made a kind of devastating human sense. I'm not going to press charges, he said finally, quietly. Pharaoh's already handling the legal cleanup of the board, and I think exposing you publicly does more damage to the people trying to expose Knight than it does good. But you're finished here, Vivian, today, and I need you to understand that whatever grace I'm extending you right now has nothing to do with forgiveness. It has to do with the fact that I understand better than I want to exactly what desperation does to people who love someone enough to trade everything else away for them. He left her there in the office she'd occupied for 6 years and walked out into gray, snow-dampened Manhattan afternoon with something in his chest that felt, for the first time in 4 days, less like grief and more like purpose. He didn't call ahead. He understood. Somewhere in the taxi ride crosstown, weaving through slow, snow-slick traffic toward the address in Queens he'd had memorized for months without ever once needing to use it, that a phone call gave Elena the option to simply not answer, and he didn't think he'd survive that particular silence right now, not after everything the last several hours had cost him to finally understand. The snow had thickened again by the time the cab pulled up outside Sophie's building, a narrow brick walk-up on a quiet residential block. Streetlights just beginning to flicker on against an early winter dusk, and Julian stood on the sidewalk for a long moment, looking up at the lit windows on the 3rd floor, his heart hammering with a specific, unfamiliar fear that had nothing to do with Marcus Knight or Vivian Cross or any of the careful, calculated dangers he'd spent months learning to navigate. He was afraid, for the first time in longer than he could remember, of a conversation, not a negotiation, not a boardroom confrontation, just a simple, terrifying possibility that he'd find the right words, finally, after 4 days of failed attempts, and that Elena might still, entirely reasonably, decide they weren't enough. He climbed the stairs anyway, found the door with Sophie's name printed on a small car beside the buzzer, and knocked before he could talk himself into turning around. The sound loud and unsteady in the quiet hallway, snow still falling soft and silent through the window at the end of the corridor. The door opened, and it wasn't Elena standing there but Sophie, her sightless eyes finding him with an unnerving, immediate precision, her expression shifting, in the space of a single breath, from polite curiosity to something considerably sharper. "You're Julian," she said, not a question. Her voice carrying none of the warmth Elena had described to him weeks ago, only a flat, protective coldness that made Julian understand exactly how much of the last 4 days Elena had shared with her sister, and exactly how thoroughly Sophie had already decided whose side of this she was standing on. "I am." Julian kept his voice steady, though every instinct in him wanted to apologize immediately, wanted to explain, wanted to somehow compress 4 days of grief and guilt into a single sentence urgent enough to make her let him pass the door. "I know I don't have any right to show up here unannounced. I know what I did, and I know it was wrong, and I'm not here to argue that it wasn't. I just need 5 minutes with your sister. That's all I'm asking." Sophie stood in the doorway for a long moment, her cane resting against her hip, her expression unreadable in the way Julian imagined she perfected over 11 months of navigating a world that could no longer see her reactions to soften them. And when she finally spoke, her voice had dropped into something quieter, more considering, though no less protective. "She's at the studio," Sophie said finally, "teaching a lesson. Should be done in about 20 minutes. A pause, waited deliberate. "I'm going to give you the address, Julian, because I think Elena deserves a chance to decide this for herself rather than me deciding it for her. But I want you to understand something before you go find her. Her chin lifted slightly, her sightless eyes holding his with an intensity that made him understand, with a small ache, exactly where Elena's own steady courage had come from. My sister has spent 6 years holding everything together for both of us, alone, without anyone ever once choosing to stand fully on her side, when it actually mattered. If you're here because you found some convenient piece of evidence, and now it's easy to feel sorry, don't bother climbing back down these stairs. But if you're here because you actually understand what you cost her, and you're prepared to spend considerably more than 5 minutes proving it, then I think you should go right now, before that lesson ends and you lose your nerve standing in my doorway. Julian felt something in his chest tighten and release at once. A specific, grateful ache at the fierce, unflinching loyalty in Sophie's voice. The same loyalty he suspected Elena had carried for her sister through every hard year of the last decade. I understand what I cost her, he said quietly, meaning it with everything he had. I'm not going to lose my nerve. Sophie studied him for one more long moment, and then slowly gave him the address, and Julian took the small slip of paper from her hand and turned back toward the stairs, the snow still falling steadily outside the building's tall windows, his heart hammering with a purpose he hadn't felt this clearly in 4 long, grieving days. Behind him, as he reached the bottom of the stairwell, he heard Sophie's voice call down once more, quieter now, almost gentle. Julian, he turned, and found her standing at the top of the stairs, her expression softened just slightly. She still plays piano in her sleep. Her hands move on the blanket sometimes, like she's still sitting at that instrument you told her about. I don't think you're as far from fixing this as you're afraid you are. Just don't waste it. Julian nodded, though she couldn't see the gesture, and said quietly, I won't, and stepped back out into the falling snow, the small studio's address clutched tight in one hand, and began walking fast through the quiet, softly lit streets of Queens, toward the one conversation he understood, with total clarity, he could not afford to get wrong. Chapter 17. The Rescue in the Snow. The studio sat above a dry cleaner, on a quiet stretch of Roosevelt Avenue, a narrow flight of stairs leading up to a single long room with 2 upright pianos and a bank of windows fogged with condensation against the falling snow outside, and Julian arrived at the base of those stairs with 15 minutes still left on Elena's lesson, according to Sophie's estimate, and found himself unable in the end to simply climb them and wait. He stood instead on the sidewalk across the street, snow collecting steadily on his shoulders, watching the lit windows above the dry cleaner's darkened storefront, and through the fog glass he could just make out 2 shapes at one of the pianos, Elena, unmistakable even in silhouette, and a smaller figure beside her, a child, judging by the size, their 2 heads bent together over the keys in a posture of patient, careful instruction that made something in Julian's chest ache with tenderness he hadn't fully expected to feel, watching her from this distance, doing the ordinary, unglamorous work of teaching a child scales on a Tuesday evening in the snow. He didn't notice the car until it was already too late to have noticed it in time. It came down Roosevelt Avenue slow, unhurried, the kind of deliberate crawl that should have registered immediately as wrong against the ordinary rhythm of the street's evening traffic. Dark sedan, windows tinted well past the legal limit, even for a city that rarely enforced such things. And Julian's attention had been so entirely fixed on the lit window above the dry cleaner that he'd missed the first 10 seconds of its slow approach, the way it pulled to the curb almost directly beneath the studio's entrance, 2 doors opening in near-perfect synchrony. 2 men stepping out into falling snow with the unhurried, purposeful gait of men who had done this kind of work before and expected, this time, for it to go considerably smoother than the last attempt 3 months earlier. Julian's whole body went cold with a recognition that had nothing to do with memory and everything to do with instinct, some old, sharpened awareness from that rain-soaked night on a different street corner months ago, rising up fast and certain in his chest. Costa's men, or knights, now more likely, The distinction, he understood with a fresh surge of fury, had probably stopped matching months ago. The two operations folded together under the same patient. Ruthless architecture that had already cost his family a brother and hers a father. He was moving before he'd fully decided to move, crossing the snow-slick street at a dead run. His shoes sliding once, badly, on a patch of ice near the curb that sent him stumbling but not falling, his eyes fixed on the studio's entrance where the two men had already reached a narrow street-level door and were testing the handle with a particular calm, methodical patience of men who'd expected it to be locked and had already prepared for that eventuality. The lesson ended at that exact moment. Julian would think about that timing for years afterward, the specific cruelty of it. 30 seconds later, and Elena would have still been at the piano. Safely upstairs, the two men left standing at a locked door with no easy way in. 30 seconds earlier, and she'd have already sent the child home and locked up behind them, alone in the studio with no one aware anything was wrong until it was already far too late. Instead, the door opened directly into the moment Julian needed it not to. Elena stepping out onto the narrow sidewalk with a small girl in a puffy winter coat beside her. The child's mother already waiting at the curb in a double-parked minivan. And Elena's whole body went rigid the instant she saw the two men blocking her path back toward the door. Some old, learned instinct from a rain-soaked night months earlier recognizing the shape of the danger before her conscious mind had fully caught up to it. Elena! Julian's voice tore out of him, raw and desperate, cutting across the snow-muffled street, and he watched her head snap toward the sound, her eyes finding his across the widening distance with an expression that shifted, in the space of a single heartbeat, from shock to something that looked devastatingly like hope. The two men moved fast the moment Julian's shout registered, one of them reaching for Elena's arm while the other turned toward the sound of Julian's approach. And Elena, God bless her quick, disciplined instincts, didn't freeze the way Julian's whole chest had braced for her to freeze. She twisted hard against the man's grip, the same sharp, decisive motion she'd used against Marcus Knight's hand at the gala weeks ago, and shoved the small girl bodily toward her waiting mother's car with strength born of pure adrenaline. Shouting something Julian couldn't fully make out over the sudden roar of his own pulse, and then she was running, sliding hard on the icy sidewalk, toward the one person on that entire street she trusted enough to run toward. She didn't make it. The second man was faster than Julian had accounted for, cutting across the sidewalk at an angle that intercepted her 10 feet short of where Julian was still closing the distance at a dead sprint, one arm locking around her waist with brutal efficiency, hauling her back off her feet toward the waiting sedan's open rear door, and Elena's scream, sharp, furious, entirely unlike the composed, disciplined fear she'd shown at night's gala, tore through the quiet, snow-muffled street with rawness that made every last careful thought in Julian's mind narrow down into something purely, primally animal. He hit the first man at a full run, the impact driving both of them hard into the studio's brick storefront, and felt something crack in his own shoulder on contact, a white-hot flare pain he didn't have time to register properly before he was already scrambling back to his feet, blood roaring in his ears, watching in horror as the second man wrestled Elena, still fighting hard, still twisting and clawing at his grip, toward the sedan's open door. Let her go. Julian's voice came out in something closer to a roar than any tone he'd used in his entire adult life, and he closed the last of the distance at a speed that felt even to him, entirely reckless, throwing himself at the second man's back with everything he had, both of them crashing down hard onto the snow-covered sidewalk in a tangle of limbs, Elena breaking free of the loosened grip with a sharp, desperate lunge that sent her sprawling onto the ice several feet away. The man Julian had tackled recovered fast, faster than Julian's already injured shoulder allowed him to match, and Julian felt a fist connect hard with his jaw, a second blow catching him across the ribs, the pain sharp and blinding, and somewhere in the roaring confusion of it, he heard the sedan's engine gun hard, heard the first man, recovered now, moving fast toward the driver's seat, shouting something urgent in a language Julian didn't fully catch, and understood with a fresh spike of fear that whatever window of chaos he'd bought them was closing fast. Julian. Elena's voice, close now, desperate, and he twisted just in time to see her scrambling toward him across the ice, and beyond her, horribly, the sedan already pulling forward, accelerating hard down the narrow street with 2 doors still hanging open, the driver clearly deciding, in the sudden chaos, that retrieving his partner mattered less than getting clear of a scene that had gone catastrophically, publicly wrong. The man Julian had been fighting shoved hard against his already cracked shoulder and scrambled free, sprinting after the moving sedan, throwing himself through the open rear door with a desperate lunge as the car accelerated away down Roosevelt Avenue, tires spinning hard against the packed snow, fishtailing once around the corner before disappearing into the gathering dusk. And then, all at once, the street was quiet again, snow still falling soft and silent under the streetlights, the small girl and her mother already gone, their minivan's taillights long since vanished around the far corner, and Elena was on her knees beside him on the icy sidewalk, her hands frantic and shaking against his face, his shoulders, ribs, checking him with a desperate, wordless urgency that told him, more clearly than any words could have, exactly how frightened she'd been. "You're bleeding," she said, her voice cracking, her fingers coming away red from a cut above his eyebrow he hadn't even registered getting. "Julian, you're bleeding. We need to get you somewhere. I'm all right." His voice came out rougher than he intended, pain flaring hard through his shoulder and ribs with every breath. But he pushed himself up onto one elbow anyway, reaching for her with his good arm, needing, more urgently than he needed to address his own injuries, to confer with his own hands that she was actually truly unhurt. "Are you hurt? Elena, look at me. Are you hurt anywhere?" No. Her hands were still shaking, still moving over him with frantic, disbelieving relief. And Julian understood, watching her face in the falling snow, that whatever fear had driven those hands wasn't fully about her own safety at all. "No, I'm not hurt. You actually came, and then you threw yourself at 2 men without a single second of hesitation, Julian. You could have been killed. Your shoulder." "I don't care about my shoulder." He caught her hand where it hovered near his face, still trembling, and pressed it flat against his chest, over the wild, unsteady hammering of his own heart, needing her to feel exactly how much this moment had cost him, how little any of it mattered against the alternative. "I care that I almost watched them put you in that car. I care that I spent 4 days too much a coward to call you, and I almost lost a chance to ever tell you I was wrong, because some part of me was too afraid of exactly this, of finding out how much it would break me to actually lose you." Elena's face crumpled, snow catching in her dark hair, in her eyelashes, her whole body trembling now with the aftermath of adrenaline and cold and something that looked unmistakably like 4 days of held-back grief finally breaking loose all at once. "You told me I was a suspect," she said, her voice raw, unsteady. "You sent me away from Blackwood, Julian. You looked me in the eye and told me you couldn't rule out that Knight had used me. And then you didn't call, not once, not in 4 days, and I don't know how to just fall into your arms right now like none of that happened. Even watching you bleed on this sidewalk, because you came running the second you thought I was in danger." "I know." Julian's voice had gone rough, urgent, pain and cold and desperate honesty all tangled together into something that had no room left for careful, controlled language. "I know, and I'm not asking you to forgive it right now. Not on an icy sidewalk with my shoulder possibly broken and 2 of Knight's men still out there somewhere. I found out who actually leaked those documents 4 hours ago. Elena, it wasn't you. It was never you. It was Vivian, my own assistant. Someone I trusted for 6 years. Someone Knight got to the same way he got to your father, through someone she loved and couldn't bear to lose. And the moment I understood that, I understood something else too. Something I should have understood the first morning, before I ever asked you to leave. I chose fear over you. I chose the safest, most cowardly explanation instead of trusting the woman who'd already proven, a dozen times over, exactly how much she loved me. Elena was crying now, openly, snow melting cold against her flushed cheeks, and Julian pulled her carefully against his good side, his injured shoulder screaming in protest, and held her there on the freezing sidewalk with fierceness that had nothing careful or performed about it, both of them shaking, both of them bleeding in different ways, snow settling soft and silent over the wreckage of a street that had, 10 minutes earlier, nearly cost them everything. "I love you," he said again into her hair, his voice cracking on the words in a way it never had before, not even on the headland, not even in the war room. "I love you, and I was wrong, and I understand if that's not enough right now, tonight, on this sidewalk. But I am not going to stop showing up until you believe it again, Elena, however long that takes." Elena pulled back enough to look at him, her eyes red-rimmed, her whole face raw with the particular exhaustion of 4 days of grief finally colliding with 10 minutes of terror, and reached up, slowly, to press her palm against the cut above his eyebrow, wincing at the fresh blood still welling there, at the way he flinched involuntarily, when her fingers brushed too close to his clearly injured shoulder. "You need a hospital," she said, finally, her voice steadier now, though it still carried the ragged edge of everything that had just happened. "Right now. Not a conversation about forgiveness, Julian, an actual doctor, because I think you might have broken something, and I am not going to lose you to a shoulder injury after watching you throw yourself at 2 grown men without a single second of hesitation." "Does that mean you're coming with me?" Julian asked, and despite the pain, despite the blood still dripping steadily down the side of his face, something in his voice carried the ghost of the dry, careful humor she remembered from the war room, from 100 small moments over 2.5 months that had, somehow, survived even this. "It means I'm not letting you bleed to death on a New York sidewalk after everything it took to get you here," Elena said, and helped him carefully to his feet, his good arm braced across her shoulders, both of them moving slow and unsteady through the falling snow toward the corner where a taxi, mercifully, idled at a red light. "The rest of it, the forgiveness, whatever this actually is now, I don't know yet, Julian. I need time. I need you to actually show me, not just tell me. The way you're apparently capable of showing up for me the second things get physically dangerous, but couldn't manage to pick up a phone for 4 days." "I understand," Julian said, wincing hard as she helped him into the back of the taxi, snow melting cold against both of their soaked coats, the adrenaline finally beginning to drain out his body and leave the full, sharp weight of his injuries behind in its wake. "I'm not asking for an answer tonight. I'm just asking you to let me stay close enough to earn one." Elena settled beside him, giving the driver the address for the nearest emergency room with a voice that had gone steady again, professional, the particular calm competence she fell into during any genuine crisis, and reached over, without quite seeming to decide to, and took his uninjured hand in both of hers, holding on tight as the taxi pulled away from the curb into the thickening snow. "They'll try again," she said quietly, after a few blocks of silence, staring out the window at the city sliding past in soft white blur. "Night, or whoever's left of Costa's people, or both together, they'll try again, won't they? This isn't over just because tonight didn't work." "No," Julian admitted, his voice tight with pain and exhaustion both. "It's not over. But I promise you this, Elena, whatever comes next, I am not watching it from a distance again. I don't care what my board thinks. I don't care what the optics look like. I am not spending one more day pretending that protecting you from a distance was ever actually protecting you at all." Elena didn't answer immediately, watching the snowfall soft and endless over the darkening city, her hand still tied around his, and when she finally spoke, her voice carried something steadier than fear, something that sounded, despite everything, like the first fragile beginning of a decision. "Then don't," she said. "Stay close. Actually close this time. not the version of close that disappears the second things get difficult. She turned to look at him, blood still drying at his temple, his shoulder held carefully at an angle that told her, without needing a doctor to confirm it, exactly how badly he would hurt, and something in her expression softened, despite everything, into something that looked unmistakably like the beginning of forgiveness she wasn't quite ready to name out loud yet. Let's get you to a hospital first. We can figure out the rest of it after they've looked at that shoulder. The taxi carried them on to the falling snow, the city's lights blurring soft and gold beyond the fog windows, and Julian sat with Elena's hand tight around his own, pain radiating steady and sharp through his shoulder and ribs, and felt, underneath all of it, something that had been entirely absent from his chest for 4 long, grieving days. Not relief exactly, not yet. The danger and the distance both still very much unresolved. But something adjacent to hope, fragile and hard-won. The particular quiet certainty of a man who understood, finally, exactly what he needed to spend the rest of his life proving. Chapter 18, The Confession. The emergency room had kept him until nearly midnight. A dislocated shoulder, reset with a swift, brutal efficiency that had left Julian gray-faced and silent for a full 10 minutes afterward. 2 cracked ribs bound tight beneath compression wrap. 6 stitches closing the cut above his eyebrow. And by the time the discharge papers were finally signed, the snow outside had thickened into the kind of heavy, wind-driven fall that made the highway north to Blackwood a 4-hour crawl instead of a usual 3. Reyes navigating the whited-out roads with grim, careful patience while Julian sat slumped against the passenger door, drifting in and out of thin, exhausted sleep, and Elena sat pressed close beside in the back seat, refusing, despite his repeated protests, to let go of his uninjured hand for the entire drive. They reached the manor a little past 4 in the morning, the gates emerging out of the snow-thick dark like something half-imagined, and Mrs. Alcott met them in the entrance hall, already dressed, already awake, having been roused by Reyes' call from the highway an hour earlier, her face carrying an expression that shifted on seeing the state of Julian's shoulder and the dry blood still crusted along his hairline, from careful professional concern into something closer to genuine alarm. The medical room, she said, already moving, already directing Reyes to bring in a small emergency kit Blackwood, kept stock for exactly this kind of coastal emergency. Storms and falls, and the particular isolated dangers of a house 4 hours from the nearest reliable hospital. I'll bring hot water and clean linens. Ms. Marsh, if you're willing, I think Mr. Vance would rather have you change his dressings and let me fuss over him at this hour. Elena hadn't argued. Some old, steady instinct had taken over the moment they'd stepped through Blackwood's doors, the same disciplined calm she'd fallen into on the sidewalk hours earlier, checking his shoulder, his ribs, the cut above his eye with hands that finally, mercifully, stopped shaking, and she followed Mrs. Alcott's directions to the small, seldom-used medical room on the ground floor, a space Elena had never entered before, tucked behind the kitchen, outfitted with a narrow exam table and a locked cabinet of supplies that spoke to generations of family who'd learned, out of necessity, to handle their own emergencies rather than wait for help that might not arrive in time through a hurricane or an ice storm. Julian sat on the edge of the exam table, his shirt already removed with careful, painful effort, the hospital's fresh bandaging visible across his shoulder in the dark, spreading bruise blooming along his ribs where the second man's fist had connected hours earlier, and Elena stood in front of him with a basin of warm water and clean gauze from the cabinet, and felt, for the first time since the chaos on Roosevelt Avenue, the full weight of everything that had happened finally catch up to her. All at once. Her hand started shaking again the moment she reached for the first strip of gauze. Elena. Julian's voice was quiet, gentle despite the exhaustion and pain still etched across his face, and he reached for her wrist with his uninjured hand. Stilling the tremor there with a warmth that undid something in her chest she'd been holding rigid since the moment she watched him throw himself at a stranger twice his size on an icy sidewalk. You don't have to do this right now. Mrs. Alcott can. I want to do it. Her voice came out rougher than she intended, and she set the basin down carefully on the small rolling cart beside the table, forcing her hands to steady themselves through sheer will alone. I need to actually look at what almost happened to you tonight, Julian, instead of just carrying it around as some kind of blur I can't fully process. Let me do this. He nodded and went quiet, and Elena began, slowly, carefully, to clean the cut above his eyebrow first, wringing the gauze through the warm water, dabbing gently at the dried blood along his hairline, and felt her own eyes sting the moment she got close enough to see, properly, in the medical room's harsh overhead light, exactly how much damage two men had managed to do in the space of perhaps 90 seconds. "You could have died," she said quietly, her voice cracking on the words, her hands still moving with careful, practiced gentleness despite the emotion threatening to overwhelm every ounce of composure she'd built up over the last several hours. "You threw yourself at a grown man twice your size without a single second of hesitation, Julian, and if that car had left 30 seconds earlier, if you'd gotten there 30 seconds later, I don't." Her voice broke fully now, the tears she'd been holding back since the sidewalk finally spilling over, hot and unstoppable, dripping onto her own hands as she continued, with painstaking care, to clean the wound above his eye. "I keep thinking about what would have happened if you hadn't come, if Sophie hadn't given you the address, if you decided, after everything, that it wasn't worth the risk of coming to find me at all. I would have found you eventually," Julian said, his voice low and steady despite the pain still visible in every careful movement of his body. "There was never a version of tonight where I didn't come looking for you. Elena, I was a coward for 4 days. I understand exactly how much that cost you, and I'm never going to stop being sorry for it. But the moment I understood the truth about Vivian, there wasn't a single hesitation left in me about finding you. None. I would have walked to Queens in a hurricane if I'd had to." Elena's hand stilled against his shoulder, the fresh bandage half secured, and she looked up at him properly for the first time since they'd entered the small medical room, tears still tracking silent down her face, and found him watching her with an expression that held nothing careful or guarded in it at all. No flat control, no calculation, none of the armor she'd once learned to read like sheet music because it had, for so long, been the only version of him available to read. "I need to tell you something," Julian said quietly, his uninjured hand coming up to catch one of her tears with a gentleness that made her breath catch in her throat. "And I need you to actually hear it, not as something I'm saying to earn your forgiveness, but as something true whether you forgive me tonight or not. Tell me." "I've spent my whole adult life building walls," he said, his voice rough, unguarded, more honest than she'd ever heard it, even on the headland, even in the war room. 6 years after Daniel died, I convinced myself the only way to survive losing someone that badly again was to make sure I never let anyone close enough to matter that much. I told myself it was strategy, discipline, the same careful control I applied to every business decision, applied to my own heart. And it worked! Elena! For 6 long years it actually worked, right up until a woman played the nocturne at a gala and looked up at exactly the wrong moment. And I understood, watching you from across that room, that every wall I'd spent 6 years building had just found the one person capable of walking straight through it, without even trying. Elena's breath had gone shallow, her hands finally still against his shoulder, the half-finished bandage forgotten between them as she listened. Every ounce of her attention fixed on his face, on the raw, unguarded honesty finally spilling out a man who had spent the entirety of their acquaintance, so carefully controlling exactly how much of himself he let show. "I was terrified of you from the very first night," Julian continued, his voice dropping lower, rougher still. "Not because I thought you were dangerous. Because I understood almost immediately that you were the first thing in 6 years capable of actually hurting me if I let you close enough. And every instinct I'd spent 6 years perfecting screamed at me to protect myself the way I always had. Control the variables, minimize the risk, Never give anyone enough access to actually break something in me again. And I think that's exactly what happened the morning the leak broke. All that careful discipline, all 6 years of it, reached for the oldest, safest reflex. I had the second real danger surfaced. And I chose it over you, even though some part of me already knew, standing in that bedroom, that I was about to destroy the one thing that had actually made those 6 years of walls feel worth tearing down. Julian. Elena's voice had gone thick with tears again, though these felt different now. Warmer. Less like grief and more like something finally, fully released after weeks of careful, guarded holding. I'm not finished. His hand had found her jaw now, cradling it with the same careful reverence he'd used the very first time he touched her in the war room weeks ago, and his eyes held hers with an intensity that made the small medical room, the bandages, the exhaustion and pain of the entire terrible night, all of it fade into something distant and unimportant. I love you. Not the version of you I first calculated might be useful for a merger and a media narrative. Not the fiancé. I love the woman who reads Marcus Knight's shell companies with the same precision she once used to catch a flat note in an out-of-tune piano. I love the woman who shoved a child towards safety before she thought once about her own escape. I love the woman standing in front of me right now with tears on her face, patching up the shoulder I dislocated saving her, because some old, stubborn part of her still cares whether I'm alright even after everything I put her through. I am never going to stop loving you, Elena, whether you decide, tonight or ever, that I've earned the right to keep saying so. Elena stood very still for a long moment, the medical room's harsh overhead light throwing sharp shadows across both their faces, the exhaustion of the entire night finally, completely settling into her bones, and felt every last careful piece of the distance she'd been holding on to since the cold gray morning at Blackwood 2.5 months ago finally, fully give way. I was so angry at you, she said quietly, her hand coming up to rest over his where it still cradled her jaw. I think I'm still a little angry at you, underneath everything else. But I sat in that taxi tonight, Julian, watching you bleed, watching you refuse to let a hospital fix your shoulder before you told me the truth about Vivian, and I understood something I don't think I'd let myself fully understand before. You didn't just come find me tonight because you felt guilty. You came because some part of you had already decided, before you even knew Ostrowski's name, or Vivian's, or any of it, that you weren't willing to survive without at least trying to fix what you broke. That's not the same man who sent me away 2.5 weeks ago. Or maybe is the same man, but it's also the man who's finally figuring out how to fight the parts of himself that made him do it. I want to be that man, Julian said quietly, his thumb tracing a slow, careful line along her cheekbone. Every day, not just tonight, when the danger is fresh enough to make it easy. I want to be the man who calls you the moment something's wrong, instead of retreating behind 6 years of careful walls. I want to earn the trust one broke, slowly, the way we built everything else between us, one true thing at a time, for as long as it takes. Elena felt the last of her careful, exhausted resistance dissolve entirely, and she closed the small remaining distance between them herself, her hands framing his face with gentleness born of everything she just cleaned and bandaged, careful of the stitches above his eyebrow, careful of the bruising along his jaw, and kissed him. Slow at first, achingly tender, both of them exhausted and raw, and finally, completely honest with each other for the first time since the headland. And then, deeper, more urgent, months of fear and grief and hard-won trust pouring into it with a passion that had nothing performed or careful about at all. Julian's uninjured hand sliding into her hair, drawing her closer despite the obvious pain it cost his ribs, both of them breathing hard when they finally broke apart. Foreheads resting together, tears and exhaustion and relief all tangled into something neither of them had words left to properly name. I love you, Elena said, against his mouth, her voice steady now despite everything, the words landing with none of the fear or hesitation they might have carried even a few hours earlier. I never stopped, Julian. Not for one single hour the last 4 days, however angry I was. I think that's what scared me most, honestly. That I could be that hurt, that betrayed, and still lie awake every single night missing you anyway. Then let me spend the rest of it making sure you never have to feel both of those things at once again, Julian murmured, and kissed her once more, softer this time, lingering, both of them finally, fully allowing themselves a particular fragile piece of two people who'd survived something together and come out the other side of more certain, not less, of exactly what they wanted to keep holding on to. They stayed like that a long while, the medical room's harsh light softening somehow around them despite its unchanged brightness, the small basin of water gone cold and forgotten on a rolling cart, the bandaging still only half finished across Julian's shoulder, until finally, with a small, unsteady laugh, Elena pulled back far enough to look properly at the incomplete dressing still hanging loose across his shoulder. "I should actually finish this," she said, a smile breaking through the tears still drying on her face, the first real, unguarded smile she'd let herself offer him since the studio. "Before Mrs. Alcott comes back and finds us doing anything except the medical care I promised her I'd handle." "Take your time," Julian said, watching her with an expression that held nothing careful left in it at all, only warm, unguarded certainty. The particular open honesty of a man who had, over the course of one terrible, transformative night, finally torn down the last of the walls he'd spent 6 years building. "I'm not going anywhere. Not tonight. Not ever again, if I have any say in it." Elena finished dressing his shoulder with careful, steady hands, the tremor from earlier fully gone now, replaced by something warmer and more certain, and when she finally stepped back to admire her work, Julian caught her hand once more, pressing a slow, grateful kiss against her knuckles, and Elena felt, standing in the small medical room in the deep, exhausted hours before dawn, that whatever had broken between them in that cold gray bedroom 2.5 weeks earlier had finally, fully, begun to heal, not perfectly, not without scars, the same way the cut above his eyebrow would leave a thin white line behind long after the stitches came out, but healed all the same, stronger, perhaps, for having been broken at all. Outside, the snow kept falling steady and silent over Blackwood's headland. The Atlantic beyond the cliffs quiet again, the same calm stillness that had settled over the water the night they'd first said the words out loud to each other under a sky full of stars, and somewhere in the deep, unbroken quiet of the house, Mrs. Alcott set a second place at the breakfast table for the first time in nearly 3 weeks, and did not, this time, need anyone to ask her to. Chapter 19, The Final Shutdown. The plan took 11 days to build properly, and Elena spent every one of them at the long table in Blackwood's war room, across from Julian, the two of them working with focus that had changed shape entirely since the night on Roosevelt Avenue. No longer the careful, tentative alliance of two people testing whether they could trust each other with something this dangerous, but the settled, easy partnership of two people who had already survived the worst either of them could do to the other, and come out the other side more certain, not less. "We have 3 separate threads," Julian said on the 4th morning, standing at the corkboard with a fresh cup of coffee going cold in his good hand, his shoulder still wrapped tight beneath his shirt, though the sling had come off 2 days earlier against his doctor's mild objections. "The theft 11 years ago, your father, my brother, the algorithm, the cost of detonite's been quietly buying up for the last several months. And Vivian's testimony, which Farrow's been building into something the SEC can actually use, assuming she agrees to cooperate rather than take whatever plea her own lawyer's negotiating. She'll cooperate." Elena didn't look up from the financial documents spread across her half of the table, her pen moving steadily as she cross-referenced a shell company's registration date against a wire transfer that had, 3 days earlier, finally connected Knight's Red Hook warehouse to a considerably darker purpose than either of them had originally guessed. Not real estate speculation at all, but a physical location for laundering the proceeds of a decade of exactly this kind of quiet, patient extortion. You said yourself she spent 4 years terrified for her brother. If cooperating gets David Cross's sentence reconsidered on legitimate grounds, instead of Knight's quiet manipulation, she doesn't have a single reason left to protect a man who's been holding that fear over her head. You've gotten very good at reading people's leverage, Julian said, something warm and admiring threading to the observation, and Elena looked up long enough to catch the small, unguarded smile he offered her across the cluttered table, a smile that had become, over the last 11 days, considerably more frequent than the careful, contained version she'd first learned to recognize months earlier. I learned from watching you work the phones for 2.5 months, she said, returning the smile before dropping her eyes back to the documents. Turns out patience and genuine curiosity get people talking faster than threats ever could. You should try being less terrified more often, Julian. It suits you. Noted, he said, dryly, and returned to the corkboard, and Elena watched him work for a moment longer than strictly necessary, the particular pleasure of simply observing him now that there was nothing careful or guarded left between them, before turning her own attention back to the Red Hook records. The case, once fully assembled, was devastating in its completeness. Farrow's team had spent the 11 days building a legal architecture around 3 parallel prosecutions. Federal wire fraud and securities manipulation charges tied to the original theft of Vance Capital's algorithm, a considerably newer set of charges around the laundering operation running to the Red Hook warehouse, and a third, quieter thread that Julian had insisted on pursuing personally, working with a small, discreet team of forensic accountants to trace every dollar Knight had, extracted from Robert Marsh's original desperation 11 years earlier, building a civil case for restitution that would, if successful, formally and legally clear Robert Marsh's name in a way no private folder in a hidden safe ever could. I want it public, Elena had said on the 7th day when Julian first laid out the shape of the civil filing. Not just cleared quietly, in some sealed settlement neither of us can talk about. I want my father's name in an actual court document, stating plainly that he was a victim, not a thief. I spent 6 years letting people believe the worst about him. I want the record corrected as loudly as the original accusation was. Then that's what we'll file, Julian had said without hesitation, and Elena had felt something settle fully into place in her chest at the immediate, uncomplicated way he'd agreed. No negotiation. No careful weighing of optics against her wishes, simply entirely on her side. The evidence, once assembled, told a story 11 years in the making with precision that made even Farrow, a man who'd spent 30 years building cases against considerably more sophisticated criminals, admit he'd rarely seen a paper trail this thoroughly documented. Mostly, he noted wryly, because Knight had never expected anyone with both the resources and the personal motivation to actually dig this deep to come along at the same time. The emails between Knight and the false consulting firm he'd used to recruit Robert Marsh, recovered from an old server Julian's forensic team, had traced through 3 shell companies and a decommissioned data center in New Jersey. The bank statements documenting 11 years of Knight's foundation quietly funneling money to secure his own advantages, sentence reductions for the family members of employees he'd coerced, favorable zoning approvals for properties he needed, small, patient bribes distributed with the same careful, methodical cruelty he'd applied to destroying 2 entire families. Vivian's testimony, delivered in a sworn deposition 8 days after her resignation, detailed and precise and devastating in its specificity. For years of coerced betrayal laid out in exhausting, careful detail that left no room for Knight's lawyers to argue coincidence or misunderstanding. And finally, the piece that Julian had personally spent 3 sleepless nights tracking down, arriving on the 9th day with an urgency that told Elena, the moment he burst into the war room with his laptop already open, that they'd finally found something that would make the whole case unbreakable. A recorded conversation, obtained through a former Knight employee Julian had spent weeks quietly cultivating trust with, in which Knight himself, speaking to an associate 11 years earlier, discuss an explicit, damning detail his intention to use Robert Marsh's debt to Costa as leverage for exactly the theft he'd later be blamed for. He says it outright. Julian said, his voice tight with fierce, exhausted satisfaction that had been building for 11 days, playing the recording for Elena across the war room's cluttered table. Both of them listening in silence to a younger version of Marcus Knight's smooth, patient voice laying out, with total, casual confidence, a plan to ruin a desperate man for the price of a business rivalry. He never expected anyone to find this. It's 11 years old, recorded on a device his own associate kept as insurance and never used, until Pharaoh's people finally tracked the man down last week and offered him considerably better protection than Knight ever did. Elena sat very still, listening to the recording a second time, her father's ruin laid out in a stranger's smug, unhurried voice, and felt something in her chest finally, completely settle into place. Not relief exactly. The grief for 6 lost years of her father's stolen reputation too large and too permanent for simple relief, but something adjacent to it. The particular steady calm of watching a wound finally, properly close after being left open far too long. "It's enough," she said quietly. "Isn't it? This is finally enough to end him." "It's enough," Julian confirmed, closing the laptop with a careful, deliberate motion. Pharaoh's already coordinating with federal prosecutors. The SEC has independent interest in the securities fraud alone, and once Vivian's testimony and this recording go in front of a grand jury together with the financial trail, there's no version of this that doesn't end with Marcus Knight facing decades in federal prison and a company stripped down to nothing by the civil judgments that follow. We're not just exposing him. Elena, we're taking everything he built on other people's ruin and giving it back. The formal filing happened on a gray, quiet Thursday morning 3 weeks later, and Elena and Julian sat together in a downtown Manhattan courtroom, close enough that their shoulders touched, watching federal prosecutors lay out a case 11 years in the making with a clean, methodical precision that Elena found herself, despite everything, admire with the same forensic attention she'd once applied to Julian's every careful tell. Marcus Knight sat at the defense table across the room, silver-haired and impeccably dressed even now, his lawyers flanking him with a particular grim, resigned posture of professionals who understood, from the moment they first reviewed the prosecution's evidence, exactly how little room they had left to maneuver. He didn't look at Elena during the proceedings. He didn't look at Julian either, his eyes fixed instead on some middle distance in front of him, and Elena watched him with a strange, complicated mixture of feelings she hadn't fully anticipated. Not triumph exactly, though there was some of that too, but something closer to a long-delayed, hard-won exhaustion finally allowed to rest. The judge read the charges aloud in a flat, procedural voice that stripped 11 years of careful, patient cruelty down into a list of statute numbers and case citations, and Elena sat with Julian's hand tied around hers, listening to her father's name spoken aloud in a federal courtroom, not as a thief this time, but as a victim, a man whose reputation the court formally, legally acknowledged had been stolen from him by the very man now facing the consequences for that theft, and felt tears she hadn't fully expected slide silently down her face. 6 years of quiet, private grief finally given the public correction it had always deserved. "He's going away for a long time," Julian murmured, close to her ear. Once the proceedings had adjourned and the courtroom had begun to empty around them, Knight led away between 2 federal marshals with his lawyers trailing behind him in grim, defeated silence. The prosecutor told Pharaoh this morning they're expecting a minimum of 20 years, assuming he doesn't take a plea. And even then the civil judgment alone will strip nearly everything he's built. He's not walking away from this with anything left. Elena, not his freedom, not his money, not his reputation. Everything he took from other people, he's about to lose completely. Elena watched Knight's tall, still composed figure disappear through the courtroom side door, flanked by federal marshals, the man who'd orchestrated her father's ruin and Julian's brother's disgrace finally, after 11 long years, facing something he couldn't buy or manipulate his way out of, and felt the last of the cold, careful armor she'd been carrying since the night of the anonymous letter finally, fully release. "It's over," she said quietly, testing the shape of the sentence, unsure, after so many months of danger, whether she fully believed it yet. "It's over," Julian confirmed, and drew her gently against his side, careful still of his healing shoulder, and Elena let herself lean into him fully, in the emptying courtroom, surrounded by the quiet aftermath of 11 years finally, properly closed. They walked out of the federal courthouse into a cold, bright winter afternoon, the first genuinely clear sky New York had offered in weeks, sunlight glinting hard and clean off snow banked along the courthouse steps. And Elena stood for a long moment at the top of those steps, breathing in the sharp, cold air, feeling something in her chest that she hadn't felt this fully and longer than she could remember, not just relief, though there was plenty of that, but something closer to freedom. The particular weightless quality of finally setting down a burden she'd been carrying for so long, she'd nearly forgotten what it felt like to walk without it. "Sophie's surgery went perfectly," she said, apropos of nothing except a general, overwhelming sense of things finally, properly settling into place. "Dr. Whitfield says her recovery is ahead of schedule. She's already reading the largest print settings on her phone again, Julian. She sent me a photo of Central Park yesterday, taken from her own window, and said it was the first thing she's seen clearly in 14 months. "I know," Julian said, warmth threading thick through his voice. "I got the same photo. She sent it to me too, with the caption, 'Tell my sister's boyfriend he still owes me a rematch on chess, now that I can actually see the board.'" Elena laughed, the sound coming easier and freer than it had in months, and turned to look at him properly, the winter sun catching the sharp planes of his face, the small, healing scar above his eyebrow, particular unguarded warmth that had, over the last several weeks, become simply the ordinary way he looked at her rather than a rare, hard-won exception. "What happens now?" she asked, watching his face, watching the question land somewhere she suspected he'd been thinking about for longer than he'd let on. "Now," Julian said, taking her hand, lacing his fingers through hers with the easy, unthinking familiarity of two people who'd built something considerably more permanent than the 90-day contract that at first, so long ago, brought them together. "I think we get to find out what our lives actually look like without Marcus Knight and Costa's debt and a fake engagement hanging over every single thing we do. I think we get to figure out what happens when nobody's watching, and there's nothing left to perform, and it's just us deciding what we actually want one ordinary day at a time." "That sounds terrifying," Elena said, though her voice carried nothing but warmth. "I don't think I know how to do ordinary anymore. I've spent so long fighting for something that I'm not sure what's left once the fighting stops." "We'll figure it out," Julian said, simply, and drew her hand up to press a slow, warm kiss against her knuckles, right there on the courthouse steps, in full view of the winter afternoon crowd, entirely unconcerned, for the first time in months, with cameras or optics or anyone's opinion but her own. Slowly, the way we figured out everything else, one unfinished, honest day at a time. Elena smiled and felt the last of the winter's cold recede somewhere beneath the warm spreading steady through her chest, and together they walked down the courthouse steps into the bright, clean afternoon, the city spread out ahead of them wide and ordinary and, for the first time in months, entirely unthreatening, Marcus Knight's long shadow finally, completely lifted from both their lives. Behind them, in a federal holding cell 3 floors below the courthouse where his empire had just been formally, publicly dismantled, Marcus Knight sat alone with nothing left of 11 patient years of cruelty except the consequences finally catching up to him. And ahead of Elena and Julian, the whole wide, unwritten shape of an ordinary life together stretched out clean and bright across the snow, waiting at last simply to be lived. Chapter 20, The Forever Symphony. The gardens at Blackwood had been dead the first time Elena saw them. Skeletal hedges and frost-blackened beds. A landscape as gray and grieving as a man who owned it, wind-scoured and half-wild under a November sky that had never once, in her first weeks there, shown her a single hour of unclouded blue. They were not dead now. It had taken Mrs. Alcott, with a small army of local groundskeepers hired the previous autumn, and a level of quiet, determined optimism Elena hadn't fully appreciated until she saw its results, the better part of 6 months to bring them back. Clearing the dead hedges, turning the frost-hardened beds, coaxing a century of neglected roses back into something resembling their original shape, and now, on the last Saturday in May, with the whole headland finally fully thawed and green under A. Skies so clear and blue it looked almost unreal against the deep gray blue of the Atlantic beyond. Blackwood's gardens had bloomed into something Elena hadn't quite believed possible the first gray November afternoon. She stood at her bedroom window and watched the storm-scoured ground stretch out below her like something abandoned by every living thing except the wind. Peonies, heavy-headed and pale pink, lined the stone path down toward the cliff's edge. Climbing roses, decades old, finally freed from years of overgrowth, had covered the low garden wall in a riot of white and deep red. The dead flower arrangement that had sat on the dining room table since before Julian was born, Mrs. Alcott's mother's careful, decades-old handiwork, had finally, gently, been retired to a place of honor in a glass case in the library, replaced by fresh peonies cut that very morning from the garden Elena now stood in, arranging the last of them into a bouquet with hands that trembled only slightly from nerves rather than cold. "You look like you're about to walk into a war," Sophie said, appearing in the garden doorway in a pale green dress, her restored eyes taking in the whole scene, the blooming roses, the white chairs arranged in careful rows along the cliff-top lawn, Elena in a simple ivory gown that had nothing barred or performed about at all, with an expression of open, undisguised joy that made Elena's own chest tighten with gratitude every single time she caught sight of it. This ordinary, extraordinary miracle of her sister actually seeing her properly for the first time on a day that mattered this much. "You said that to me once before," Elena said, laughing despite the nerves fluttering hard in her chest, remembering a snowy evening months earlier, a phone call about a very different dress, a very different kind of fear, before the business dinner. "Do you remember?" "I remember." Sophie crossed the garden and took Elena's hands, careful of the bouquet, her thumbs tracing gentle, familiar circles over her sister's knuckles the way she'd done 1,000 times over the years, in hospital waiting rooms and cramped apartment kitchens, and now, finally, in a garden blooming with roses neither of them could have imagined 6 months ago. "I was wrong that time. This isn't a war. Elena, I don't think I've ever seen you look less like you were bracing for one." The ceremony was small, exactly the way both of them had wanted it. No board members, no journalists, no careful performance for anyone's benefit but their own. Mrs. Alcott sat in the front row beside Reyes, both of them dressed with formality that made Elena's throat tighten every time she glanced their way. Two people who had watched this whole slow, difficult story unfold from the very beginning and had, in their own quiet ways, helped carry both her and Julian to the worst of it. A handful of Julian's oldest friends filled the remaining chairs, along with two of Elena's former students and their families. The small studio owner from Queens who'd given her very first teaching job, and Pharaoh, standing slightly apart in a well-cut suit that looked on him, faintly uncomfortable, watching proceedings with the same quiet, careful attention he'd once brought to tracing 11 years of Marcus Knight's cruelty. Julian stood at the end of the aisle beneath an arch woven through with climbing roses, and Elena, walking toward him across the cliff-top lawn with the Atlantic spread calm and glittering behind him under the late afternoon sun, felt the whole long architecture of the last 8 months settle, finally, fully, into place. The gala, the rain, the cold agreement in a glass-walled penthouse, the hurricane, the piano, the letter, the leak, the snow, all of it arriving, at last, at this single sun, warm moment on a headland that had once held nothing but grief and now held, instead, an entire garden in full and improbable bloom. He watched her the whole way down the aisle with an expression that held none of the careful, guarded whether she remembered from their very first meeting. No calculation, no flat control, nothing left of the man who'd once stood at the edge of a crowded ballroom, holding an untouched glass, and doing the math on a fake engagement's precise strategic value. Just Julian, entirely unguarded, his gray eyes bright with something that looked, even from this distance, unmistakably like joy. "I keep thinking about the first time I saw you," he said, quietly. Once she'd reached him, once the officiant had stepped back to give them a private moment before the ceremony properly began, his voice carrying only far enough for the two of them to hear. "You were playing a nocturne, and I remember thinking there was a hole in it shaped like something you'd lost, and I wanted, more than I wanted anything in 6 years, to understand exactly what that hole was made of. And now," Elena asked, smiling, the bouquet trembling slightly in her hands with nervousness that had, somewhere in the last several minutes, transformed entirely into happiness. "Now I think I finally understand," Julian said. "I think it was the same hole I've been carrying since Daniel died, and I think somewhere over the last 8 months, without either of us quite planning it, we filled it in for each other, one true thing at a time, until there wasn't really a hole left at all. Just this." He gestured, small and helpless, at the whole blooming garden around them, the gathered guests, the calm, bright water beyond the cliffs. Just us, finally whole. The vows they exchanged were their own, written separately and read aloud for the first time in front of everyone gathered, and Elena felt her voice catch more than once reading hers. The words she'd spent weeks trying to get exactly right finally, imperfectly, landing in the warm spring air exactly the way she'd hoped they would. "I used to think love was something you performed," she said, her eyes fixed on Julian's, the ocean glittering calm and endless behind him. "I spent so many years playing rooms full of strangers, giving them something true wrapped in something polished enough to be worth their applause. And I think some part of me assumed that's what love would always look like too. Careful, controlled, a performance of warmth rather than the real thing. You taught me something different. You taught me that the truest things are usually unfinished, wandering, imperfect. The fragments I played in the dark before I ever thought anyone was listening. You stood in that doorway, and you didn't ask me to finish the song. You just asked to hear the rest of it, whatever shape it took. I want to spend the rest of my life playing you that unfinished song, Julian, note by note, for as long as we both live." Julian's vows, when his turn came, carried none of the careful, businesslike precision she remembered from their very first negotiations, none of the flat control that had once been the only language he seemed to know how to speak in. His voice shook once in the middle of it, and he didn't try to hide the tremor, didn't reach for the old armor that would once have smoothed it instantly away. "I spent 6 years building walls so carefully I convinced myself I'd never need anyone to help me tear them down," he said. "I told myself that was strength. I understand now. It was only ever fear wearing strength's clothes. You didn't tear those walls down for me. Elena, I want to be honest about that, in front of everyone here, because I think you deserve the true version of this rather than the flattering one. You simply stood on the other side of them, patiently, for months, playing music in a room I was too afraid to enter, until I finally found the courage to walk through the door myself. I promise you I will never again choose fear over you, not when the stakes are small, and not when they're as large as they were the day I sent you away. I choose you. Every single day for the rest of my life, I choose you." The reception unfolded in the garden as the sun began its long, golden slide toward the horizon. String lights wove into the climbing roses along the low stone wall, a small quartet playing something soft and unobtrusive near the terrace, while the gathered guests drifted between tables laid with far less formality than any gala Elena had ever performed at. Real laughter instead of careful social performance. Real warmth instead of calculated networking. Elena found Sophie near the cliff's edge sometime after the toast had finished, standing alone for a rare quiet moment, watching the sun sink slow and orange over water that had, 8 months earlier, thrown itself against these same rocks in violent, grief-soaked rage, and was now settling gently into the calm rhythm of an ordinary spring evening. "I keep thinking about how far we've come," Sophie said, without turning, her voice carrying the same soft wonder it had carried all day. "A year ago, I couldn't see any of this. I couldn't see you playing at that first gala. I couldn't see Dad's name finally cleared in the papers. I couldn't see any of it. And now I'm standing here watching my sister get married in a garden full of roses on a cliff over the ocean, and I don't think I'm ever going to stop being grateful for every single ordinary thing I get to see for the rest of my life." Elena's eyes stung, and she reached for her sister's hand. The same gesture they'd shared 1,000 times over the last decade, in hospitals and cramped apartments, and now, finally, in a garden in full and improbable bloom. "I couldn't have done any of it without you," she said. "Any of it, sophomore. Not the surgery. Not surviving Dad's death. Not finding my way back to Julian after everything fell apart. You've been the steadiest thing in my whole life since the day he died." "Right back at you," Sophie said, squeezing her hand, and then, with the same dry humor that carried both of them through every hard year of the last decade, added, "Though I have to say, the view's a lot better now that I can actually see it. I always wonder what the ocean looked like. Nobody ever really described it right. It's—" She paused, searching for words, her newly sighted eyes fixed on the endless, glittering water. "It's bigger than I imagined, and quieter, somehow, even with all that motion. I don't know how to explain it better than that." "You don't have to," Elena said, smiling, watching the sun continue its slow descent toward a horizon that neither of them, for very different reasons, had ever quite believed they'd get to see together like this. "Some things you just have to see for yourself." Julian found her an hour later, once most of the guests had drifted into the easy, contented rhythm of a reception, winding gently towards end, the string lights glowing warm gold against a sky gone deep violet blue of the last light of the day, and led her, without a word, back toward the old upright piano, moved, at Elena's request weeks earlier, out of its narrow room behind the staircase and into the garden itself for the occasion, positioned beneath a trellis of climbing white roses, close enough to the cliff's edge that the sound of the piano and the sound of the sea had, all evening, been mingling together in a way that made Elena's chest ache with a happiness she'd once believed herself entirely unequipped to feel. "Play something," Julian said, settling onto the bench beside her, close enough that their shoulders pressed together, the way they had that very first midnight in the music room. Except now there was no fear left in the space between them, nothing wandering or unfinished about the way you watch her hands settle onto the keys. "Not for anyone else. Just for us. I want the last song of the night to be the one only we understand." Elena's hands found the keys, and she began to play. Not the nocturne this time, not any piece with a name at all, but something new, something she'd been quietly composing over the last several weeks without quite telling him. Fragments of the nocturne's aching opening woven together with something warmer, something that resolved, finally, in a way the original piece never had, the grief of its opening phrases gradually giving way to something steadier, something that sounded, unmistakably, like the particular hard-won piece of two people who had finally stopped running from their own histories and learned, instead, to build something new out of the wreckage together. Julian's hand found hers on the bench, not stopping her playing, simply resting alongside it, present and warm, and as the final phrase began to dissolve, not into silence this time, not into memory and note the way every previous ending had, but into something that lingered, soft and resonant. The pedal held just long enough to let the sound bloom fully into the warm evening air before finally, gently, fading. Julian reached into his jacket pocket and drew out a second ring, smaller, then the engagement ring already sitting on her finger. A simple, unadorned wedding band that caught the last of the day's golden light. "I already gave you this once, in a house full of grief," he said quietly, sliding it carefully onto her finger alongside the first. "I wanted to give it to you again here, in a garden that's finally fully alive, so that every time you look at your hand, you remember both. The man who was afraid and the man who finally learned not to be." Elena looked down at her hand, at the 2 rings catching the last warm light of the day, and then up at Julian's face, at the storm-colored eyes that had, over 8 long, transformative months, stopped looking like weather and become, instead, the single steadiest thing in her entire life, and felt the whole vast, complicated architecture of everything they'd survived together finally, completely settle into something that no longer needed a single word of explanation. "Play me one more thing," Julian murmured, his forehead resting against hers, the string lights glowing soft gold around them, the Atlantic calm and endless beyond the garden wall. Sophie's laughter drifting warm from somewhere near the terrace. Mrs. Alcott and Reyes dancing slow and easy near the roses. The whole improbable, hard-won family they'd built together gathered close in the deepening spring dusk. "Something you've never played before. Something we haven't finished yet." Elena smiled and turned back to the keys and began, not an ending this time, not a fragment reaching for something it never quite found, but the opening notes of something entirely new, something that had no name yet, and didn't need one, a melody built for 2 people who had learned, finally, after every storm and every silence and every hard, patient act of rebuilding, that the truest kind of love was never about finishing the song at all. It was only ever about choosing, every single day, to keep the sound going, outside the garden, beyond the climbing roses and the string lights and the last warm light of a long spring day. The Atlantic moved on in its steady, endless rhythm against Blackwood's cliffs. The same water that had once thrown itself in fury against those rocks through a hurricane's worst night, now calm and glittering and entirely at peace. Keeping time, patient and eternal, with the quiet, unfinished symphony still rising, warm and unhurried, from the garden above.